Good afternoon and welcome to round 9 of the Goods Property Services Tennis State League competition. Today's match of the round pits the undefeated and second place Cottesloe Tennis Club up against sixth place UWA. Today's tie is being played in the beautiful leafy suburb of Cottesloe. To the west you could think it's holidaying in Monte Carlo, and to the east it certainly looks like Palm Springs. My name is Brett Patton. I'm joined by Tennis West Head of Participation, Mr. Rob Kennedy, and also we're going to be joined by former world ranked number 2 player in the over 50s category, Shane Smedley, for today's big match. And a couple of great matchups today. We saw in the West Australian the article of Timmy Gray. Timmy Gray, I should say. I'm mistaking it for another player down here, but Timmy Gray coming up against Scott Jones, both the best players I would imagine in the State League competition at the moment. Scotty Jones undefeated after 8 rounds. Timmy Gray has won 5 of 7, but he's won the last 2 platinum tournaments that have been played out at the State Tennis Centre over the recent months. So what are you expecting from particularly this match with Scott Jones and Timmy Gray?
Thanks for having me. Always excited to sit in this chair, and it's a beautiful venue to be at, but it's hard to not say the word Weir when we see Max Weir out on court. But it is exciting to see Tim Gray go up against Scott Jones. I mean, clearly 2 guys in WA at the top of the game at the moment playing some fantastic tennis in some great form as well. I think Tim's going to just come and carry that form, hopefully, that he's been playing those tournaments, as you said, having some great success and some wins. But he does know that he has a big opponent, not in stature, but in performance, is Scotty Jones, and I'm really looking forward to that. But ultimately, just with UWA out there with their youth, I'm excited to see some players that I haven't seen live before, and really looking forward to getting into today's action.
Yeah, absolutely. If we look down the list of Cottesloe, Scotty Jones, as made mention, he coming in at number 1. Max Weir. Now, Max Weir is a player who I'm really excited to be watching because he's the first match up here against UWA's Jurie Terblanche, and Max comes in. He's been the surprise packet this year's State League. He hasn't lost a match. He's won 8 from 8, and he's almost just come out of the blue. We've known he's been a tremendous talented junior, but gee whiz, he's just come on in leaps and bounds. But after Max Weir is Sam English, and that number 4th spot for Cottesloe is Adam Kehane. And as we made mention for UWA, Timmy Gray coming in at the number 1 spot. Jurie Terblanche, Jay Fairclough, who's the brother of Lily Fairclough, who's an absolute superstar coming out of the State High Performance Academy and plays for Hensman Park, and Jasper Paterson for UWA. Jasper Paterson sounds about 6'9" in the old language, so the viewers will get a real good look at his power and his big serves. Some of these matchups, I think, which going to indicate where this tie will swing, certainly Scotty Jones and Tim Gray, but I think I like the look of this matchup with Jurie Terblanche and Max Weir. They need to get off to a really positive start, UWA, if they're to have any chance against the second-rated Cottesloe today.
Yeah, you talk very highly of Max Weir, and last time I was sitting in this chair, we were out at Cottesloe playing against Hensman, and we talked extremely highly of the way that he was playing. Obviously, sort of getting to be on that number 2 match here today, so he steps up with the absence of Will Hahn not playing today. I think it's a great opportunity for him to step up and continue that form that he's been producing, and I'm excited to see it on, I guess, what we classify as the centre court right here in front of us, and really get a good look at what he was doing, because I was extremely impressed by his efforts when we were out at Hensman Park and what he produced out there, with especially that serve +1. Very good serve, loves to use that forehand, gets around and definitely uses as a weapon. And Jurie fits into that category of people out of UWA that I was talking about, as young, talent, having, really stepping up into that state grade performance, and I'm excited to see what he does out live on the courts in front of us.
Absolutely. There's a lot of other matches being played around today at the various clubs at the Goods Property Service State League competition. We're going to keep you updated with all those results as the day unfolds. And of course, there was a result played last night, round 9 tie played between Hensman Park and Kings Park in the women's competition. Lily Fairclough, the sister of Jay Fairclough, who we'll see today. I mean, absolute superstar. She defeated Megan Kaufman 6-1, 6-3. Anya Dokic from Hensman Park defeated Astra Canther, the captain of Kings Park, 6-love, 6-2. Xenia Vursek defeated Brooke Campbell, 6-1, 6-1. And Hayley Burton defeated Sally Partington, 6-love, 6-4, to give Hensman Park a full love start after the singles. And then going into the doubles, Fairclough and Anya Dokic defeated Megan Kaufman and Emma Hayman. Now, Emma Hayman, she's a coach out at the State Tennis Centre, former Federation Cup player for New Zealand. And that was a very close affair, with Fairclough and Dokic winning 10-8 in that super tiebreaker in the 3rd set. And again, Xenia Vursek and Alfie Stevens came in and defeated Chanel Iconi and Brooke Campbell from Kings Park. Again, 10-8 in a 3rd set tiebreaker. Hensman Park in the women's, like the Hensman Park in the men's, off to an absolute flying first half of this year. Go through to the end of this first half, undefeated, and just a great showing out there at Hensman Park last night.
they're starting to show in both the men's and women's that a little bit of separation from especially the talent at the top. We talk highly of Lily Fairclough and what she's been doing. It's very evident what she's been doing out in tournament space, and she's just bringing that into her league competition as well. Great to see Emma Heyman jumping out and playing a little bit of doubles as well. But yeah, really looking forward to switching the tone now to the men and being out here in what's a very overcast day. I think we've had the cabanas up before and getting the sunscreen out, and today very overcast and already feeling that breeze coming off the coast as well.
No doubt about that. I want to say thank you to Scotty Walsh from Scotty's Media and Tomio Yamazaki for putting this production together. Of course, we want to thank the West Australian 7 West Media for taking the live stream every round of the Goods Property Services Men's and Women's State League competition. We hope you're enjoying it, what you've been witnessing over the last 8 to 9 weeks, and we're looking forward to bringing you the back half just after the recommencements, which will be after the Australian Open at the back end of January in 2022. So if we look at Max Weir, some of the stars for Cottesloe at the moment, and just about ready to play his match. He's won, again, made mention, he's won his first 8 rounds, a couple of notable wins against Jake Dembo. So Jake's the best 14-year-old in the country. Ben Dallinger used to be the top-rated junior in the 16s. Reece McDougall, who was a captain and the number 3 player out at Mount Lawley, I should say, as the first point is struck here.
So the first slide there, so you see that bit of a difference here at Cottesloe. It's, I mean, the courts look amazing, so I'm not going to put anything down to the courts there, but just finding their feet and good first strong point to start with, and really interested to see what Jurie can do out here in this first game to apply the pressure to what he knows is going to be a difficult match.
And just to the point around Max Weir, coming into this match after winning the first 8 rounds, is the pressure on him to keep the momentum going? Just a little long.
Yeah, no doubt. And one of those things as well where they go, all right, we know where we're standing in the table and where UWA sitting as well. We're thinking, all right, Will Hahn's not here, so you're in great form. Step up into that number 2 spot, and you're going to have to continue that. But anytime you're the hunted, you've got the pressure on you. So I guarantee Jurie's thinking, I've got to make sure I get off to a good start here, put the pressure on him, and make him continue to think that pressure's there.
Jurie Terblanche serving from UWA. Beautiful backhand strike down the line. You can hear the crowd getting up and about nice and early here. I think Jurie Terblanche, the last time Cottesloe came up against UWA, Jurie played Sam English, the big server, number 3 player for Cottesloe, and got the win there. He was hoping to have that same matchup, but he's been given Max, and Mac comes into this form in really good condition. Beautiful serve, flat and wide.
There's some similarities between Max and Sam as well, so he's probably going to be looking at that and going, all right, I'm just going to stick to my game. Let's suss out what's going on, and you can see that happening. Much better serve there. The one before, yes, it had a bit of pace, but it landed halfway up the box. He's going to make sure he's going to want that depth. He's going to want to push Max also off the court as well.
Terblanche serving from UWA, decked in all blue. Cottesloe in the white. With these 2 players, we're not going to see a lot of serving and volleying, more baseline game styles. There's extended rallies from the back of the court. You see the ball is bouncing quite low. Again, both these players looks like they've grown up in and around hard court. The ball bounced up around hip height. You can go after the shot, but we're seeing the ball, a little bit of rain earlier today, Robbie, and the ball's keeping quite low.
Yeah, and he's going to want to be careful there. You can see Jurie, obviously UWA, we know having their clay courts out there as well. He's going to want to get away from that short ball because it's just not going to give him anything here other than the fact that it might catch him a little bit off guard short, but Max is a quality enough player to pick up on that. He's going to want to find that depth.
Oh, if you don't mind, from 3 metres behind the base on the big whipping forehand cross court from Max Weir. I mean, his ball striking ability this season has been simply remarkable.
We talked about it at the start of the match, Max's forehand and obviously being a very strong weapon of his. Jurie's got to get not deterred by that though. It was a good move. The short ball was there. He attacked it out wide, looked to come in. That's just a fantastic ball. Hopefully still looking to move into that net. Maybe just picking the right one next time or where it needs to be.
So we move across to court number 2 here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Jasper Paterson serving, left-hander. Went after that second serve. Isn't going to hold back. He's about 6'8", 6'9" on the old measurements, and he's not here for the extended rallies, Paterson. He's looking to really put the big serve in and close forward when he can.
And you see Adam just shaking his head after that serve and just thought, I think it's a little bit of a nothing much I can do there. You can definitely see him.
Just holding up play. As we skip back across to number 1 court, Tim Weir, Max Weir. A nice early break. Of course, his father is Tim Weir. Come from a great pedigree tennis family, the Weirs. Mother Vanya was a multiple state league winner back in the 90s. Played college tennis. Sister away at college at the moment. Max serving. Nice, smooth style, Max Weir on that serve. Not too many moving parts. There it is. You can see that really went after that second serve turn. That ball is skidding away, particularly when you're sliding that ball, putting a little bit more side spin on the grass courts.
And even with that side spin and that bit of skid as well, it actually still got up quite high. You can see Jurie tried to actually push himself up to the baseline to take that return, but that he was end up making contact above his shoulder on that one. So not sure if you picked that up quite on the camera, but it's getting the bounce. He's using his height. It's the depth as well, which I'm impressed by. But yeah, it makes the serve look easy. And he's going to look to just continue this momentum at the moment.
Little breeze around here at Cottesloe. Is an overcast day. Again, you can hear the power by which Max is hitting the ball, catching the top of the tape. Sounded like a shotgun going off. The overcast day, a little bit humid. Need to keep the fluids up, Robbie.
Yeah, it can always be deceptive.
Really went after it. But you can see, to your point, the ball was just rising. He hit that ball above his head. I mean, Jurie's probably 5'10", and that ball he would have played, you know, at probably the 6 foot mark, just above his shoulders.
Yeah, if we were playing cricket, that's first warning for above the head, that one. It was a great serve. He's going to be disappointed with that short ball, though. He's got to, make sure he puts that in the right spots, puts the pressure. Doesn't want to give those away as freebies. He's also got to treat this match as where does he want to keep going in his season.
I think that's been the secret to Max's form, really going after that second serve right throughout this good property service state league season. He's just not holding back. Again, his service motion is very fluid, not a lot of moving parts, not a lot can go wrong. And a boy of his height, 6'3" in the old scale, I mean, he's hitting the ball from a heck of a way up, straight down into the court. Let first serve, Max Weir serving for Cottesloe in all white.
It's also that confidence that we talk about. It's always a nice feeling coming into it, knowing that you're in good form. So having that confidence of going after your second serve, it's a good spot to be in.
A little long. You've got to be more defensive on your return of serve, Jurie. You can't be all that aggressive because of the pace of this ball coming through off both first and second serves. He's just looking to punch it back deep, start the rally, and look to really dictate with his forehand. From South Africa originally, Jurie. I like that play there, but just a little bit too aggressive. Didn't need to be so aggressive and overplay. Just get the ball in, move forward, and let the court do the work for you.
Yeah, I really like the look of what he's actually trying to do at the moment. I know he's gone down now 2-0, but I think if he just takes half a second, half a breath, also just to find that little bit of composure, let's start to put a few more balls in. I actually don't mind his energy at the back of the court here. He's looking to change it up a little bit, which is good. I think he just needs to just take a bit of time, adjust himself to the actual court in the situation, make Tim make a few more balls, and Max make a few more balls, and then we'll go from there.
Terblanche serving in the blue from UWA. Nice serve there, jammed up Maxie Weir to that right hip. If you just tuned in, my name is Brett Patton, sitting alongside Rob Kennedy, head of Tennis North for Tennis West, former coach, college player. overplaying that short ball again. To your point, Robbie, just does get the shot he needs. Doesn't need to overplay. Just needs to be a little bit more consistent. Take a little bit of pace off the ball. Hit it deep and move forward and let your opponent try to pass you. Very hard to do when you're 2 or 3 metres back behind the baseline.
It's a tricky conversation, isn't it, though? Because we sit a couple of weeks ago watching him smack those for winners all day and we go, wow, look at him play. But then you see him miss a couple and you say, maybe you need to pull it back a little bit. So he's trusting his game, but I agree. Now's the time to find it and come in and make sure Jurie has to pass. Don't give away a free point.
Again, the weight of shot, the depth of shot there from Max Weir. What is hurting Jurie right now? He's just being forced so far back. He's got to take some chances, I think, maybe some different spins, take some pace off the ball. He's seen some errors coming by way of Max's racket when he hits the ball short, so that's something he needs to start incorporating into his strategy for this match. That point, he did take some pace off then, just to get some rhythm back.
The one I'm a little bit concerned with him at the moment, though, is yes, he's getting pushed back, but he's actually falling back on a lot of his shots as well. So whether he's not quite picking up the pace of the ball or the pace of the shot just yet, or looking to try and be, not get caught too far back from the baseline, but he's got to make sure it's in your sweet spot, make sure you're getting that momentum forward. I just don't want to see him falling back on that shot a little bit. He's got to find where his best position in this court is right now.
Big backhand again. That's his favourite shot. Down the line, opens the shoulders up. Not a lot of pace came through from Jurie. Just that shorter ball again. He's a tall, rangy player, the big levers, and he just leaned in on that backhand down the line, did Max Weir.
Yeah, he's definitely showing that he's got that backhand ability added to his repertoire, and he's going strong away from his body, pushing it down that line. Again, I just want to say Jurie's got to find the speed of this game right now. It's going to get away from him.
Short ball, overplaying the backhand. Again, a little bit of anxiety. That scoreboard pressure does play into the psyche of the opponent, doesn't it? Because in a normal rally, in a normal position, if the scorecard was even, he probably wouldn't have had to overplay.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find his pattern at the moment. What's his pattern? What's he looking to try and do? Does he need to maybe just find that depth and pace of game by going back to the avenue down the middle? At the moment, just seems to be a little bit all over. So I'm still just trying to find what's his pattern right now. What's he trying to do?
Short ball moving forward. I'd like that play. He was looking to take a little bit of a different approach, try to slice that ball down the line and get Max to pass him. But again, too many unforced errors creeping into young Jurie Terblanche's game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with your comment. If I was one of his teammates right now, I'd be getting out in that seat at this next changeover and saying, you know what? If Max is going to pass you to win this match, let's see that happen, because just at the moment this isn't quite working. I mean, he might be able to dig himself out of this one, but if he goes down a double break, he's got to look to maybe change something up, and I'd rather make Max beat him.
Beautiful rally there, gee whiz. I thought the one at the baseline here on Jurie's side, he might have been a bit generous. He called it, may have caught the back edge of the line. You've got great eyes, always have been calling him Dead-Eyed Dick throughout this summer, Robbie.
We're on a slide angle, but I tell you what, it was a generous call. We keep talking about every time we're sitting in this box together that the sportsmanship and the honesty in some of these matches has been incredible, because that was tight.
It was.
In a time where he's down a little bit and could really do with that point. To his credit, played on and then got the point as well. And I really liked his pace in that ball.
Juice. There's that slower delivery again, and you can see Jurie just giving a fist pump. He likes the fact that that was a little different look for Maxi Weir. Didn't get the pace and didn't get the bounce, and that's what grass is going to throw up at you all afternoon. The unpredictability of the bounce, and I think you need to be more aggressive. You need to move forward and let that grass do the work for you, rather than trying to hit through the court, from the back of the court. Get forward, be more aggressive.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is let Max just move side to side, side to side. Okay, so obviously you've got to throw in that higher one, push him back. Yes, use that pace to push him back or catch him off guard with that pace as well. But maybe use that little bit of a clay ball. I've been looking across all 4 courts, and actually that heavy spinning ball that's landed a little bit short has really dipped and stayed low, and we talked about that earlier. So just finding that little bit of variety and not allow Max to just move left and right, because that's exactly where he wants to be. That's the one I'm talking about just there. Just allowed Max again. He's just 2 steps to his right, whack the forehand, 2 steps to his left, put the backhand strong down the line, and then there comes that error. He's got to find a way to just keep it higher or moving back or moving forward. He's got a chance here to keep grinding it out. It's a break point here, though, to go up a double break. He doesn't want to get behind this early.
Terblanche serving. Overplaying. That is a heck of a forehand. Heavy ground strokes from Max Weir. Very Daniil Medvedev. The technique just reminds me incredibly much of the way Daniil Medvedev, the #2 ranked player in the world. He's just very loose, goes after his shot. But gee whiz, I'm impressed so far.
He just looks like someone who knows his game right now, and as we've alluded to quite a few times now, a guy that's in form. He's got that ball in his strike zone every time. He's moving left, he's moving right, he's hitting the ball, and he knows where he wants to put it, and he's just not shying away from game plan A at the moment because he doesn't have to. He's getting that ball at the moment every time where he wants it to be. At the moment, Jurie sort of 1 minute it's in his zone, the next minute's a little bit low, the next minute's a little bit high. He's got to work out, what am I going to do now to change this up? Because there's no way I can just grind it out with him at the moment because his shot's just that bit heavier than mine.
As we go across to second court, Adam Kehane serving from Cottesloe on the left-hander in white. It's Paterson from UWA. Oh, and lovely little dink down to the incoming feet of Kehane. He didn't like that, hitting the ball to the back of the fence. Jasper Paterson's just broken. Currently leads 4 games to 1 on that second court.
I think Adam's disappointment there was he knows he didn't have to make it that good. You know, Jasper being a big boy, he's got the knee braces on both knees. You know, yes, just let the grass do its thing, get it over. Even if he did force it forward, you're possibly a good chance to just get a nice little dink volley over afterwards. So that's probably where the disappointment is there. It's also his game. He loves coming in and using that touch that he does have. And he's obviously a little bit disappointed with where this game's at the moment, but no doubt can look to turn this around. But Jasper Paterson, again, another young player who's been in some good form, and I've heard good things about him, and I'm excited to see him out here on the courts today.
You can see the frustration in creeping into Kehane. He's just thrown the rackets on the ground. Scotty Jones, the #1 player for Cottesloe, has gone out there to join him just to calm him down a little bit, talk a little bit of strategy. What does a coach on the side of the court generally talk about? Is it a technical thing? Is it a strategy thing? Is it just try to calm them down, Robbie?
I'd like to think a coach isn't really touching on technique at this point. The last thing you want to do, unless it's glaringly obvious that something needs to change, if your serve's all over the place or something, to come out and just give you a bit of reassurance. I'd like to think there's a bit of strategy. In this situation, with him being obviously a bit upset, just to come over, might have been talking about, hey, where are we going later tonight? Just to mix up the conversation a little bit and get him back on track, that he knows that he can turn this around and not get too much into it. But it's always great having anyone to be able to come out. Just words of wisdom is always handy, but hopefully not too technical at this stage of the game.
Voice of Rob Kennedy, head of participation for Tennis West. Max Weir serving, currently up 2 breaks a serve for Cottesloe.
No, Scotty, he's probably making a joke about how North Melbourne's going to go this year or something like that, just to switch it up and have a bit of a laugh with him. And you can see them there getting a bit of the smiles on the face, and hopefully that'll turn around for him. But what do you want to see here? We've watched now 3 games. It's double breakdown for Jurie. What are you saying that he needs to do to sort of turn this one around?
I think we've touched on a few of the more strategic changes that need to happen for Jurie Terblanche. He needs to move forward. He needs to use that slice, get the ball sliding through. We're serving. Max is in his zone here at the moment. He is just playing it like it's a practice match at the moment. This is the way Max plays. He just sits in the middle of the court and really just rolls the forehand, backhands back down deep to his opponent. He's not being pressured at all. He doesn't need to go after a target. And right now, Jurie's just being moved from corner to corner and giving no different looks to Max Weir. So my advice would be start changing at pace, start chipping it around, start moving the angles short, move Max forward, and you come forward. Just a little long, but again, only missed that by a ball's length, but he's just so much in his zone right now. He's not being stretched at all, Max Weir.
He's also just okay about it. You know, he might be disappointed in himself for missing the ball, but you can see him just go, all right, I back myself. I've missed it by half the ball length, like you said. I'm ready for the next point. I know what I need to do. There's a lot of like about Jurie at the moment. He's got a bit of Alex Diminor sort of stutter about him and the way he's moving about the court, but you're right. It's a little bit reactive at the moment, a little bit defensive, just because of the way that Max is going at the moment.
See, Max again, reluctant to actually take that ball out of the air, preferred to let it bounce. With the younger generation of kids, I'll call Max a kid, he's a teenager coming through, is they have very much built their game on the 1-2 punch, the big serve and the big forehand, and they're not really moving forward traditionally, the serve and volley on grass. And again, we saw it there, just didn't want to hit the ball out of the air, wanted to let it bounce. Yeah, I like that play. He changed it around. He put it short, different slice, made Max move forward. He's uncomfortable there at the net. We've seen that in the last couple of points. Smart play. If you can continue on with that thinking, Robbie.
Well, I think it's like we talked about before. No, ideally, you don't really tell yourself very often, oh, I'm going to give him a short ball to allow him to come in, but he's got to change something there. So a little bit of off pace, all right, that's what it resulted in. So I want to see him do one or the other. Either go further back and start playing some high balls with some pace taken off, or start to do that, change it, chip it, charge it, move in. Yeah, he's got to mix it up like that, and I like it a lot.
Max Weir serving, second serve. Ball's floating just a little long. He hits that second serve as hard as he hits the first serve, Max Weir. He's not shy of going after it. Beautiful rhythm.
You can see Jurie getting upset there. I like what I see from his return. You can tell it's something that he rates himself on in his game. Seems to have some good hands. He's got some good balance as well on his return. So he obviously comes into this match going, I don't want to give any freebies away. I'm going to make him earn every point. So hopefully he can get that one back.
Beautiful deep forehand from Max Weir. Again, pushing Jurie further and further back. And it's very hard to hit balls, winners, or with any pace when you're 2.5, 3 metres back behind the baseline, Robbie.
And I think if we had one of those foot trackers at the moment, you'd be seeing Jurie sort of definitely on those backward horizontal lines at the moment compared to Max, which has just got a flat horizontal line, just moving, as I've talked about, left and right, and just in his element every time. But he's pushing Jurie back and back each time. See that ball? Again, a shorter ball, a little bit of backspin on it. Max had to come up and try to hit that ball over when he's closer to the net. Very hard shot to actually do. You can see Max just talking to himself. They're a little bit frustrated, even though he's up a double break. He's frustrated with that particular play because he's let himself down on a number of occasions, particularly around that short ball on the forehand wing. Yeah, beautiful play. Good court coverage. Great wheels from Jurie to blank. Changing it up, Robbie. I think if there's anything to take from what you're saying these last few points is we know tall guys don't like to get down low. So Jurie's got to look at what's happened here. He's put a couple of balls low. He's made him think about it. He also doesn't seem to have that off-pace forehand when that ball is below the net like you're talking about. You can't just whack a ball when it's below the net and you're at the service line. So maybe he's identifying something a little here and see if he can keep it nice and low instead of just putting in Max's zone and letting him do his thing at the back of the court. So interesting point here. Second serve, Max Weir. Again, when he gives him an opportunity to lean on that forehand, a short ball, he's going to get punished. So he's got to probably step up on that serve. I know the ball's coming down at a rate of knots, first and second serve, but I'd like to see him really start back and move forward, hit that returner serve inside the baseline, take a little bit of time away from Max Weir. Yeah, definitely give him a different look on his second serve as well. So, as you said, you might even start back and move in. You might start back and stay back. But just start to give those different looks and those different balls. I think we've identified very clearly that that change of pace needs to happen. See him further now. He's much further back than where he has been.
Just wide. Max had a good look at that. Better though.
I like what he did there. He's gone back further. I don't mind that. Go back further, but you need to change the velocity in which you hit this ball. So he looks like he's hitting it the exact same way, and all that does is, instead of keeping that ball deep or high, it's now just landing inside the service line. So he's got to be careful there, unless he's really trying to do that. I'd like to see if he's going to move back, give himself some time, he's got to really put that rip on the ball, get it high, get it deep.
Beautiful play there, Maxi Weir. If you just joined in to the Goods Property Service Tennis State League competition, round 9, UWA coming up against Cottesloe, undefeated. Number 2 on the State League ladder at the moment. My name is Brett Patton, sitting alongside Rob Kennedy, head of participation for Tennis West. Max Weir serving, all white for Cottesloe, undefeated throughout 8 rounds in singles. Overplaying that backhand, a little bit talking under his breath again here. Again, just need to keep the pressure on. When you're at 3 love and 2 breaks, and you think you're flying, but as soon as there's a little bit of scoreboard pressure, Robbie, you do start to tighten up a little.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've talked about it before, that whole, it's not a break until you hold. And so you want to keep that. Once you get that double break, it's very different. So actually solidify it here. But to Jurie's credit, he's making him earn it for sure. First time I've seen him fall back on his forehand. So you can see that front foot drop back, and there you go, we're back to 3-1.
And a break of serve back to Jurie Terblanche. Great hustle there to get a break back in the 4th game here of this first set. But he's starting to think. That's what I'd like to see. He's starting to change his game style around. He knows that if he gives a short ball off that forehand wing to Max Weir, it's not coming back. And changing the pace, changing directions, making Max think a little bit more than he was doing in the first 3 games. He's still down a break, but he's making Max work a lot harder.
Absolutely. Huge game here too. So now you've put it in your mind that I can break you. Now you've got to put it in your mind that I can hold my serve as well. And it'd be a very different change of end, just that 2-3 compared to what it could have been. So big first point here.
Terblanche serving from UWA. Overplaying. Short ball again, Robbie. Starting to see a pattern here. This probably hasn't happened to Max in the first 8 rounds. Anything short, he's starting to overplay, overhit and overthink. Terblanche serving. Down 1-3, 15 love. Loose ball error.
What do you think it is? Do you reckon he's now starting to think? Because he hasn't made Jurie actually try and pass him once here.
No.
He's either hit a winner or he's hit it long. So is he thinking, I just need to stick to my game right now, or I'm not that confident in the net? I mean, somebody's got to give, because you'd think by now he just should roll it in, at least see if Jurie can pass him, or is he just sticking to his guns that I'm in good form?
Jurie's just asked him what he thought about that forehand. Max said, I think he caught some of the line. But there's a good point you raise. I think that Max is just going to stick to his game plan. Winning form is good form. He doesn't think he needs to change too much at this stage. Just a little long. Ball and a half. Yeah, I think Max feels, yes, I dropped my serve, but got to a position of 2 breaks. I'm playing the more aggressive, younger player. I'm going to control it from the back of the court. I'll just trust my normal game plan. He needs Jurie to step up and change something. Jurie's going to the back of the court. He goes to the towel quite often. It is a tropical day out here at Cottesloe Tennis Club, part of the Goods Property Service Tennis State League competition. Overplaying, a little bit of frustration. You can see it on Max's face. Snatched at that high forehand.
He's sort of rushing a bit now. I don't think Max needs to rush so much. You know, find your rhythm back again. You came out of the blocks hot, playing really strong, coming in with that form. All right, it's slipped a little bit now. Just find that rhythm as well. Maybe not hit the lines as much. Come back to that little bit of avenue of safety.
A little come on there for Max Weir under his breath. He knows the importance of this game, of breaking back. It's not a break until you hold, Robbie Kennedy, and we see that he's just broken straight back. Max Weir, he changes ends, leading 4 games to 1. We're going to have an opportunity to talk to Goods Property Service MD, Darren Dawber, in a moment. Tell us all about the Goods Property Service. They are, of course, the naming rights sponsor for the Jasper State League competition. He's here down watching. Oh, big serve, if you don't mind, Jasper Paterson. That is about 210, straight out of the middle.
I'm going to have to look back on the Scotty Walsh replay on that one, but I heard it. I just happened to glance the other way, and I heard it was just like an absolute bullet out of a gun, that one. He's just slapped it.
Big left-hander serve. Oh, the underarm serve. He's changed it around. You wouldn't have seen... That is great play. Over the top of the outstretched arm. A little bit of arrogance just coming into the game on that court too from UWA.
I don't know what quite would have said that. They both had a smile on their face whilst that point was happening at the same time. So, interesting play, and Nick Kyrgios just sneaking into everybody's game style at the moment, isn't it? I don't know why you do it with him.
Why would you do
serve
it
like that?
Why would you go underarm? A little bit of Goran Ivanisevic about this style. Swinging lefty, coming from at least 12 and a half foot when he serves.
It's very interesting how he turns his body sort of towards us as well, instead of it really just drifting out forward. Not quite using that right into the court.
Oh, if you don't mind, and Kehane gives the big come on that backhand cross-court winner. As we switch across to court number 1, Max Weir against Jurie Terblanche from UWA in all blue. Max serving, currently 2 breaks to serve up. It was a recovery. It was a defensive chip backhand. But Jurie's got to take some confidence in that shot, Rob. The shorter ball, the slice. I know it's all he had in his repertoire because of the stretch, but he's got to start thinking that's what's winning him some points.
Yeah, he should know that if he just chases down anything at the moment, he should have that confidence that even if I just get it back, and even if it's short, I'm actually still a chance, which is interesting to say, but with the way he plays, I think that's going to give him a lot of confidence because he's very much a, scrounger at the back of the court there, and he's chasing everything down.
Overplaying again, at least 2.5, 3 metres back behind the baseline, Jurie Terblanche. Just going to get, looks like a change of racket potentially here.
I'm going to sound like he's changed his racket. That's actually the second time he's changed his racket now. He did it before. I guess my only slight criticism at the moment is I think he's still sort of forgetting that he's on a grass court. You can tell that he does a lot on the clays. He probably plays a lot on the hards as well. He's got that grip and that style, but just sort of his position in the court, the way he's hitting it, you've got to remember, you've got to change to your conditions.
Beautiful forehand down the line, Jurie Terblanche. Some contrasting styles out on both these courts. Really enjoying what we're seeing in these early stages of this tie between UWA and Cottesloe. You hear the crowd appreciating the rally that was played on court number 2 between Kehane and Paterson. We're sticking with the top court. Maxie Weir serving.
We're blessed with the slight angle that they might have actually picked up that volley, with the slight angle that we have with the camera. But yeah, you're 100%. I think all 4 players out on the court right now, very different styles in the way they're going about their games.
Beautiful hitting, but again, that short ball, and you see the frustration. Max just hitting the ball up. He knows too many unforced errors at this mid-stage of this first set. He's currently leading 4 games to 1 with 2 breaks, but just giving your opponent an opportunity to get a foot back in the door. You want to put the foot on the throat, don't you, Robbie? You don't want to give him anything right now.
Absolutely. You want to make sure you hold where you are now and go that little bit more. You don't want to give him any hope. The interesting thing is it seems like the better Jurie hits the ball, the better it comes back to him. I mean, we've alluded to it many times with this short ball, getting him the 3 points, but it's an interesting way that this is playing out. It's quite tough to read.
Overplaying the first serve. So your finger went up nice and early there, Robbie. Get you out on the lines at the Australian Open.
Just getting behind the young fella.
Yeah, beautiful, jammed him up. That was just weight of pace coming through to the forehand wing and couldn't get the racket back quick enough, Jurie Terblanche.
Yeah, not much he could do there. He had that grip still in his hand as well, so he had to stick and commit to that slice. It was a great ball with depth, pace, and it definitely caught him off guard.
James, the umpire, the official for today, just going out, having a chat about Jasper. He's looking at his front foot, saying you might be stepping on the line. Big serve down the tee from Max Weir, if you don't mind. First set across for Jasper Paterson from UWA against Adam Kehane, 6-2 on the second court. James Williams, you'll see him come into shot now. Quite a imposing figure. Has been around the official game for many, many years.
He's our head referee, actually, at the Tennis Senior State Champs as well. So make sure you get in and register. I know registration's closed pretty soon for our state championships down held at Netherlands Tennis Club this year, which is going to be an amazing event, and really looking forward to those 4 days.
Congratulations to you and Paul Moss and the Tennis Seniors Committee for getting this event up and running. It's been a very trying last 18 months trying to get these tournaments up and running because of the COVID scenario.
Yeah, it used to always have the ITF sort of accreditation to it as well, and obviously the Tennis Seniors and us at Tennis West would love that to remain, but due to COVID, it's just one of those situations that's had to be dropped off from last year and also this year. But to be able to put that state title and that state champs name still on this tournament is going to be very exciting and attract good players here in WA to come and play. They have over 200 registrations at the moment, which is fantastic, and as I said, there's still some spots to come in, and singles, doubles or mixed doubles as well.
Big serve, Max Weir from Cott. A bad bounce. Dug it out, overplaying the forehand, too long. Will you be entering in the Seniors Championships this year? It does start at the age of 30. Everyone's a senior from 30 years of age, Robbie. That's a bit of a slap in the face for you young fellas.
It means I'm definitely in as a 37-year-old myself, but yeah, no, it's interesting, and we want to attract more of those 30-year-olds to, there's some quality players out there at the moment. They're on that 30 title, and I think it's one thing to look at, and you yourself being a former world #1, it's quite a nice, prestigious thing to sort of hang on your hat. And yeah, I invite and encourage everybody to come down and get involved for what's a fun 4 days.
Beautiful stroking from the back of the court, and you can hear Jurie just with a little come on there. And a breaker serve again. Serves about going back and forth. No one's getting a rhythm. And certainly in the last 3 service games that we've seen, break, break and break. Of course, Robbie Kennedy, head of participation, he'll be down there watching some of the best over 30 players in WA. We'll open it back up to an ITF tournament, which we can get international and national players come across once we know what's happening with our borders, Robbie.
Yeah, correct, and that'll be exciting. So I think I've spoken to Paul Moss a lot. We're very excited in the committee there to have this state championship still running, and yeah, again, progress towards getting that ITF component back to it. But I still encourage everyone to come down, get involved, and enter whichever event you can, and walk away with a nice little state championship next year.
Beautifully played from Jurie Terblanche. Adds 9.5 years to your life. Do you know that, tennis?
No, I have. The Mayo study that came out, 9.5 years to your life to a tennis player. So if that doesn't encourage you to either get back into the sport or continue the sport, I don't know what will. So there's so many opportunities now for all ages, all abilities, mixed, weekends, weeknights. And it's exciting time for people to get involved, and there's just opportunities for everybody to come down and play the way that they want to play. And so, yeah, make sure you jump on the old play.tennis or get on the Tennis West website, check out our comps and leagues, and I look forward to everybody getting out on the court, and no doubt I'll be out there again soon.
Voice of Robbie Kennedy, head of participation. We're going to invite into the commentary booth the Managing Director of Goods Property Services, Darren Dawber, joining us, obviously naming right of State League, and we welcome you to the commentary booth for the very first time, and thank you for being the major sponsor, Goods Property Services, Tennis West State League. I mean, it's going global all through the West Australian live streaming. Darren, tell us a little bit about Goods Property Service.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for having me on board. Really appreciate it. And what a great day for tennis. Nice temperature, beautiful, gentle breeze, and the skill level here is amazing, isn't it?
Tell you fit right into the commentary booth there. Tell us a little bit about the business. How long you've been in business, and what do you actually do?
So Goods has been around for about 7 years. So I purchased the business a couple of years ago as Goods Plumbing and progressively expanded that to a full range of property services. So we offer a broad variety of services trades. So we have plumbing, gas, electrical, air conditioning, solar, and as of next week, gardening and landscaping as well. So predominantly most of our works, around 70%, would be residential, real estate and commercial strata, and that type of thing, preventative and reactive maintenance. So by that I mean reactive maintenance is when something breaks and we go and fix that, whether it's a blocked drain or a burst pipe or a hot water unit, something like that. And same with electrical or air conditioning. So we do full servicing on air conditioning RCDs and smoke alarms and all that sort of thing. So all the compliance checks, and yeah, full team of highly skilled tradesmen, all present perfectly so they can get the job done without making a mess, and happy customers.
And can I say that in all my experience with plumbing and gas and electricals, you've got the most attractive fleet that I've ever seen as far as your tradies out there on the roads.
Thank you, mate. We're very selective about who works for the business.
And how
strict criteria.
And how can people get in contact with Goods Property Services?
So you can go on our website, www.goodspropertyservices.com.au, or you could call us on our 1300 number. That's 1300 333 477. We have a 24-hour emergency service for anything that happens after hours, public holidays, including Christmas Day and New Year's Day. So keep that in mind, everyone, and I'm more than happy to help you out at any time.
Wonderful to hear. And of course, you're the naming rights for Tennis West State League competition this year, and we thank you for coming on board. And
super excited about that.
Enjoying your tennis out here today, some of the best players in WA?
Absolutely. I'm really surprised by the skill level, to be honest. It's the power that the guys have got in their strokes is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exceptional. So we're seeing Jurie Terblanche and Max Weir, UWA v Cottesloe. Looking forward to seeing Tim Gray and Scott Jones, the two best players in WA, following directly after this match.
Brilliant.
Beautiful, deep back behind the baseline, about 3 metres there, Maxie. What's impressed you? I mean, probably fair to say you wouldn't have seen a lot of the State League competition. Your first time down to watch the event, but you know, what has surprised you around these athletes? I mean, if you watch a lot of the ATP or the WTA, they all strike the ball the same. What's impressed you so far about these athletes?
Yeah, I think the power definitely is what shocked me about how accurately and powerfully they hit across the net, and the serving is exceptional as well, isn't it?
Oh, you can see Jasper Paterson on the court number 2. He's about 9'10" in the old scale and serving at about 220 kilometres an hour.
I think he's towering over the fence at the back there too.
Sure is. And there's another big forehand there from Max Weir again, just starting to put the foot down. The scoreboard pressure is starting to choke him a little bit. He's up 4-3 against Jurie Terblanche. And what was your sport of choice growing up?
I played a lot of tennis actually as a junior, but football was mostly what I played growing up as a young fella.
Yep.
Over in Melbourne. Hello to anyone listening from Montmorency Tennis Club.
There you go.
Where I played. But,
any big names come out of that particular club?
I don't think so. I think
Darren Dawber's it?
Yeah, that was just the one, yeah.
Big serve again, Maxie Weir straight down the tee. Who do you follow then in the football? We're very parochial over here in WA. It's a 2-horse town. You've come from a Victorian influence.
Well, Kangas are still my number one team, but I think when you live over here, you need to adopt one of the teams. So Eagles are mine.
Are they?
One at the moment, yeah.
Okay, the Chardonnay sipping, is that sort of where you sit?
Don't mind a Chardonnay now and then. Little finger out.
Yes, indeed. Darren Dawber, Managing Director of Goods Property Service, naming rights for the Tennis West State League competition. You've been joining us down here this afternoon. We've loved having you here. I know you've got another event to sneak off to, but we're thrilled that you've come down and watching the best players in WA go around. We certainly love the paraphernalia here with Goods Property Services. You can see it's all decked out here. I don't wear that shirt as well as you do.
Well, I'll tell you what though,
I need to get back to the gym.
Second.
The words of Darren Dawber will say thank you and goodbye, and look forward to seeing you throughout many more of the State League rounds.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for having me, and enjoy your call.
Darren Dawber, Managing Director for Goods Property Service, and like he said, we'll have Goods Property Service displayed up on our playback on our website. pushing through all our socials. Get down. You want a good plumber, you want a good electrician. 365 days of the year. It's wonderful to see them come on board and sponsor the WA Tennis State League as we welcome former over 55s doubles #1 player in the world, #2 player in the world, #1, Shane Smedley.
#2. Yeah.
Very hard to get to the top of the mantle, isn't it, Shane?
Well, you got there.
I did.
So it can't be that hard.
What's impressed you here so far?
I've been watching. Whilst both boys play the same, it's contrasting styles from what I can see. Max is a really an aggressive all-court player, but typically off the baseline. But you watch him move, and he's trying to get on top of the baseline all the time. And Jurie's quite the opposite. Jurie's getting forced back 2-3 metres behind the baseline. And I heard a comment on there that very, very hard to attack from back there, and he's finding that. Full credit to him to get back in and get a break of serve. But he's not going to win from that far back on the court.
Terblanche serving, UWA.
And when I mean contrasting styles, you look at their ground stroke production. Max Weir's got a very, very compact swing, so his elbows stay nice and tight, and he on his forehand it's very elbow and tight and rips the forehand through. Primed up, you think there's going to be risk there on forehand on his elbow. There's so much stress around that forehand, around that elbow joint.
The voice of Shane Smedley. Big swinging serve. Overplaying that forehand down the line. We spoke about moments ago with Rob Kennedy about unnatural for these players to want to move forward, Shane.
Yeah.
But when they find themselves in a position where they're getting outplayed in their natural game at the back of the court, they need to go to a plan B.
And it's interesting you say that.
Blank serving for UWA. Beautiful deep serve.
So Jurie has, in quite the contrast, as I was talking before about the different styles, whereas Jurie's got a really big backswing, big long backswing, and whether it's from playing on hard courts or on clay courts at UWA, so if he's got long backswing, he's got to have very quick feet, and we've seen that already. And probably the next go-to for Max. If you look at his serve, he's got to lean into the court of about 45 degrees. He's got tremendous serve and tremendous potential there to throw in a serve and volley point. Haven't seen him do that yet, and he struggled a little bit. Jurie's got back into the match, and I think he needs to start looking at maybe his serve and volley as well as a go-to, as a changer.
Watching Jasper Paterson just about to get into his rhythm from UWA. Beautiful hands for a big man. Very hard to get by, Paterson. You've been very impressed with what you've seen with Jasper.
Well, yeah. I mean, I wasn't impressed in the first service game when he hit 3 double faults and he hit his second serve as big as his first. His first serve's coming down at about 240, I think. It is massive. You watch it hit the back fence, and it's actually climbing up the back fence. And he's got a massive serve. And poor old Adam is working his butt off trying to get into these points. And if he gets into the point, he's a shot, but he's just got to get in onto the serve. And of course, what the big fella does, Jasper does, is because he's serving so big, he can take risks on return of serve then.
Absolutely. Similar game style to Ivo Karlovic, big 6'10" Croatian. Still playing into his 40s, Karlovic. Beautiful play there by
another
Kehane.
one. Yeah. Jasper have to be 6'8", wouldn't he? Have to be that big.
The old scale. I mean, you're a left-hander, you're a tall player, but the power that Jasper's generating, and certainly in your day, you're a big server, but the technology is assisting.
Oh, yeah. And technique's changed a lot too, hasn't it?
As we're cutting back to court #1, just zoning in on Max Weir as he's walking up to the net.
So if the viewers look at Max's serve, he's got a tremendous lean. He actually makes contact probably 2 metres into the court. There's a massive opportunity. He's already so far inside the court. All he needs to do is take a couple of steps forward. He's already in his first volley position on that service line there. So that's probably something he could start to develop, I think. Yeah, lovely point again there from the boy born in Pretoria, South Africa.
Hope you're enjoying what you're witnessing out here. Big server, Max Weir.
And I think Jurie's getting back into it because he's now started to realise that he can't win from so far behind the baseline. So his court position is actually closer now to the baseline than what it was before. So he's taking time away from Max's game. He's having a bit of success. He still needs to break it, otherwise he's going to lose the first set. As we say goodbye to Brett Patton, he's going to go and do his CEO duties and talk to some of the club members at Cottesloe. And welcome back, Rob Kennedy. Welcome back, Rob.
Thanks, Shane. I think Brett heard that there was some tea, coffee, and biscuits available.
He loves the scones, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he just
we've
loves
just
the
heard a
scones.
word that a tea and coffee and a biscuit is available, and he's straight away off he goes.
Have you seen him with the sausage rolls?
I haven't yet.
Oh, you wait till there's no prison when there's a sausage roll there.
Beautiful. I think that's why he's a member at so many clubs. He just gets around and loves an afternoon tea. But
you do say he's been a member of so many clubs, but I've never known him to pay for a club membership yet. He's always, his talent's always been in such high demand that he hasn't had to pay for club membership. So people invite him down and sponsor him all the time.
There's a key word I left out there, which was financial member. He's just a member. But you can hear the murmurs and the crowd. The crowd's picking up and getting behind their team out here. And I think the sun's starting to come out. It is overcast, but a little bit warmer, which is nice. That breeze is still there. And they're witnessing some good tennis out on the courts.
Yeah, well, it's probably the biggest crowd I've certainly seen at State League all year. It's a massive crowd. Cottesloe always do such a great job. Their members are here, and we're actually looking at the members. They're not actually the social playing members. It's actually people who've just come down to watch for the day.
Just being caught out there. That's the old grass court experience. So you can see that Jurie just getting caught there with the off bounce and just getting a bit low and just going into his net. Yeah, no, again, last time I was at a match with, it was Hensman versus Cottesloe, and there was even a Cottesloe crowd that had actually rocked up to Hensman at Hensman Park. So it's great to see. And as you said, it's not just the social players. There's actually people genuinely who've come down to watch the Good Property Services state grade competition. I think off the back of all the PR and the way that the matches have been spoken about, it's good that they're all getting on board and seeing some great matches out here.
Lucky. So Jurie's done a great job to get back into this set. He was out of it early, wasn't he? And he's changed his game. I was saying to Brett on air a little while ago that he got forced so far behind the back court that he was never going to win from back there. And he started to realise he's got to get closer in the court. And what he's done, he's started to take a bit of time away from Max. So Max is getting a bit frustrated and overplaying some of these balls now. And of course, Max hits the ball so flat with so little spin that they are carrying the baseline now.
Jurie to serve in the net, second serve. There's great depth there, but then, yeah, as you said, he has changed it up, which is a credit to him. And it's interesting that you mentioned the flat. I've been walking behind the crowd that are here and some of the older members and actually making mention of how flat the ball has been hit out there. It's I guess, the way the game is changing a little bit, that flat, hard ball from the back of the court. But, yeah, you're right. Jurie needs to continue to change up that pace and move Max around that court, not let him just go side to side and get that ball where he wants it to be.
Yeah, love. Oh, did you turn? He turned his head pretty quick on that one, didn't he?
He did, but I'm happy to see that. That's the routine that we see as grass court 101. Get that short ball, rob that forehand cross court, came in, just decided to take a bit of pace off that volley. That's what we want to see. Again, mix that ball up, have that ability to come to the net and be confident whilst you're there.
So Jurie's shown some great maturity to be able to turn his game around. He was out of it, and he's actually started to work his way through it. So that shows great maturity out there.
Just long.
Yeah, there's another example of it, isn't it? Jurie's starting to push closer up on the baseline now. Max is getting a little bit more frustrated. Just doesn't have the time now. And, of course, that slap forehand down the line, it just keeps on travelling.
Yeah, I think if we go back to earlier in the match, Jurie was trying to match him pace for pace and probably giving away too many of those unforced errors. If I'm him right now, I'm saying, you know what? I'm going to put every ball in. Beat me.
Because make him hit another one. Yeah. Make him hit another one.
Max has the ability to obviously do it and hit the winners, and we've seen him do it, but at the moment he hasn't quite. He's lost a little bit of it as well. So I'd be making him beat me all day today. That's a great shot. That's a great shot, but I'm okay with that. And I think that was the first example that we've seen from Jurie there. He really actually took a bit of pace, actually added a bit of height to that forehand as well. Okay, had to, counter punch a bit from the back of the court. But if you're going to tell Max to hit balls like that to get the win, I'm okay with that if I'm Jurie right now.
Yeah, agreed.
I think he's identified very clearly as we switch over to court 2 now. Jasper Paterson versus Adam Kehane. It's Jasper Paterson taking the first set.
Adams has worked his way back into the match. Just enjoying watching Jasper serve. So you watch his second serve. His second serve probably takes about 5 Ks off it. So he's probably hitting that at about 225. But of course, live by the sword, die by the sword, and he does a lot of double faults. But if he gets his serve in, most of the time it's unplayable. So Adam's not really getting a look at a lot of points here. He's just got to really rely on, if he does get a second serve or gets the ball that he can get back into play, then build the point from there.
That's a great shot.
Great ball.
You hear the excitement on Adam's voice there, and he's really, like you mentioned before, he's worked his way back into this. He was getting upset and frustrated in that first set.
He was, yeah.
I think he knows he was missing a few balls that he normally wouldn't miss, and he knows, like you said before, he doesn't get many looks at it, especially on Jasper's serve. So when he does, he wants to make it count. And I think he's starting to do that a bit more here in this second set. If he can push it to that third set tiebreaker, it could be anyone's match as we cut back to that first court. Max Weir serving 6-5.
Serving for the set. Yeah, lovely point. So Jurie would be disappointed there because he worked really, really hard to get back into 5-all. Played a pretty solid service game, but end of the day, drop serve. So now we've got Max serving for the set, and he's going to reload and set himself again to try to play another great game and break. But I was looking at the stroke production on Max's forehand. It's very unusual. It's really just speed around the elbow. There's no speed around the shoulder. It's just purely around the elbow. So it's a real whippy action. And of course, what it does, it creates so much racket-head speed in a short space of time.
Some great insights from Shane Smedley as we serve here. 15 love.
Yeah, got off the hook then. He had a chance there.
I think that's the one that we've talked about before. He doesn't need to do that.
No.
Put that ball back in the court. Yes, Max has hit a great ball. He's pushed you out the side. You've had to result to going to your forehand slice. But put it in and make Max beat you. Don't give that one away.
It's the old red light ball, isn't it? It's not an attacking shot. You've got to get back into the point and get yourself balanced on court again.
30 love.
Yeah, lovely serve. Big serve.
So he's got 3 set points in now. To his credit, great serve there. Really bodied him up. You could see him squeeze him there on that backhand side, and it was just a little bit too much heat for Jurie there.
So I'm sure his coach should be looking at you watch his angle on serve. He makes contact probably 1.5 meters, 2 metres into the court. For me, that's a natural serve for a serving volleyer. He takes 2 steps. He's inside the service line.
40 love. 3 set points. Just long. Is to get the matches back at 1 set all.
Well, he's gone big for the second. Got away with it. Second serve. Let. And I mean, if you've got a serve you're trying to model an all-court game on, and you want to serve and volley, this is the serve you want to be coming in behind because it is big. First and second serve are both big.
Absolutely. wow. Great forehand. So 7-5 there now to Max Weir, taking the first set for Cottesloe to level up today's match between Cottesloe and UWA, 1 set apiece. Very topsy-turvy set we saw. We saw Max get out to an early start. We saw Jurie find a way to get back into the match and get it to 5-all, but Max finding a way to get those next 2 games. What did you like from Max's game in that first set?
I like the fact that he stuck to his game plan. I'm a little bit disappointed for the young boy from South Africa because I think that he did all the hard work to get back into it, and it was a crucial game serving at the southern end of the court and didn't play a great game. And Max came up with a couple of big shots, of course, like he does in every game, but he sort of dropped that service gun. He was under pressure again. All you needed is to hold serve there and maybe take it to a tiebreaker. So there's a lot to like about what he's doing. He's just got to keep doing what he's doing now. He doesn't want to go back and be in that defensive mindset where he gets pushed so far back.
Words from Shane Smedley there. My name's Rob Kennedy. We're down at Cottesloe Tennis Club for Cottesloe versus UWA in our Good Property Services State Grade competition. Currently watching on Court 2, and we're here now. So as both matches now are at that sort of 1 set to love, we start getting that tight factor where we start thinking about second sets. What's your thought process around the 10-point tiebreaker as the third set? Where do you sit on that?
Well, I'm a traditionalist, so I love watching Test cricket. And the 2020 does my head in a little bit because you start to see things that a traditionalist wouldn't like to see. From a tennis point of view, I like it because it brings the game to a conclusion quicker. And I think that the biggest problem we've had in State League over the years is that we struggle to get a result a lot of the time in summer. And especially that's why we always used to play finals starting half an hour earlier because of that. I like it because it resets and it takes them. And it's really a leveler for both players. You could win that set 6-love, but all of a sudden it's a match tiebreaker. So the guys drop the set 6-love, it's even Stevens again. And so I do like that, and it's a real shootout, yeah.
Fantastic. As we're over on Court 2, so Adam Kehane turned this match around. He's up a break 5-2. So Jasper Paterson serving to stay in this second set. We're down his end, so we get to have a good look at this big left arm serve.
It's just such a smooth action. And the viewers look at his second serve. It's nearly as big as his first. He's got great forward lean drive into the court. Just nice and relaxed.
Yep.
He lives and dies on that second serve, doesn't he? If it goes in, great, he's nearly unplayable. If it doesn't, it gives Adam a chance. It's a big serve.
That's what we like to see. It's what we like to see from the tall left-hander. So he's using that second serve and volley, big structure as well. Big stature at the net.
Yeah, and he's there, and he actually moves very well laterally. So he's covering, and then he gets back on a smash. It's hard to lob.
15-love. Big serve down the table.
And it can be so frustrating for Adam because he all of a sudden gets a sniff, and this next serve just blows straight past him. So it can be so you just got to. It's a bit like when you see the big servers on tour and you get blown away on serve. You just got to, the top players will just understand you're going to get ace, understand you're going to get blown by a few times. But you just got to wait for the right opportunity, wait for an opportunity.
30-love. Took a bit of pace off that one, sort of dropped it into the net. He tends to throw his ball toss a little bit out to the left instead of really utilising that into the court, but hard to critique his serve. Tough pick up there. Well done, Adam. It's very Goran even is the best.
Yeah, it isn't it? Yeah.
Goran, yeah. Wimbledon finals when Goran was just serving down aces all day, and Pat just trying to dig in there.
Trying to get into the point. I mean, you saw there, Adam just got the ball back over the net, and on a grass court, a low half volley, tough shot. Yeah, unfortunate.
40-15.
It's just a time when you've just got to make the big serve and volley or play another ball.
Rob Kennedy, Shane Smedley down here at Cottesloe Tennis Club for the Good Property Services State Grade competition, UWA versus Cottesloe. We're out on Court 2 thanks to Scotty Walsh Media. Serving 40-15, down 2-5 in the second set, but up a set. Justin Paterson just putting that one in the net now.
Yeah, I'd like to see his ace double fault count. Shame we haven't got a statistician here because I think that you'd probably find that there'd be as many double faults as there are aces. that's
great
a lovely
reach.
point. That's a lovely point.
Adam Kehane just down at the moment, grabbing at that hamstring.
Yeah, low down that right hamstring there. Maybe it's just his pride that took a fall more than anything else, I think
he's okay. He's done well to get that ball back. But, yeah, great serve and great volley put out there. The score goes now to 5-3. Adam Kehane with a chance to serve for that second set. I think he's all right. Jurie's over there. Good sportsmanship from the two teams today. We've seen great sportsmanship, I think, across both our men's and women's state grade competitions this year.
Yeah, it's been a recurring theme all year. I've seen no issues around line calls, no issues around balls on court. A far cry from the days that certainly when I was playing. It was dog eat dog out there when I was playing.
You beat me to it. I was going to mention it's a nice change from the maybe slightly over competitiveness we had back in our day, and we can't shy away from our efforts in that one as well. I remember as a young fella coming up against Shane Smedley, you knew it was always going to be a tough one.
He looks like
I don't know if I recognise you without the zinc, but yeah, always remembered those good days out on court. So Adam Kehane with a chance here, serving 3-5, down a set, with a chance to take it to a 10-point tiebreaker for the third.
It's actually high quality tennis there. I mean, Adam's doing nothing wrong at all, and despite the fact that Jasper's got these two patella tendon straps on both knees, doesn't seem to be inhibited by his movement at all. He seems to float around the court a bit like Marat Safin used to.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot. It's amazing how the structure of a player has changed in tennis over the years, and the mobility now of those taller athletes, not only in AFL, but also we see here in tennis. The way they get around the court is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you used to sort of see a tall player and go, all right, great, all I've got to do is move him around, and I'm okay.
What you mean.
We don't see that as much anymore. And Kehane serving here for the second set to take it to a 10-point super. Oh, great volley.
That's a beautiful point. See, he's silky smooth on court. And he reminds me, are you old enough to know Miroslav Machia, the big cat? Mate, Miroslav, you just keep eating your biscuit, Robbie. That's okay. I'll talk over that for a little while. Miroslav Machia was one of the greatest movers on court, and he was silky smooth, same as Marat Safin, both tall players. And Jasper's got a bit of that about him. It's just doesn't seem to be rushed, seems to get to everything. I mean, it's obviously big at 6'8", so it makes things a little bit easier for him. How's that biscuit going? You got through it yet?
Oh, mate, that was some fantastic teamwork in the box just then.
I've got your back.
I'll just remove that bus that's just run over me. More importantly, Adam Kehane out there serving for the second set down here at Cottesloe. You'll hear this crowd. It's a fantastic crowd down here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Thanks to Scotty Walsh Media bringing you the good property services state grade competition. But, yeah, good hospitality. The biscuit went down very nicely. And we can see now a couple of coaches out on the court, team members out there, Scott Jones and I think that's Tim Gray.
It's got tight in this court. Adam's serving to take this set here, so it's got really tight out there. So he really needs some quality first serves. He's got another very nice service action, hasn't he? He's abbreviated backswing, so it's not the full cycle of the arms. It's nice and abbreviated. But we saw that lefty slice breaking serve out wide. And despite the reach of Jasper Paterson, he couldn't get to it. Great serve.
Yeah, I think the ability to take the pace and use that wide lefty serve is not used enough in today's tennis.
Oh, it's used by the lefties. That's a lovely point. So it's going to get pretty tight on this court here, pretty tight on this service game. I think Jasper fancies himself for a break. Is he going to go for the slice serve wide again, the breaking serve, or is he going to flatten out and go down the middle?
If it was me, I'm going wide. He's going pace, but he's going wide. There he goes.
Yeah, got a free point. That'll be game.
So that's the hold, and he's taken the second set now. So we're moving into a 10-point tiebreaker for the third set over there.
Who's your money on in a 10-point tiebreaker when you've got a guy serving bombs at double faults? Who's your money on?
If I'm a betting man, which I'm not when it comes to tennis, of course, but yeah, you usually do back in the big server.
No, you got to back the big server.
I think the 10-point though makes it
it's
a little bit longer,
a bit longer than the 12-point, yeah, first to 7. They call it a 12-point tiebreaker, but it's first to 7, yeah. Correct. So 10-point goes obviously a little bit longer.
But no, I think Scotty Jones was sitting out there now, and they've both got someone in the air. Tim Gray's out there and Scott Jones. I think, what do you think they'll be saying to each other out there?
Well, I think whatever Scotty said, whatever Scotty's put in his waters worked, because Adams turned the game around completely. He was blown off that court in that first set. We saw Scotty go and join that sit down on the sidelines there, as they do on State League when you can have a player out there with you. And he sort of settled Adam down, and Adams found a way to get back into it and doing a great job. But he's going to know now that he's going to have to hold all his points on serve, because if he drops a point on serve, he's in trouble here. So he's got to hit first serves, and he can't afford to make any unforced errors, whereas Jasper's just going to keep on swinging. He's just going to go big.
Fantastic insights from Shane Smedley. My name's Rob Kennedy. We're down here at Cottesloe Tennis Club, thanks to Scotty Walsh Media and the Good Property Services State Grade competition. But you're 100% spot on. I'm looking forward to this 10-point super. And as we cut back now, just to court one. We'll make sure we cut back over now to court 2 for this first rubber. The number 4 matches. So Adam Kehane versus Jasper Paterson. About to go and play a 10-point super for the third set. Jasper Paterson to serve.
Yeah, I think he was a bit generous on that serve. It looked a bit long, but when the ball's travelling that fast, it's pretty hard to pick it up. And again, it goes to what you were saying before about the quality of the sportsmanship out there. If you're playing a match and you can't call the ball out, you've got to call the ball in.
No, very good point. I think Adam just got to stay calm. Big first point here. Keep it staying on serve. No mini break. Up 1.
He'll be disappointed with that, because he took a bit of pace off his first serve to get the ball in, to set himself up to win the first point on serve, and just overplayed a forehand. It was quite a loose forehand in the end. Didn't really do much with it at all, so he'll be disappointed with that.
0-2.
Yeah, I like to see that. I mean, that's a quality point from the big fella there. Chipped the returner serve, took it early, and of course Adam's taken some pace off that serve for whatever reason, I'm not sure, but he took some pace off. Jasper saw it, chipped the ball, came in, and again he had a nice put-away volley. He's got good hands at the net.
3 love now. Now has the mini double break. I think Adam's going to just forget about it now and just do his best to get the return back and play out the point from there. Second serve.
So I think when you're Adam, if you've got to try and put him off his rhythm on his second serve particularly. So you've got to change position on the baseline, try to read what he's doing, maybe gamble a little bit.
That's well played. That's what you want to see from a serving volleyer. Well done to Adam to make him play, but that's fantastic tennis by Jasper, and he's up 4 love now. Again, like we alluded to before, the old 12-point tiebreaker to 7, you'd be in a very confident position now.
A lot of trouble now, yeah.
There's a lot of tennis still to play. Anything can happen. You get this 1 point here, things can change very quickly.
Jasper looking for a big first serve. Yeah, it was long, about a metre. Oh, he had it too, didn't he? Had it too.
Tennis is an interesting game, isn't it? You make that ball there, you don't give away that loose forehand before, and we're looking at a very different situation. Yeah. Right now, we're staring down love 5. He's got to find a way to get the must-win point.
And it's those players who can play free under pressure. They are the players who typically do well, don't get constrained by the pressure of the situation. Play through a process rather than playing to a result.
I know it's early days, love 5, but you nearly call this a mini match point, this one. He's got to get this point and change ends at 1-5.
Yep, he hasn't won a point on serve yet, has he? He hasn't won a point at all yet. Oh, lovely serve. He's on the board. The players will change ends now. So he's 1-5 with another serve to come. Yeah, I don't see Jasper limited by the knee braces he's got on. He doesn't seem to be sort of struggling with his walking gait. Doesn't seem to be sort of wincing in pain at all. So maybe it's precautionary. Typically, the tall boys will have problems with knees because their muscles and their levers are so much longer and they develop later. So it's not unusual to see the tall guys have knee problems.
No, the mobility's definitely there in his game. Another must-win point. He's got to put the pressure back on Jasper's serve.
He must win this point. He's got to win this point.
We've talked a lot about having, nearly 2 first serves. I tell you what, if the pressure comes on, 2 first serves can get a little bit tight. When you don't have that trusty kicker to go to, anything can happen here. But he's got to take this point.
Yeah, agreed. So he's going to have to make a decision. Is he going to go big and hope he gets his first serve in, or is he going to just make sure he gets the first serve in so he can build a point with that? Yeah, lovely point from Adam Kehane there.
Great tennis there, like you talked about. Got that first serve in, put a little bit behind it, as a lefty normally does, or any player really. Looked to get around, played a nice, strong inside-out forehand, trusted himself, came in. So it gives him a little bit more confidence here. If he can get this first point here, pressure's really back on.
He's just got to make an impact on this serve, this big Jasper Paterson serve. A free point on serve where he hits a double fault will give him a bit of confidence again and bring it back into it. 5-2.
I tell you what, he's had a warning on that front foot, and he's very much stepping on that line.
Oh, he is, definitely. Oh, he's got that. Lovely shot.
Hand up, obviously, for good sportsmanship. It did catch the net as it went past him, but 5-3 now.
Yeah, you're right, because there's not having a chair umpire. A chair umpire would call that. A chair umpire or a linesman will call that. We don't have linesmen or chair umpires until finals. But he is on top of that baseline, isn't he? Yeah.
James Williams did go out and talk to him before. I'm surprised he's not going out again. 5-3.
Oh, that was
a great pickup.
Great point from both players there.
Yeah, Adam's got to be okay with that one.
Yeah,
he made him bend, and it was a fantastic half volley pickup.
Both players played good volleys then. So 3-6?
3-6, correct. Adam serving 3-6.
He must win both these serves now.
Just long.
I'd love to see Jasper chip charge on this one. Here he comes. Oh, unlucky. Well, it was a charge.
Punch charge.
It was a charge. It wasn't a chip charge.
Yeah.
He actually drove that off the short backswing. But I like that. And he missed that volley.
He has been looking to take that return off the second serve in quite early. It was interesting to see there. I don't know if he had it as a pre-plan to actually follow it, but once he realised it got him out of pace, he goes, "No, I'm coming in. I'm going to make him pass me." It was a good move.
So 4-6. Oh, he's back in. He's won both points on serve. Done a good job to get back in this. He was down 5-0. Now he's down 6-5. But of course, Jasper's still got 2 serves to come. So he's got to get one of these 2. That's got to be his aim. One of these 2. 6-5. The boys will play 1 point and they'll change ends after every 6, so 12 points. Oh, lovely point. Oh, 6-6. And they'll change now. Jasper will walk the long walk back and get his tower. Adam's done the same. They got 6-6. Well, he's done a great job. Anybody's game now.
He really has, and he's been able to forget what happened at the start, turn things around. It's a crazy game, this one, and things can change very quickly. So we've got a 6-6 now, and as we said, this is where you can have a big serve, and as much as it's a nice weapon to get you out of trouble, let's see if it can hold up with this little bit of pressure.
Yeah, and I think Jasper's just got to keep on doing what he's doing. I mean, the arm span that he's got at the net there, and he actually has very good hands. His reflexes are very good, as you'd expect for a young fella. He's just got to keep on doing what he's doing because Adam's had to hit real quality to get back into this, and that's a tough way to win matches, isn't it? To be hitting passing shots all day. So 6-6, 1 serve from Jasper to come to the forehand side. Yeah, serve looked long. He's played it.
That did look long when he's played that.
Long. He's played it, yeah.
That's all right.
And I think it was probably 15 centimetres long. Would have been out of my day. No question there. Would have been definitely out in Brett Patton's day.
He's had a look over at Scott Jones, and I think Scotty's given him the nod.
Yeah, didn't call that one. So we got 6-7 on serve. First to 10 points, remember, for this third set, deciding third set. Be interesting to see if Adam misses his first serve. Is Jasper going to run the gauntlet again and take that ball early and try and get in? Oh, that's a big shot. That is a huge shot on a low ball forehand when he's stretched wide, hit over the high part of the net, short part of the court, and to thread that needle there, it's a big point.
I'm pretty sure if Adam got that ball back again and he goes in that slice position, that's moving off the court, out wide, making Jasper run to his backhand. Kind of just put it back there. So whether he thought he was going to be able to get it behind him or not, I think he wishes he'd have that one back again. 6-8 though. Great serve. Great serve.
Point. Well, he's hurt his knee then. That's what we've been talking about earlier. He didn't like that.
Cramp? I think it might just be cramp.
Cramp? Oh, let's hope it's just that. It's unusual to see two lefties play each other too, isn't it? You don't see that very often.
Takes you anyway. Being a lefty myself.
Well, it changes your play patterns, doesn't it?
You always think you have tennis 101 as a lefty. You know the pattern that you want to play that you allude to there, and it definitely does change your patterns. And I think that might have been one of those ones for Adam. You know, we like to slice down the line to a right-hander's backhand. Just got to remember who you're playing against.
To his forehand, yeah.
I think he's got that.
Another one.
8-8.
Oh, who's tie break now? Still going for the big fella.
Whoever wins this point.
Oh, that's sitting on the fence.
He's just pushed it.
Yeah, it's a tough game to keep on hitting passing shots for winners all day. That's match point.
We've talked about it a lot, though. That's that one where Adam goes, you know what? I got myself in the point.
Yes.
I wanted to make him win it. He ended up pushing that forehand a little bit long. Again, he's going to make sure if he gets that return back, he's going to want to make sure he makes him earn it, doesn't just give it away. Here we go, match point. Making Adam wait.
Oh, he's cramping. He needs to get through one more point, make a quality return, come in behind it, watch the ball sail past him into the fence, and he's won the match. Oh, a lovely point. Lovely point. Adam loves that. Signals to his team on the sidelines. Big support from his team on the sidelines here. 9-all.
9-all. It's been some great tennis back and forth. We expected what we're seeing. You know, that big serve. Can he get it back in play? Can we force the point to go that little bit longer? Adam trying to make that point go as long as he can. Jasper looking to impose himself at the net. If he doesn't get the advantage off the serve, he's looking to make sure that he's really that strong figure at the net. So
you're right. It's high
quality,
isn't it? High quality, different styles. And now, of course, there's 9-all, 18 points, multiple of 6, so the players changing again. And now someone's got to win by a margin of 2.
Going down, he's smashing that Gatorade back. He might just be cramping a little bit.
Well,
probably having someone give him a little shot of pickle juice, maybe.
Oh, that was it, the green pickle juice? The AFL footballers take it all the time, don't they, when they're in trouble?
Right now, this is a massive point. 9-all. This sets the tone for the day. If UWA can get that first rubber and put a bit of pressure on Cottesloe, they come in undefeated, sitting second on the table.
Well,
so
it's on the record of Adam here. If he can win this point. And he comes. Oh, he's come up with some quality, hasn't he? Dipping forehand ball to the low forehand volley.
I liked how they both played that. Jasper took a bit of pace off his approach there, gave it a bit of height, gave himself that time to get into the net. Sometimes people just try to hit it too hard. And actually what that does is take the time away from you.
Yes.
But Adam was onto it, allowed it to dip, made him bend. He wasn't able to pick that one up. And again, we see him stretching out that cramp. I'm assuming it's on that right calf, the way that he's stretching now.
And as we know, cramps don't go away, do they? You know, it takes some time. You've got to get your fluids back up. You've got to get your minerals back up. And he's got to see himself through this. He's got to focus on the point, though. He's down match point now.
First match point, Adam Kehane.
Now here's the pressure. Oh, he's cramped when he pushed off on that serve there. Second serve.
There it is. There it is. Fantastic play by Adam Kehane, taking that first match. Well done. Went down in that first set, was able to pull back and take the second, and then getting that super tiebreaker now 11-9. Cottesloe going up 1-0 in this match between Cottesloe and UWA down at Cottesloe Tennis Club, thanks to Good Property Service State Grade competition. I'm sitting here with Shane Smedley. What did you see there in that 10-point tiebreaker before we cross back to court number 1?
Yeah, I think the big fella, Jasper Paterson, will be really disappointed. Loss of conditioning at the end probably had a big impact. We saw him cramp up 3 or 4 times in that match tiebreak. I mean, it's not a hot day, so it's a bit surprising. Maybe didn't prepare as well as he probably could have. I don't know whether he's got any history of that sort of thing, but it certainly had an impact on him, and he was just a little bit slow in those last couple of closing steps. But hell of a job by Adam Kehane, because I mean he wasn't in that, and whatever Scotty said to him has worked, because he's won a match from a position I couldn't see him winning.
Fantastic. Insights there from Shane Smedley. My name's Rob Kennedy, Head of Tennis Development for the North in Tennis West. We're down here thanks to Scotty Walsh Media. The match between Cottesloe and UWA. Cottesloe just getting the first rubber from the number 4 match thanks to Adam Kehane. We're cutting back now to court number 1 between Max Weir and Jurie Terblanche. Max Weir taking the first set 7-5, and we sit here now with him serving upper break 3-2.
Yeah, it's going to take us a while to pick up what how the trends in this match going, because we've been focused on court 2 and that tremendously exciting match tiebreak there. So it'll be interesting to see. It looks like the set's pretty tight. Mind you, having said that, Max is up a break, so you know he could open this set up if he can hold his serve here.
Just long. 30 love. No, I think you're spot on. I think from what we've seen, you're right. We've been focusing a little bit on that second court, but we've seen that Max has maybe just had that little bit too much over the top of Jurie. Jurie has tried to change things up as this match has gone on, but that big hitting flat ball with that pace at the baseline just seems to just give him the edge at the moment.
Just one of our exuberant club members just come into the box. He's only 3 years old, but bless him.
30 love. Yeah, just getting down low. Again, that pace, just catching him off guard with that depth and pace. Jurie tried to get down to it, but wasn't able to get himself in the right position. 40 love, Max Weir to go up 4-2.
Yeah, it looks like Jurie's finding himself a little bit further back again. He sort of looks like he's well behind on the back court there. So we may see that he's sort of gone back to what he was doing in that first set. Be interesting to have a look at. Because as you know, when you're playing tight matches, you're mentally exhausted when you finish a match. Yeah. Well, you should be mentally exhausted when you're finishing a match, because so much concentration goes in it to make sure you block out all the white noise around you. And so it'll be interesting to see whether he's still maintaining what he was trying to work on before.
40-15. Adam Kehane just getting a clap from the Cottesloe members here as he walks off to put them up 1-0. Great support from the club members down here, getting a round of applause. And as you've alluded to before, it's not just the social players. We've got many people down here watching the Good Property Services state grade competition down here. The bar is open. The test match is over, so there's no excuse to not come down and watch some quality tennis to round out before we get to Christmas.
Did you watch the test match today?
I did have it on. No, I did have it on in the background whilst taking care of my son. It was a great win by the Aussies, and just getting ready for this afternoon.
All the damage was done when they removed Root and Milan, wasn't it? Once that was done, it was all over after that.
WA's Cameron Green taking the wicket there of Joe Root. We're back here now, 40-15, Max Weir. I love that scramble at the back of the court.
Yes.
It's probably the first time I've really seen Jurie step across and cut that angle off on his backhand. He did it twice and it looked very nice. We're right next to it as he was doing that. So maybe Max's ball getting a little bit shorter, maybe a little bit less pace than where he had at the start of the match. If Jurie can look to make sure he uses those forward diagonals rather than that slightly falling back, maybe that'll just put a little bit of pressure on Max here.
And I think also Jurie's case has been helped by the fact that the sea breeze is in and it's blowing down court, so that ball's coming up a little bit shorter from Max.
First serve in the net, 40-30, chance to go up 4-2. Lovely ball down the line and shorter, so it caught him off guard. We talked a lot about that horizontal movement, that one there, getting it in a little bit shorter, a little bit lower. Personally, I would have liked to have seen Max be a bit more aggressive off that backhand before. He sort of just put it back in play, didn't really look to hit it. He's been hitting it well down the line and getting some winners or looking to come in. He just kind of put it back in the court. So maybe it's a sign of a little bit of pressure.
Maybe a little bit of loss of condition, maybe also the fact that I don't think he's an instinctive serve and volleyer, and so he doesn't instinctively move forward. You know, if someone was a serve and volley, they'd be taking that ball in the angle and moving forward as well.
Or just pulling that backhand. As I said, he's been hitting that ball well down the line. It's interesting in the last couple of backhands he's now pulled across court. So a chance here to break and bring it back to 3-all.
Yeah, so when Max is attacking and looking to create opportunity, he's hitting ground strokes, and he's not looking to set the ball up for a volley. He's looking to win the ball off the ground stroke. So it tells me he's not an instinctive volleyer, and so that changes his movement patterns across the baseline as well. Yeah, big serve to save the break point there.
Big serve.
That was a big point.
Big serve down the tee. Jurie going to be a little bit disappointed because he was there to play sort of forehand slice return. He was there and he's put a lot of them in. I think a big part of his game is his return. He looks quite solid on the return.
Yeah, he just feathers that forehand, doesn't he? Gets him into the point, especially against a big server. That's the key.
Juice now. See, that's that one where he gets caught out. So he's got to reposition himself off that ball. It was a great deep ball from Max. You'd think by now maybe that pace of the game you'd be up with it a bit. Just getting a little bit trapped, coming straight back to the middle of the baseline and then being caught on his back foot.
Yeah, spot on. I mean, he hit that ball 3 metres behind the baseline and was falling backwards. So there was every chance the ball was going to come up short. He's had some really good success hitting the ball strong and hard down the line, though, because Max moves laterally, but he doesn't move forward laterally. So he's getting the ball short, and he's getting the ball at full stretch and very low. Big serve to hold there.
Yeah, beautiful flat serve out wide. You had to have a look at it, but he nodded it. I think it was quite close, and I think it's caught the line. He's given it the nod. So 4-2 now, Max Weir. But again, Jurie having some break points there. He's now got to sort of just forget about it. The most important job right now is getting this first point, putting the pressure always back on Max to have to hold to get this match.
Yep. He'll be disappointed.
Just wide.
He'll be disappointed having a break point there, but he's got to pat himself on the back. Say, great job. Now I've got to hold serve. Let me hold serve first. Let's work through this one, and then I can have another go.
Oh, if you don't mind. Oh,
Yeah, he
actually,
missed
he's
it.
called that out wide.
Yeah.
There was a couple of beautiful points there and chase downs. I think a couple of times now, again, there's that short ball where if Max isn't just moving across to his side, getting that ball where he wants, he does get that little bit of a miss hit. So it did carry. I thought it dipped on me.
So Max is moving laterally, pretty much in a straight line across. So what he's doing, he's getting a lot of balls where he's at full stretch, and he's trying to really increase his racket speed to get some penetration on it. Tough way to play that.
Okay, so Lisa, I like that he's moved in there.
Good.
He's identified it. If I was going to walk away from this match, it's probably working with the likes of Simon Harper out at UWA. I would actually come back to that point and have a look at it. Great forehand. You've pushed Max wide. You've identified that he's gone into a defensive mindset. Come in. I reckon 9 times out of 10, if you practice there, you're making that volley every day.
Yeah, to me, he doesn't look like an instinctive volleyer, though. And it wasn't firm on his wrist. He didn't push through the line of the ball, and the ball just sort of dribbled off his racket. He'll be disappointed with that, but didn't look like a natural stroke. So a bit of work to be done there.
30 all. Oh, that again. Brett Patton was talking about it earlier. That short ball. He's going to be disappointed at how he's tried to play that short ball today. Again, Jurie's got to identify that. He's got to be careful just putting that ball in his zone. Look to move him. Look to get him out of his areas where he doesn't want to be playing the ball. But 40-30, a chance to put the pressure back on. just putting that back in.
Yeah. And again, it's what we've talked about so many times during this match. He made contact with that 3 metres behind the baseline. It's a long stroke to get the ball back deep from there.
Haven't seen much slice today, especially off the backhand side. I would have liked to have seen there. You've got Max back in the court, change the pace, come across into a nice defensive slice. A little bit of Ash Barty, how we know she mixes up her pace of the ball. But maybe just a slice there again. Keep it low on Max. Don't get that ball on his slot. We've got Juice now.
You don't see too many double-handed backhand players hit slice comfortably. The good ones do.
Ooh, just whipping that ball in the net. Opportunity there now. Opportunity to hold and really apply some pressure backs on Max's.
See, in the days when you were playing or Brett was playing, as guys who were comfortable moving forward, you'd take that off in the slice forehand, you'd feather the ball back deep into the backhand corner and take the net position. Whereas Max has tried to hit a winner from about shin height. A tough spot from there.
I think for me, it was especially when somebody was maybe outplaying me at the back of the court. So if we're getting into a baseline to baseline rally and I feel like that player's a little bit on top, straight away I'm thinking, well, I need to be the one to change up the pace. I need to be the one to do something different because this just isn't working right now.
Always change a losing game, never change a winning game. Yeah, ball across the back of the court, so Max has just got a hold in play, so they'll replay the point.
You're listening to Shane Smedley. My name's Rob Kennedy. We're sitting down here thanks to Scotty Walsh Media at Cottesloe Tennis Club for the Goods Property Services State Grade competition between Cottesloe and UWA. Currently, Cottesloe leading 1 game, 1 rubber to love. And we're here on court 1. Just a let. Jurie Terblanche here serving against Max Weir. He's down a break, 2-4. Just wide.
He's a bit unlucky there because he played that point where he takes him wide of court, and again we saw Max track beautifully sideways, but if he'd had to make contact with the ball, it would have been really low. Would have needed a slice forward to get the ball back over.
Back to Juice now. Max looking to get this break for a double break and be able to serve for the match at 5-2. Definitely will be that little bit of ease of pressure if he can. Whipping that forehand of the net. Good point.
Yeah,
Nice.
great,
The boys understand the situation and where we are in this match. Grinding out the baseline. You can hear the tension behind. We're not hearing the crowd as much behind us. Everyone knows that this is quite an important game. You tend to think if Max gets this game, it could be game over. But to Jurie's credit, he's really hanging in here.
Well, he played a great counter-punching point that point. Max had the ball on the string, really was attacking. But again, if he'd hit one of those short balls and gone forward and finished off of the net, it might have been a different result. Yeah, well done.
So just long there, he's put the pressure on. Well done to Jurie as they cross ends now. Max Weir up, still a break, 4-3 in this second set.
He'll fancy himself here, Jurie.
So we've just cut over to court 2 now for the new match. The number 3s that are out there now, Sam English versus Jay Fairclough. Sam English stepping up into that number 3 spot today with Will Hahn not being here. And Jay, we know the brother of Lily Fairclough, she finished out her match yesterday at number 1. Well done at Hensman Park. What have you seen of it? Do you know much about Sam English or Jay's game?
No, other than the fact that Sam's another really, really tall boy. So I'll be interested to see what his serve looks like. Typically the tall guys have great serves.
Just putting that one in the net down the line. I was very impressed by Sam's game. I was lucky enough the last game I commentated thanks to the Scotty Walsh Media. Good Property Services State Grade competition was against Hensman Park. Played a fantastic match down there and really set the tone, stepping on in that number 4 spot. He has to step up today with a bit of a change to their lineup. Again, tall in structure, but good mobility.
Okay.
Works his way around the court. Again, that looks for that serve +1 sort of style game, but at the same time knows how to change up the pace, and I was impressed by what I saw.
Yeah, Sam's bio tells us he's 6'4", so he's a big boy. Very lean.
We just have a look around at Hensman Park versus Dalkeith. Matty Burton getting the win against Ben Webster, 6-3, 6-4. James Newton currently up against Ethan Cook, winning the first set 6-3 and down 4-5 in the second set. Austin Voss getting the win 6-4, 6-3 against Michael Offerman. And Evan Manso getting the win 6-3, 6-4 against Ollie Henderson. So a couple of tight sets there, but currently Hensman Park up 3-0 against Dalkeith. We cut back here now.
So we're on, I think we're still on court 2. So Jay Fairclough has held his serve and Sam to serve.
As we cut back to court number 1, Max Weir up 4-3, up a break serving in this second set. He took the first set 7-5 after getting out to a very quick start. Jurie doing a great job to get it back and add to 5-all, but able to hold 7-5. Watch here now.
Jurie will fancy himself for a break. He played a great return to service game last game. There's a bit of frustration coming into Max's game there. He's missing it. His forehand is his strength, but because he hits it so flat, it doesn't have to be off by much.
The thing I give him credit for is he's definitely still backing in his game. He hasn't shied away from what his game is. He comes in with an undefeated record so far this year.
When you're 7 from 7, you're feeling pretty good about life, aren't you? Feeling pretty good about your game.
Absolutely. So he's trusting his shots. He's only be disappointed a few of them, but he's trusting his game and he backs himself in. Just long there. Oh, wow. Lovely inside-out forehand there from Max Weir. What a point. This has definitely stepped up another level, hasn't it, as we sit here at 4-3 in the second set?
I thought Jurie did a great job. The ball popped on and he got down really low on that backhand, two-handed backhand, and did a great job getting it back. But Max is just wailed away on that off forehand. Incredible ball speed.
Max Weir serving 4-3, second set. We've said it time and time again. He's going to be disappointed in that game right now. Something that I think he needs to start adding. You've talked about he doesn't look comfortable at the net. He's going to have to add that. He's going to have to find a way that he can't just be a winner off that short ball every time. He's got to find a way to put it in, look for that, come into the net and play that volley.
Yeah, spot on. Yeah. Oh, he's unlucky.
Coming in off that backhand, but again, it looks like a second thought, doesn't it? So he's played that backhand and gone, I know I should come, and he finally does come in, but we want to see that more in a game, don't we?
Yeah, and it wasn't a great volley. He was just very, very lucky that the ball had so much backspin on it. When Jurie got up to hit it, it sort of took a dive away from him because it had so much backspin on it. But it didn't look like a comfortable volley. Got away with it.
Just wide. Let there.
Yeah, second serve. Yeah.
Slight little nick. We could hear from here. Game point here, I think, to go up 5-3. Already up a set.
That's the one. That's the one where, again, he moves sideways across the court. The ball is so low by the time he gets to it. And he might get away with it on a hard court, so the ball will hold its height, not on a grass court.
Apology, I think that was a break point there, and he's brought it back now to 4-all. So Jurie getting the break back now as we're back at 4-all now here in this second set.
Yeah, some big rewards out there for Jurie because he's working really, really hard now. Working particularly hard on return to serve. We've seen break points in one game. He didn't hold on to it, and then certainly a break on that last game. So he's working super hard, and I think Max is starting to show a little bit of frustration here. So Max has got to hold on to his Hold on to his thought process here.
15 love, 4-all here in the second set. Great serve out wide. Lovely serve. He seems to have lifted up another notch here, hasn't he? I think he knows if he can, again, hold serve here and put that pressure on, he's right back in this match.
Well, yeah. I mean, he had, as I said, he had break points in the last 2 games, successful on one of those occasions. So he's perhaps not as intimidated by the serve of Max Weir now. And if you're not so threatened by the serve, you can swing a little bit more freely on your own game.
Just long. 30 love, 4-all. Oh,
Dead snake.
Wow.
Dead snake for the winner. Hand went up in apologies, but you know we never mean it.
Yeah, no, they're a competitive bunch out there. That's very unlucky. It definitely held itself up on that net there. But,
To explain what I was saying a minute ago about, you know, if you're getting a look on return of serve, it takes some of the pressure off your own service game because, as we all know, if you're playing someone that's hitting bombs and you can't get a piece on their serve, it puts so much pressure on your own service game because you know you can't drop your service game, you just can't break. So the fact that he's had a really good look, it probably allows him to relax a little bit more on his service game now.
30-15. Oh, lovely whip. Fantastic. Well, the way that he's moved there wasn't a bad little change-up or change of pace there, but Max has got up, got around that forehand and whipped it from below the net and put it out to that far corner.
That's,
So well
that's
done.
a tough shot from just above ankle height to be able to topspin forehand, cross court for that winner from that position. It just shows you how the game's evolved because generation ago would have been a chip into a corner, take the net position, and there was no net position, that was just winner.
Insights from Shane Smedley. We're sitting here now. Good Property Services State Grade competition. 30-all, 4-all in the second set. Just pushing that ball a bit long. 40-30. Go up 5-4 and really put the pressure back on.
Yeah, big point here now. Jurie's got all to play for because if he can hold serve, he knows he's put pressure on Max's serve in the last 2 games. So he'll be feeling pretty good if he can get out of this game now.
Well done, young man. So Jurie Terblanche getting the hold there to take it to 5-4 here in this second set. Max Weir still taking the first set 7-5. Thanks to the Good Property Services State Grade competition down here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. My name is Rob Kennedy. I'm sitting here with Shane Smedley as we cut across to Court 2. The number 3 matches out there. Sam English versus Jay Fairclough.
Yeah, the boys haven't updated their scoreboard there, so we're a little bit blind on what the score is. They did change it 1-0 probably 10 minutes ago, so we're a little bit blind there. So we'll bring you up to speed as soon as we get an update.
Just
going back to the match we've been watching on Court 1, the Cottesloe boy will be trying to work out what's going on. How do I find myself in this position? Because he's played a flawless match, really, and Jurie's got his way back into it.
Sam English just pushing that ball wide. We're out here at Cottesloe just watching now Jay Fairclough versus Sam English. Cottesloe versus UWA.
Probably a lot of the same thought processes that Jasper Paterson had. How did I lose that match when I was serving as well as I was serving and playing as well as I was serving? How did I lose that? It just shows you. It does happen. So Max is now serving at 4-5 to stay in the set.
As we cut back to that court to watch Max Weir try and hold serve to stay in this second set. Jurie looking to force it to a third set 10-point super tie break.
Big crowd here at Cottesloe Tennis Club.
Just long. Second serve. Oh, some lovely tennis there. Again, that ball that just gets a little bit short that brings him into the court, just happens to whip that forehand into the net. Big first point there for Jurie to get a bit of pressure back onto Max. Love 15.
Yes, pressure's building now in Max. I mean, Max, that same point he had from the other end, he hit that whip away forehand winner, but that went into the net this time. So pressure's building on Max now. He's down love 15, serving to stay in this second set. Mind you, he does live to fight another day if he drops his set. He's still got the match tiebreaker behind him.
Oh, a little bit of extra pace there. And probably the first real sign of emotion that we've seen there from Max. He knows that this is a big service game. He knows that he's right in the heart of a match here right now, and he's got to step up. He wants to get that Cottesloe up to that 2-0. Big serve. I looked about another 10 or 15 Ks on that one.
Yeah. Does return serve well, Jurie, doesn't he?
Again, goes for the big one, just long that time. 15 all,
second serve. His second serve. It's a fair bit of kick on his second serve, so it does climb.
Oh, took a lot of pace off that second serve and then just caught Jurie out again. That one that gets up a little bit higher at the back of the court and he just sort of dragged it into the net.
That's just poor court positioning, isn't it? Because he's found himself getting pushed further and further back. Instead of working hard to get up to the baseline, he's pushed further back. And again, we've seen that shot a few times where he leans onto that back foot and just adds another metre to the hitting distance. Yeah,
just long. 30-15. 4-5 in this second set.
Oh, 3 point there. Yeah.
You can see his shoulders drop, couldn't you? So before he's been using that knee band jumping up. You can see we've got Jurie in front of us just here. He's sort of looking around. He looks like he's got a bit more strut in his step. Looks a bit more confident out on the court.
He's very comfortable, isn't he? Very comfortable. So 30 or.
Everyone getting a little bit excited down here at Cottesloe. It's a very big point, this one. 30 all, 4-5. Great serve, great return. Yeah. This is the point that we've been talking about again. Jurie's done everything he could to get that ball back in. That short ball just catching Max off.
Well, he's done a really good job nullifying the strength of the Max Weir's serve, hasn't he? He's taking it early, feathering it back, keeping it low.
Set point here. Oh, huge serve on set point against. Massive serve from Max Weir. The flat one out wide. Nothing that Jurie could do on that one. But again, we're back to Juice. Way to step up in that pressure situation.
Yeah, so Jurie just shook it off and said, okay, too good. Let's set up a game for another one. Another chance here at Juice. 4-5. Juice. Look at a second serve.
Oh, unlucky, just dragging the one in the net. Good point, Jurie again, just making Max earn it, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I'd like to see Jurie's stats on return of serve because I don't think he's hardly missed a return of serve. He's missed a couple when he's fallen back on his forehand deep in the court, but return of serve wise, he's been very, very strong, very impressive, under considerable serving pressure here. So there's a set point.
And there we go. Another twist and turn in today's tails, isn't it? So Max just pushing that forehand long. Jurie, in every situation we've had him out of this match, he's now just taken to a 10-point tiebreaker, hasn't he? It's anyone's game.
And, of course, there's another big serve from Max Weir, but Jurie's seen the ball early, feathered the ball back and made Max hit another shot. And, when you're down break point, when you're down losing the points to lose the set, you're thinking, what have I done from here? Because I've been up at the whole match.
So we have our second 10-point super tiebreaker as we cut over to the second court just to see what's going on out there with Sam English and Jay Fairclough. We will cut back to the first court when the tiebreaker starts. And I actually think that scoreboard over there is up to date. I think they must be having a massive grind. The guys have only just switched ends again. We see 2-1 out there as Adam Kehane sitting out on court. So I'm assuming there's been some long points and some long rallies out there as the guys are just sourcing each other out at the moment.
So UWA ahead. Cottesloe serving, so we're on serve.
Just long. Sam English serving closest to the camera. That ball just long, so squeezing in with that kicker. We haven't seen too many big kickers out there. I don't know. Back in our day, it was always that on that grass course,
especially on
you'd
the
think
grass
with that
court,
height
yeah.
that you'd use that big kicking second serve.
Yeah, I think Max Weir used it pretty well. And we saw a lot of the returns that Jurie was returning was above shoulder heights, and that was why he was feathering a lot of balls back. Very tough to attack from up there. And of course, you know, if Jasper Paterson hit a second serve and it went in, it was a 220 mile net, 220k second serve.
Just being caught out a little bit of that off-hit ball that got him deep. Sam English just mishitting that ball. Quite a delay on this first court before we get into the big third set 10-point tiebreaker. Scott Jones out there having a chat with Max Weir at the moment, just sort of calming him down. He has been the words of wisdom, Scott Jones. He'll probably claim it if he gets another one here with Adam Kehane getting up.
He was a Division 1 college player, so a very successful Division 1 college player. From memory, he went to University of Tennessee, I think, didn't he?
Absolutely. Oh, unlucky. Just putting that one in the net. He'll be disappointed there. I was about to say, seeing some great ball striking from the two of them out there, but I think he happened to get around. He wasn't quite in the position he wanted to be, and just putting the net, and you can clearly see his disappointment. First break, I'm assuming, of the match, or definitely they asked at least up a break here, Jay Fairclough, for UWA.
And it goes what I've been saying a little bit, that I'm very impressed with the level of talent we're seeing at WA, particularly from a lot of the younger kids. It's a very, very healthy spot, and it's going to be a massive loss with Tom George leaving. But we wish Tom George the best, taking up a senior role at Tennis Northern Territory.
Oh, lovely chip down the line there from Sam English. Yeah, you're spot on. It's Tommy George moving along, but Goran Marijan stepping in as our
congratulations, Goran. Know Goran very well. Goran was part of the special tennis program at Apricross Senior High School. And lovely young man, not so young now. He's be in his 30s, wouldn't he?
He's my age, so yeah, exactly. So we grew up playing a lot of juniors together.
And Goran, of course, spent a lot of time on the WTA Tour with players, so highly credentialed. So I know he'll do a fantastic job at Tennis West. I think he starts on Monday.
He does. We're looking forward to his presence in the office at Tennis West. To continue on the great work that our high-performance coaches have been doing with our young players here in WA. As we cut back now to court one, thanks to Scotty Walsh Media, for the 10-point super tiebreak between Terblanche and Max Weir. Max has got to forget about what's just happened here, and Jurie's got to look to continue what he's been doing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the mindset. You know, I think Jurie's going to be feeling pretty good at the moment because he's got a real handle on return of serve.
Oh, lovely ball down the line. It was a great deep serve, which he found a way to get back in the court, and then Max has stepped in and really hit a fantastic ball down the line.
Yeah, he's very comfortable hitting that low ball, isn't he? And really whipping. And the only way you're going to get that up over the net from that low position is you're going to have a lot of racketed speed through the ball. And he's done that well.
Mini break to start it off. One love, Max Weir. Third set super tie break to try and get Cottesloe up 2-0. Just long.
Oh, that's great defence from Jurie, wasn't it? Great defence. He threw up a defensive lob. It looked like it was going to go out and sort of drifted in the breeze. And it was an awkward height for Max to hit. And sort of hit a forehand from above his shoulder height and didn't get a lot on it and really got a chance for Jurie to get back into the point. So, yeah, great defensive point. He needed it to square it again, 1-1.
Taking his time, Jurie, making Max wait just a little bit longer, 1-1. Just long.
We're talking about that second serve. You have a look at his second serve. You should see a fair bit of kick on this.
Just dragging that one wide. Interesting. He's been striking the ball extremely well in this match. Yes, there's been the odd one from Max, but he'll be disappointed in that, getting the mini break and just giving it straight back.
Yeah, you got to be feeling pretty good if you're Jurie, because Jurie's working really, really hard now to make him another ball, and he's just making him every ball he hits. You know, he's got a chance for Max to make a mistake, so he's doing a great job. Won both points against serve, so he's 2-1.
Just dropping that one in the net. Second serve.
Got away with it.
Oh, lovely
fantastic
touch.
point. Fantastic point.
I don't know if it was picked up on the effects line, but there was a couple of near claps at different points there that we thought there might be different times that it was going to be one. It's very hard to get a lob over Max's head, but great point.
So how tall would Max be? 192, 193, be pretty close, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he looks a good 6'3" on the old scale, but tough to get it over him. But again, Jurie's probably got it the way that he wants. You feel like it's on Max's stick though, isn't it? It's on him to hit or miss at the moment.
Yeah, agree.
2-2. Let.
Sea breeze is starting to blow a little bit more, so it changes the dynamics of the game as well, especially on serve, the ball drifting away from the right-hander.
Lovely backhand down the line.
Hitting, wasn't it? It's amazing how much ball speed he gets from such a wide position. You know, reminiscent of Djokovic, the way that Djokovic gets so much ball speed when he's forced really wide. I mean, that last backhand was an absolute perler.
Not something you see very often. We've had 5 points now. Not one person's won a serve point just yet.
And on a grass court.
So Max now serving.
3-2. Well, it's what you were saying before, Rob. It's on his racket now, isn't it? 3-2 with 2 serves to come. He can break it open here. But the way the trend's been going in this match tiebreaker, who knows?
Jurie a long way back here. Fantastic tennis, as you can hear the crowd's appreciation for what we're seeing in front of us. Some fantastic ball striking. That one, just to finish it though, did stay a little bit low, didn't it? And caught him off guard, but some fantastic hitting from the two. Would have liked to have seen some of this a little bit earlier as well. You can see that the pressure gauge is knocked up a little bit high, and everybody's willing to put that ball in and strike. What are you seeing out there, Shane?
I'm seeing Jurie do a lot of work, doing a lot of work tracking on the back court. You know, it's a typical counter-puncher game, where he's absorbing the speed that he's facing, because Max is just wailing away on both sides continually all the time, and he's doing a great job staying in the point, and he's just trying to stay in the point long enough that Max will make a mistake. But Max is a little bit more self-belief again, looks a little bit more positive again now, and we might find him getting through there. That was a lovely point though.
The words of Shane Smedley. My name's Rob Kennedy. We're down here at Cottesloe for Cottesloe versus UWA, thanks to the Good Property Services State Grade Competition and Scotty Walsh Media. Tomio Yamazaki down here helping us out as well.
There's a lot to say, Tomio, doesn't he? It's too much to say, Tomio. So this game's just pushed over 2 hours now. It's an indication of the quality of the match.
Again, just solidifying that reason to have a 10-point tiebreaker to make sure that we get the result. We're still here on this first court. Max Weir serving 4-2 in the third set super tiebreak. just again. Max has found, I've still feel he's found another 5-10 Ks, but to Jurie's credit, as you said, that return percentage that he's putting in is at a very high number.
Well, I mean, nothing can be more frustrating for a big serve when you bang a serve down as big as that one was and you watch the ball come back every time, because you are expecting 3 points, and he's not getting many 3 points off serve at all. Testament to the quality of the return of serve from Jurie.
3-4. Oh, lovely ball. That's the one he doesn't mind sometimes. When he's really close to the net, he finds a way to really whip that ball. We've got 5-3. Again, we've had 8 points in this tiebreaker right now. Only 1 point has been won on serve so far.
He looks very comfortable playing that low ball forehand. He's done it a lot today. He's missed a couple, but he's made a lot more than he's missed. Very hard to defend that, isn't it, when the ball's whipped that with that much speed across court. And, of course, you've got to hold your position thinking that he may go down the line, but typically he goes cross-court most of the time. Smart move over the low part of the net.
3-5. Oh, unlucky there. He's feeling a bit unlucky on that one.
He's had a couple of those now from memory.
It's a very dead net here. We've had a few that have really just sat on the net and dropped over. We haven't had too many that have carried. So.
And, of course, the hand goes up, sorry, but you know you don't mean it. Everybody knows you don't mean it.
Deep down inside, you're feeling pretty good about it. 6-3 now.
Better,
in this
better
big
drop on the other side than your side. 6-3.
6-3.
2 serves to come.
Huge point. Oh, just whipping that one a little bit long there. He's disappointed there. You can see the frustration as he hits his foot. 7-3 now for Max Weir.
A little bit uncharacteristic from Jurie then. He's been so solid and just been so consistent there, and it was really an unforced error. 7-3. Oh, he's done well. He's done very well. Max at the net there didn't look comfortable in that volley at all, but it got it deep into the corner. It made it hard to do anything with it. So.
Yeah, we have talked about the net play today and how they've looked in their sort of volleying structure or their positioning, but I like that he came in. I like that he held his position,
good to see.
And you're spot on.
3-8.
3 out now. Jurie to serve. Lovely touch there.
Very, very smart point.
We've seen some great movement from the back of the court. Great counter-punching styles to make it get there. I really liked Jurie coming in, changing it up. It was a quite nice touch forehand volley cross court.
Yeah, he had the open court. All he had to do was feather it into the open court. But very impressed with the speed. They're both getting stretched wide again. Some really good speed on the ball. But he had no choice to come in really because the ball was short or sitting up there. It was an easy volley open court, but well done to the young fella. So 4-8. He's just got to maintain his composure and just try to sneak a point at a time because it's not over yet. So it's a long way back, but it's not over yet.
If we can learn anything from the other 10-point tiebreaker that we had earlier today, Adam Kehane taking out his match in a 10-point tiebreaker, 11-9. Down quite a lot early, 5-love if I remember correctly. So if anything right now, Jurie's probably got to think, you know what, yes, it's 4-8. I've got to hold this point here, put the pressure back on Max to make sure he holds on his serve.
Yeah, so this is the must-win this point. The last thing he wants to do is give this point away and be down 4-9 with 2 serves to come.
So probably what we'd consider that first mini-match point of the match here. Jurie to step up and serve 4-8. Here in the 10-point super tiebreaker for the third set.
Must-win point here for the UWA player.
Oh, lovely play.
Yep, great.
He's done it in an emphatic fashion. He knew the point. Something that we might have wanted to have seen earlier. It's probably
Well, it
the
would have
first
been nice to see it earlier, wouldn't it?
It was probably the first time we've seen him from the back of the court there actually get around, play a baseline ball, and look to come in. And he actually looked quite steady.
He looked
and
quite
confident.
balanced, didn't he? It was a two-handed backhand volley, but it was effective, and ball that fell short. Max couldn't get up to it, couldn't hit that big whip forehand. So he's done what he needed to do. 8-5. He's got to get at least one of these points here.
Oh, lovely point again. Again, putting the pressure on Max. If there's ever one to get, it's the first one, isn't it? Because now you've got a lot to stand for.
And as we talked about, just make him hit one more ball. And Max will get frustrated because the ball keeps on coming back.
Max serving.
8-6.
8-6, correct. 8-6 here in the third set. 10-point
Tell you what,
tiebreaker.
if the young WA boy Jurie can win this point, it's an open game, isn't it? 8-6, one serve to come.
Oh, what a shot right in front of us as well.
Right in front of the commentary booth.
If there's ever a time to come around the court and hit a backhand pass down the line, that was the time right there. Back on his stick now, 7-8. Jurie, he's back in his position.
That must have just about gone around the scoreboard, did it? What a great shot that was. Yeah, no chance of making that ball. Max didn't think he'd make the ball, and he's back on serve. 7-8, two serves to come.
Even with a highly dominant Cottesloe fan base down here, they very much appreciate
Yeah, they
of that
appreciate the
shot.
quality of that shot, absolutely.
7-8 here now. Oh, anything you can do, I can do better. Thank you very much, Max Weir. What a fantastic shot there. I think we could hear the crowd every time. You could hear the strike off the racket. No pressure, nothing felt just there. He stepped around and actually put that away.
There was a bit of pressure on Max because he's undefeated all year, and all of a sudden he's starting to think, this could be my first loss here. So what a great point under immense pressure.
To me, he looks like someone who's definitely undefeated coming today, and he says, you know what, I'm going to back myself. He's stuck to his game plan the whole way. Jurie steps up now for the first match point for Max Weir. 7-9. Let first serve.
Wasn't a bad way to bring up match point, was it?
Oh, well done, young fella. Very good. Stepped up to that ball, did what he needed to do, put that forehand down the line and said, you know what, you've got to go and win it.
Now the challenge is now all before him now, isn't it? Max has got a match point on his racket to maintain his unbeaten record, 8 from 8. So it's on his racket here. So if I'm Jurie, I'm going, I hope to God you don't make a first serve and you give me $1 of a second serve.
Max Weir for Cottesloe stepping up 9-8 to take this second rubber and get Cottesloe up 2-0.
He's going to pin the U's back and go big on this one.
Second serve.
It's the first. Second serve, very important here.
Wow, what a point. What a point by both players. Fantastic point that we just saw. Jurie definitely made him earn it there, but a credit to Max Weir, sticking to his game plan, taking that final point, 10-8, and a 10-point tiebreaker to give Cottesloe the 2-0 lead here. What a fantastic final tiebreaker we just saw there, Shane Smedley.
And what a great advertisement for the game. I mean, we saw contrasting styles, we saw defence, attack, all in the 1 point. Again, we saw Jurie working so hard across the back of the court to stay in that point under immense pressure, and just the weight of the shot in the end got him back into. We saw Jurie play a great defensive lob, but got him back into the point halfway through. Sort of floated it back right into that backhand corner, got himself back to the point then, but couldn't come up with a quality second lob, and it was put away for a smash to the open court winner. So well done to Cottesloe.
So I think we can speak very highly of what we saw from Jurie. We talked about it at the start of the match. We were interested to see what the young fella was going to do, and he stepped up to the challenge. I think he found a way, even though he was a little bit down early, found a way not only to take that second set, but really put it to him in the tiebreaker. But I think we need to speak about Max Weir and the way that he's striking the ball. Some of the sounds and the quality of his ball strike in the back of the court was very impressive today.
Yeah, and never lost faith, did he? Just kept on playing the whole way through, never lost faith in his game plan. And I think you mentioned that very early on in the game. You could see he was a player who had a lot of confidence, and knew what he could do, and just stuck to his game plan. And yeah, very impressive, very impressive play. So poor old UWA have lost 2 match tiebreakers. So it could have been a completely different tale so far. So they're down 2-0. They're down 2-0, and yeah.
It just shows the quality of depth, and we can hear the crowd giving the appreciation to Max Weir as he comes off the court. But it shows the quality of the depth of our good property services state grade competition, that an undefeated team can come out here on paper 2-0, but like you just said, they both come down to a 10-point tiebreaker. One of them 10-8, one of them 11-9.
Well, we were fortunate enough to be at Peppermint Grove last week on the twilight match. We were fortunate enough to be at the twilight match at Peppy Grove. And we saw 5 of the 6 matches go to match tiebreaks, and the visiting team, Peppy Grove, only won 1 of those 5.
Anything can happen out in tennis, and we've been absolutely witnessing some showcase tennis out on these courts. I think we identified what we were going to see from Jurie, and Max Weir stepping up to the pressure that he had, and Jurie made him earn every part. Adam Kehane, to his credit, getting down early against Jasper Paterson, but being able to step up and taking in a third set super tiebreak as well. We look out on court where we have Jay Fairclough versus Sam English playing a great match. But now it's time to get excited for the number ones to step out on this show course, Kate, on the show court for everyone. And as we see Scott Jones and Tim Gray looking to step out, and what are you looking forward to in this number 1 match?
Well, I hope the match lives up to the hype that we've all seen. We saw a great story in the West Australian today. Everybody's been talking about this game. Scotty comes from NCAA Division 1 college in the States. Was always a player of prominence here. Don't know too much about Tim, but Tim's had a great record, won a recent AMT, Platinum AMT. So it's going to be good to look at. I know both players prefer a hard court, so it'll be interesting to see how they play out here. Really looking forward. I'll tell you what, going back to that last match, though, you wouldn't want to be playing Jurie on a clay court, I don't think. I mean, his ability to return and to hang in a point and to get an extra ball back, it'd be a nightmare to play on a clay court. And you'd know, did UWA play on clay, or do they play on grass when they play?
No, absolutely. It looks like it's very obvious that he's been obviously doing some work. I'm going to assume with Simon Harper out there at UWA Tennis Club. I apologise if it's someone else, but you can see a lot of the hard work's been put in. You can see in the way that he moves at the back of the court. There's a little a la Alex Dimonor. That he moves at the back of the court. What I really liked, and I hope he looks back at this footage from Scotty Walsh Media and what we're doing today, I actually really liked what he started to do there in that tiebreaker. I think that 10-point tiebreaker there, the super, was a good opportunity for him to go back and have a look. I loved how he actually started coming to the net and picking the right balls coming off the net, not just waiting for the short ball. And I think that might be a nice little game transition for him, especially in the good property services state grade competition where we play on hard, grass or clay. You've got to make sure that your game is versatile when you go out and play on some different surfaces.
Yeah, I think that's a great insight. I think that he needs to develop his game. You cannot sit still in this game of tennis. You've got to keep on developing your game. You've got to have a B game to go to. If your A game doesn't work, you must have a B game to go to. And I think both of those players really, their A game was exceptional. I think there was a tendency for the UWA player to be keener to come into the net, and I really liked that. It's a shame we saw it so late in the match because we only saw it in that tiebreaker, but he looked very comfortable doing so. There's another element to his game that he can bring into it. I think for Max, we talked about Max winning the point off that short ball forehand particularly, not so much the backhand, but typically the forehand. I would like to see a change up where he sometimes hits a slice and comes in. I'd like to see him serving volleys because if you're playing somebody who's always floating that ball back on return of serve and there's no real speed on it, it's just landing in the court to start the point off, I think that as a serving volley you can take a lot of free points from an easy put away at the net. And of course what that then does is if you're a player like Jurie was and just chipping that ball back, floating the ball back in the court, all of a sudden you've got a guy coming in, he moves beautifully, he's a big tall boy. All of a sudden you can't just float the ball back, you've got to do something with it. So I think there's opportunity for both of those players to really lift their quality of game. But most impressed, but as you said, really looking forward to this number one. Scotty's already out there, he's ready to go. Tim won't be far away. And the crowd's even got even bigger. It's building and building here. Getting a little bit chilly though.
No, absolutely. You're listening to the words of Shane Smedley, former player and coach. We've got his insights out here thanks to Scotty Walsh Media at the Good Property Services State Grade Competition. My name's Rob Kennedy, Head of Tennis Development for the North at Tennis West. It's an absolute pleasure to come here and bring this live stream to you all.
Rob, can I ask, what do you do at Tennis West?
Yes, so my role as Head of Tennis Development for the North, so we're breaking up the state into two regions, so we have North and South now. So my region is north of the river all the way to the top of the state. Needless to say, it's a very big area. We're lucky enough to have some staff, or we're about to fill a role, hopefully up in Geraldton, and so I oversee a fantastic team that work extremely hard in both club, coaches, schools, and LGAs, and the relationships that we want to do there in the club development. Working very closely with our clubs to build thriving tennis communities here in Western Australia. I'm lucky enough to have a fantastic team filled with schools managers and club development officers and tennis development officers that we get round and make sure we understand what our club's needs are and our affiliate needs are, and then make sure we have those great relationships also with our local governments for funding, and also connecting those schools to our local clubs and our local coaches.
So the new appointee into the Geraldton region, they'll be domiciled up there, will they? They'll live up there?
Yes, so we're, with the structural changes that we had probably over 2 years now, we've had a regional lead both in North and South, one based in Geraldton and one based at Bustleton Tennis Centre. We have Karina McMillan down there, who's got a tennis development officer in Scott Colpin as well. I think it's probably one of the great additions that we've done, which is actually getting some staff in those regional areas. Just to, any time that we can put that priority as a bit of a face-to-face service rather than just that email-based or phone conversation, I think it's really benefited the regional areas. We've seen the increase in numbers of participation both at a school level and then also a club level, but also to be able to get right in the coalface with our clubs to help them through whatever it is that they need. So yeah, staff out of the regional areas I think has been a fantastic addition.
So is Geraldton still the powerhouse it used to be when the Patten boys are up there?
I think one thing, and I think Brett will be happy and okay with me saying this, I think we're tired of hearing that the greatest things to come out is the Patten brothers, because it's been a long.
He's the only one that says it though.
It's been a long. It's been a long time, and I think in all seriousness though, I think we've gone up recently. Myself, Brett, and Mark De Silva went up and had a club forum with the clubs in the Midwest, the greater Geraldton area, and had a chat with a few of the coaches up there in Nat Lama and Jaron Crenchman, and we've all identified that we need the Midwest to get back to the powerhouse that it once was. There's some fantastic and really passionate people up in that area as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a very heavy focus for us to look into the Midwest and actually find some talent that we can say, you know what, the Brett Pattons and the Darren Pattons of this world, as great as they were, we're a thing of the past, and we're looking forward to the new talents coming out.
But aren't they though? They're just a thing of the past, aren't they? But are you on the road much, or do you got your staff doing most of the travel?
One of the big things that we've definitely identified is you don't get a work car so it can sit in the State Tennis Centre car park. We want to make sure that we get out and about and be with our stakeholders. And no, I definitely pride myself on making sure I'm kind of on the road as much as I can. For all those listening out there, we do need to still collaborate as a team. So we try to just get into the office maybe on the Mondays and the Fridays and really look to get to our stakeholders on the midweek, the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays as much as we can. But hopefully our stakeholders are starting to see us a lot more face to face, and we look forward to that continuing in the future.
And do you have you had a chance to meet with Goran yet?
He has.
You must know Goran.
Yeah, I know Goran very well. We've had many matches in the past. Great man, and doing some great things out on the coaching courts, and was a great player in his time as well. So he's already been in the offices. He's an imposing figure.
He's a big, tall boy. Isn't he?
He's got a huge smile on his face, which will fit in well, considering Tommy George was also very similar as well. So we're very lucky to have him on board, and I'm sure he'll slot in perfectly with our high performance team and all the incredible things that they've been doing with our
Well, he's
young
got,
players.
you know, I wish, for those who have only just tuned in, Goran Marijan's the new appointee as a high-performance coach to replace Tom George. Tom George has just been appointed as CEO to Tennis Northern Territory. So Tom flew out today, and people would have heard, viewers would have heard Tom's dulcet tones over the commentary over the last few weeks. So he's taken off, he's gone, and he's up in Darwin now. So Goran moves into his role, and tremendous shoes to fill, because Tom's done a great job with building the talent and building the quality. As I've mentioned, we've talked about a number of times on the commentary this year so far, with the depth of WA tennis. It's just such an exciting time. Such an exciting time. So.
Speaking of, I'll help you out there. Speaking of some wonderful tones, I'm going to be stepping out of the seat soon and bringing Brett Patten back in. I think he wants to defend himself with the comments coming out of the Midwest, but we've got some scores that we can have a look when it comes to our women's state grade. Greenwood currently up 4-0 against Cottesloe. Taylor Preston getting the win over Lauren Nikoski, 6-love, 6-1. We had Raya getting up against Ding Zhang, 6-1, 6-2. Natasha Kamapeski getting the win against Ruby Cully. Very close match, 4-6, 6-3, and then 10-8 in the third set tiebreak. And Amy Finlay getting up against Angie Nathan, 6-love, 6-3. So good match out there. We also have Hensman Park in the women's playing Alexander Park. Hayley Burton getting up against Peyton Duckett. Very big win there, 6-4, 6-love. Hayley Burton getting up against Madeline Watson, 6-3, 7-6. Lydia Fairclough, her brother, playing out here, Jay Fairclough, getting a win, 6-3, 6-love against Sheridan Curry. And Ella Nurkic is currently leading Bethany Taylor 6-1, 4-3 in that match out there. Royal Kings Park against Peppy Grove. Talia Gibson is currently leading 6-love, 2-all in the second set. Megan Kaufman getting up against Gail Leong, 6-4, 6-1. Emma Heyman stepping out on a singles match, and she's up 6-2 at the moment against Emma Black. And Tiwa Casey is currently, she's got the win against Mary June Quinn, 6-3, 6-2. So we've got some tight matches out there in our women's state grade matches, and we'll continue to bring you all the scores in our good service property state grade competition. I'm going to step out of the seat. Thank you for having me. I wish everyone a Merry Christmas. Thanks, Shane. And I'm going to hand it over to Brett Patten as he steps back in.
Thank you, Robert. And welcome back, Brett Patten. He's just demolished the biggest sausage roll I've ever seen. So he's back again now and ready to get into this #1 singles match, Brett.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you to Rob Kennedy, head of participation for Tennis West. Wonderful first up couple of matches we've seen out here today.
Oh.
Standard's been exceptional. The hitting, the pure ball striking, on grass courts, both courts sitting back and just playing from the back of the court. But this will show something a little bit different. This match here, Scotty Jones is an all-court player. He's the former Australian under-18s champion. Hasn't lost a match in State League for the last 2 seasons. And Timmy Gray comes into this match in really good form. He's won the Nate Timms Classic, and he also won the Perth Platinum Tournament only a matter of weeks ago. He defeated Jerome O'Coney in that final from Alexander Park. And he's 5 of 7 singles matches this season in the Goods Property Services State League men's competition. So shapes up to be an absolutely exceptional match. And I think for me at the moment, Scotty has got the wood over Tim and will go into this just slightly the firm favourite. And again, his all-court game, his court craft, his understanding of how to play on the grass, that would give him the advantage. And Tim likes to hit the big first serve, really works that forehand. He won't come forward unless he really has to come forward. So it's going to be interesting how that both Tim and Scott start this first set of this critical match.
Well, UWA need to get on the board, don't they? They've been very unfortunate that they've missed the opportunity. They lost the first 2 singles matches.
Super tiebreakers?
Yeah, super tiebreakers. And I was saying to Robbie a little while ago when we were at Peppermint Grove last week at that twilight match, that beautiful evening under lights there, 5 matches went to match tiebreaks. And poor Peppy Grove only won 1 of them.
So roll the dice, the third set super tiebreak, as we see Timmy Gray in the blue from UWA serving. Big first serve. That's what he's got to build his game around today against Scotty Jones. Straight down the tee, looking for the 1-2 punch. A lot of the tennis players lean on the serve and then the first punch in the forehand. again, another big serve. Just missing. Big crowd here, building nicely here at the Cottesloe Tennis Club.
Yeah, afternoon tea time.
Couple of hundred down here watching the best players in WA. Second serve fault.
Yeah, so just got afternoon tea time now. The social players are off, joining the group, which is standing room only on the deck here. Looks like Cottesloe have done a lot of work on their refurbishment, and this deck's been extended all the way along this match court here, and it's absolutely packed. And I think everybody's waiting for the bar to open.
4 o'clock, the bar will open here
Very
at
soon.
Cottesloe Tennis Club. Gray serving, 15 all. Beautiful play there. Good hands. Scotty Jones does know how to play good grass court tennis. Very smart. We saw the reluctance of Timmy Gray moving forward, but got the short ball, moved forward, did the right, certainly made the right effort to get forward. But again, the volleying is his Achilles heel.
Yeah, I think it's a big ask for a hard court preferred player who likes to stay back against a grass court player who's got an all court game and will chip and dink.
First serve let.
Nothing used to scare players more than they used to play you, Brett Patton, out on these courts. And you chip and dink and lob and serve and volley and chip charge, and there's so many different facets to a game on a grass court.
Timmy Gray serving, down 15-30. Serve just long, just missing on a number of occasions on that first serve. Overplaying. I do like that move. Wrong-footed Scotty Jones. I mean, Tim Gray's been out at the State Tennis Centre for the last couple of months working alongside Tommy George and Len Cannell, who's the strength and conditioning coach for Tennis Australia.
I heard. Really hard worker.
Hard worker. And his form this year suggests that he's certainly been putting the hours in on the court, more importantly off the court. And it's starting to pay dividend.
And he's 23? 23, so was he planning to take his tennis further? What's he looking to do you know?
Gray serving, UWA. Just overplaying that returner serve. Yeah, he will take his game on the road as soon as we get a clearer roadmap around what the Borders are going to do. We suspect early this next year he'll look to travel and play some of the tournaments. I like that play. Good serve, beautiful first volley.
Well, he's going to have to do that, isn't he? You know, if he stays back and allows Scott Jones to dictate play to him, and Chipson comes in at him, it's a tough game to play. So he's going to have to break the game up a little bit and do that and take the net away sometimes. He can't allow Scott to dictate the point, and as a good grass court player will always do.
That's exactly right. The voice of Shane Smedley, former ITF over 55s, world number 2 doubles player. That must have been wonderful days, you playing on the ITF over 35s, the ability to play the Nationals. You won the Nationals a couple of times. You got runner-up in the World Championships. I mean, tell us a little bit about that experience. You would have enjoyed that immensely.
I think for myself, I was never a great tennis player in junior ranks or open ranks. I sort of always filled up the bottom of state league games, state league teams, and had some great teams and part of some really good teams, but never a super player. Really enjoyed being competitive. I love that competition, but you get reborn playing seniors, and now they've moved it down to 35. So I started playing as 35s and moved up to 40s and 45s and 50s. And
Jones serving, Cottesloe. But the experience and the ex-pros still going around and playing the over 35 circuit, simply exceptional. Mikhail Pernfors, former top 10 player in the world.
Yes. Peter Doohan was out there playing at the same time.
Beautiful play, wasn't it? Well constructed. You can see the crowd here for UWA. They're in and about.
Yeah, and I think you would have seen younger players, because the players were coming into the 35s, and there were ex-tour players playing. I think the secret of being a good doubles player, though, no doubt at all, the secret of being a good doubles player is to pick the good partner.
Just ask Peter Fleming, made a career out of doubles,
didn't he? And
partner with John McEnroe.
Yeah. Best doubles player in the world, best doubles team in the world. If you want to be a good doubles player, you've got to play with a good player.
Absolutely.
Good partner.
You picked very well. You can hear a bit of activity around here, a few helicopters above the Cottesloe Tennis Club, a few light planes, a lot of atmosphere going on. You can hear the buzz in the background with the crowd. Beautiful day for tennis. Scotty Jones serving. just catching Tim Gray wide, just really reaching for that. Didn't need to reach as much, need to get the feet in better position. You can hear the helicopters overhead. Do you think they're on beach watch down here at Cottesloe Tennis Club, Shane?
Maybe a shark sighting, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's we've got a bushfire, but there's certainly a few things going on. But I think there's an opportunity for players who have just turned 30 now, if they're looking for that, an extension to the game of tennis, to get on. Now that the borders are starting to open up, there's a whole series of events Australia-wide.
Serve down the tee. Overplay. You can see the unpredictability of the grass court. Some of those bounces there, Shane. Yeah. And that's why you need to be moving forward. Don't let the court dictate to you. You want to move forward, take the ball out of the air. And, of course, you're going to get the odd hop, the odd bounce, the ball that'll slide through.
And I think Tim's prepared to move forward. So I think he's made that conscious decision that he will move forward if he needs to. That's a tough way to win a point, 3 metres behind the baseline. We were talking about in the match earlier when Jurie was playing so far behind the backcourt. Very, very hard place to win a point from that far back. But going back to the ITF events, I mean, if you're 30 now and you can play, you can get an ITF world ranking in singles, doubles, and mixed. And the Australian tournaments are a great way to travel. A lot of the boys and girls travel together as groups, so there's a real camaraderie with the people travelling away. Every state has an event, has a key event that is worth a lot of points to you. And then, of course, if you do well enough there, you may be successful, as you were, Brett, a number of times, being picked in an Australian team. And get picked in an Australian team. And where were we? We were in Antalya, weren't we, in Turkey? And their teams often go to Miami and Florida.
Croatia's a big one, Umag in Croatia, San Diego. Overplaying that long, but there is, to your point, Shane, there is life certainly after the professionals. I mean, certainly in your day, my day, if you hadn't reached the top of the game by the time you're about 22, 23, because those eras was the Beckers, the Agassiz, the Pete Samprases, Michael Changs, they were coming on very early, reaching the peak of their game at 21, 22, 23, and it was almost like if you didn't and hadn't made it by that stage, you sort of gave it away. But nowadays we're seeing the top 10 average age in the going up to the late 20s now. So players are sticking around, playing a lot longer. Beautiful half volley. Good touch from Scotty Jones.
Yeah, and going to that point, studies have shown that if you're not ranked in the top 100 in the world, you're struggling in a living out there. So it's a really tough game to earn a living at, to be successful at, to actually earn a paid income. And if you love the game and love the sport and love the competition, seniors is a great avenue for you.
Nice forehand wide, you see. Just the running, the extension, the movement of Timmy Gray. Too far back behind the baseline again. Just beautiful court craft, Scott Jones. He's not the biggest player. Hits the ball very clean. Just moves so well, but he just reads the game.
Yeah, that was always a knock on Scott when he was younger, when he was a junior. He was never very big, was he? Never very tall, so it took away from the natural advantage you have of having tall stature when you're serving. But made a very successful career for himself in college tennis.
He did. Tim Gray serving, closest to the camera from UWA.
It's really quite unfashionable, really, when you look at, the guys were saying the other day, they're all 6 foot plus, with the exception of probably Scotty and one or two others. So it's quite the exception rather than the norm now. Even Tim would have to be 6 foot, wouldn't he?
Tim Gray's about 6'3".
Is he that big?
Scale.
Is he that big?
If you look at the players inside the top 10, they're all very tall athletes. Yeah. They are standing around 6'2", 6'3".
And the new ones are too. The young ones are too, more so, aren't they? You look at Tsitsipas and Medvedev, and these guys are all big guys, tall.
Seems to be the way the game is going.
Yeah, move beautifully.
Let serving flat and wide. Slight breeze from the camera, moving left to right as you're viewing. Timmy Gray. Yeah, lovely play. Got down nicely to that half volley. Wasn't an easy shot. His backhand chip, Timmy Gray, he doesn't hold a traditional slicing grip, that eastern grip. It's a bit more continental. Does struggle at times to hit a slice backhand shot.
I think his grip's a little bit more on top, isn't it, rather than behind it, which does make it a little bit more problematic.
Zooming in on Scotty Jones, all white for Cottesloe.
Nice service action, though.
Beautiful swinging serve, lovely. Really has to hit that first serve. High percentages if he's to have any chance against Scotty Jones today.
Well, Scott's going to take the ball early, isn't he? He's going to feather the ball back, get into the point and start to build the point.
No overplaying. And I think that's what Scotty will bring to this match. He'll put a lot of balls back into play and he'll force Timmy probably to overplay at times, Shane.
Yeah, and when you're small of stature like Scotty is, your movement becomes so important. We used to see that with Agassi, we saw that with Chang. The smaller stature guys have to move really well. Nadal's another one. They move so well. And Scott's an example of that. He must have great core strength because he moves beautifully around the court.
Tim Gray serving, UWA. Closer to the camera, you can see UWA TC on the back of his shirt. Blue shirt, white shorts.
Yeah, that's just a typical grass court point, is it? Got the short ball, Scotty Jones short ball forehand, slice the ball deep, the ball stays really low, and Tim's 2 metres on the baseline trying to whip a forehand from a ball that's about shin height. So I didn't get an answer from Rob before asking the question, did UWA play on clay when they're at home? They do.
At McGilvray on the clay, the bottom courts.
How are those courts looking?
They're looking great.
Yeah, good.
They've put a lot of time and effort. Tony Cunningham, a shout out to Tony. He's been instrumental in getting those courts to playable conditions. They did have some trouble a few years ago, Shane.
Didn't they? I remember we...
Beautiful half volley again. You can see Timmy enjoyed that. Nice hold of serve. Just gives a little fist pump.
Yeah, I remember when I was sorry, Brett, didn't mean to interrupt you. When I was in the Tennis West role, looking after league, we had to actually shut down University Tennis Club because the clay was problematic. There was strong winds coming through and taking the fines off the top of the surface, and then we had a few players who were dragging their feet on serve and digging down into the blue metal base. And we had to have a look at it and deemed it unsafe because too many people were falling over. And of course, as a state association, your primary responsibility is to the safety of your users. And so we had to basically withdraw the team from the competition until they got the courts up to speed. So I'm thrilled that someone's taken it on board. You said Tony Cunningham has, so I'm thrilled with that. Tony's been around tennis a long, long time, knows what he's doing. Also a board member now.
Certainly is. Who's watching Jay Fairclough and Sam English. Jay Fairclough winning the first set. Currently down 5 games to love. Quite the turnaround here in this second set. Sam English moments away from looking to taking this to a potential another super tiebreaker. Cottesloe sitting 2 on the rankings. UWA 6th. Cottesloe undefeated so far this season. It's interesting to note that they're sitting second just behind Hensman Park.
Is that the unfinished match?
Unfinished match. And we're seeing UWA here who have won 1 match as we come back to the top court. And certainly the bottom 3 singles matches have all gone to a super tiebreaker, 11-9 and 10-8 in the super tiebreaker. So it's only a whisker in it. Competition's very even this year. Scotty Jones serving. Closest to the net. Camera, I should say.
Serving at 1-2.
Slider wide there. Lack of footwork from Tim Gray.
Yeah, I think you must be thrilled with Robbie Kennedy because, I mean, when I asked him about what he did, and he was so passionate about it. Couldn't stop him talking.
A lot of passionate people at Tennis West, which I'm absolutely loving. It's a passion project. Tennis is in the blood, and the mantra is try to drive participation, get as many kids and adults as we can onto the court. Had some great success this last year. 110,000 people took to a court over the financial year 2021. We've got about nearly 183 affiliated clubs, about 19,000, nearly 20,000 members of those affiliated clubs.
And you've made some cultural changes in staff as well, haven't you? So it sounds like you've come on board to shake things up a little bit. And from what I hear around the traps, you're doing a fantastic job of this. And these broadcasts are one of your initiatives, aren't they? Bringing tennis to the people.
We want to make tennis that Tier 1 sport again, make it relevant, giving our best players a platform. Certainly doing that through the West Australian Live media, thanks to Goods Property Group, Goods Property Services. Darren Dawber, we spoke to today, the MD. Beautiful forehand down the line. And it's critical that we have these partnerships with like-minded, passionate organisations like Goods Property Services, and Darren naming rights for this year's State League, men's and women's competition. And we just want to make sure that, one, we're giving a platform, again, for our finest athletes to showcase their abilities and their craft, and getting kids who are that next layer, a couple of layers down, to aspirationally want to look up to the local heroes and want to play State League when they come through the ranks.
So back on serve at 2-2.
Beautiful sliding serve wide. Of course, you can catch me on the catch-up with Mark Gibson at 2 p.m. on 6PR radio tomorrow afternoon.
Eddie everywhere. No, you're doing a fantastic job. I will ask you in a minute what else you've got in mind to lift the game of tennis. So I'll give you a bit of notice. So I'm sure our viewers will be interested to know what else you've got planned.
Beautiful court craft again from Scotty Jones. Just that lovely slice backhand, just keeping the ball nice and low. I'm having discussions this year, or next year I should say, Shane, 2022. The first rounds for both the Davis Cup and the Fed Cup will be played in Australia.
Trying to get a piece of that.
So I'm trying to get some action. I'd love to see
on grass
the Billie Jean King Cup come to Perth.
On grass
and all the
or
Davis
the
Cup. RAC Arena is where we're trying
right.
to.
Okay.
But again, there's a lot of water to go under the bridge before we can bed anything down. There's that low volley that we're talking about.
Yeah.
The grip doesn't seem continental enough. That's very much the shake hands grip for those viewers. Taught as a young fella to shake hands with your racket, and that's effectively your volleying grip. And Tim Gray holds a bit more of a Western, a forehand grip to hit his backhand volley, which is causing him to cock the wrist, and the racket head drops below the wrist. You always want the racket head above your wrist on the forehand and backhand volleys.
I always remember Arthur Marshall telling me as a junior to always keep the head ice cream on the cone.
Beautiful play. Scotty Jones,
yeah.
Absolutely outstanding. Can you see just reading the play, reading the moment? He understood that was the right time to come in, move forward, and take that high backhand volley out of the air.
Yeah, so comfortable, wasn't he? And what I like about his slice back, and he actually knifes that slice back, and so it's got real penetration. A lot of players, when they play that slice back, will just float it back.
Yep.
But he actually knifes, and it comes off the court really quickly. It skids.
We can just see Scotty Jones nullifying that first serve of Timmy Gray as he breaks and goes to a 3-2 lead early stages of this first set. That's the problem. Timmy likes to lean in, get that big first serve, get the big first punch, but the ball is just coming back with monotonous ease from Scotty Jones, particularly on that return as we skip across to the second court. Sam English from Cottesloe serving closest to the camera. Serving against Jay Fairclough, the brother of Lily Fairclough, superstar from Hensman Park Tennis Club.
This has been a topsy-turvy match, hasn't it, this one?
Overplay. You can hear the cries of anguish there from Jay Fairclough. It looks like it's a set apiece, as again another singles match goes into a super tiebreaker third set. Sudden death, first to 10 points. You're enjoying the super tiebreakers, the first to 10 points?
Yeah, Robbie and I had that discussion a little while ago, and I think it's got its real merits. Obviously, the reason's there because it allows the match to get a conclusion before twilight, before dusk. But I like the cutthroat nature of it. I think what it does, it also breeds players to play under more pressure. Because you're never going to be any good if you can't play under pressure.
Billie Jean King said pressure is a privilege.
Oh, I like that.
What that means is if you find yourself in a position of pressure...
Well, you've done pretty good.
Correct. Scotty
You're a
Jones
learned man, aren't you?
Some say not.
Yeah,
beautiful.
That is clean. That is so clean.
Beautiful grass court tennis. Again, understands the moment as we switch back across to the first court. Scotty Jones serving.
Who did the formative work with Scott Jones out at tennis?
A lot of work with
Andrew Roberts. Yeah.
And Len Cannell, the strength and conditioning for many years.
Saw Len the other day, looking great, isn't he?
He is for those.
Still doing a lot of work in that strength and conditioning area.
Does a lot of work at the moment with Astra Sharma. So Astra's out there honing her craft, getting stronger in the gym, on court, just preparing herself for the Australian Summer of Tennis.
Hurt herself, didn't she? Was it a rib injury?
She had a rib injury, that's right. But she won her first WTA 250 event, defeated Ons Jubert from Tunisia, who in the final of Charleston. And Ons has gone on and become number 10 player in the world. So great pedigree, Astra Sharma.
Tremendous athlete. Another product of Applecross Senior High School Special Tennis Program. Shout out to Lance Hines and his group out there.
Of course, you were the originator of that program. You brought that program together. So there's an award named after you out there every year.
Very, very, very proud of that, Brett, because I think it's done a lot to enhance tennis. And you look at the quality of players who have come through that program. A lot of players we're now seeing in the State League, a lot of players who have gone off to college in the States have come through that program. And I mean, it's not perfect, nothing is, but I think the chance to combine an education in a high quality school, Applecross Senior High School, one of the Tier 1 schools, certainly south of the river, in that same belt as Rossmoyne and Willerton, to get a high quality education when some of these players may not have been able to get into one of those schools, and to have quality coaches and quality hitting partners, which is a big thing.
Scotty Jones serving, currently leading 3-2. Just go through the recipients of the Shane Smedley Award at that Applecross High School. The names are unbelievable. Overplaying that back end. There was Astra Sharma, as you made mention. Astra's inside the top 100, won her first WTA event this year. She was a recipient of the Shane Smedley Award, as was Bojana Babusic.
Bodge, yes.
Made a first round of the Australian Open, almost defeat Aggie Radvanska.
Was in the Fed Cup squad too, wasn't she, Bodge?
And she played Hopman Cup. She filled in.
Went to, was it Berkeley?
Yep, she did. Go to Berkeley UC. And also Reese Johnson was there, and Reese was an NCAA #1 ranked doubles player in college tennis.
Bryden Klein was there.
Bryden Klein.
Bryden ended up winning the Australian 18s. I think.
Beautiful again, high forehand volley put away by Scotty Jones. I mean, the talent coming out of Applecross Senior High School is just simply exceptional.
Yes.
There's no other school anywhere in Australia quite like the program that Applecross has run for, well, since you were there, the best part of 20-odd years.
Yeah, so I think that the strength of the program for those who may be considering an opportunity to maybe go to Applecross, enter Applecross, is the fact that you're in a squad, you're in a group of 20 players, and they're all very similar abilities. And so you're getting quality hitting all the time, at the same time getting an quality education. So I think it's a great way. There's a sort of, it's sort of like it's a step in that direction to sort of see if tennis is for you.
Timmy Gray serving close to the camera.
Yeah, we were doing a lot of work before school, after school. We had the state squad coaches come, we had the state coach come in. Len Cannell used to come and do strength and conditioning work. And so, for young players just starting out, If they think that tennis maybe for them is a start, then of course if they get through the studies, they can do phys ed studies and specialised in tennis, which gives them a massive advantage through their ATAR scores, and then head off to college in the States.
It's a great building block to go on and college, and build a career out of tennis.
That's what you choose to do. Yeah.
Timmy, great serving, big serve, just a little long, still down a service break.
And of course, college is not for everyone. Some players prefer to get on the circuit and become pros and start earning prize money.
Second serve. Again, beautiful court craft, moving Timmy Gray from left to right, really stretching him out, particularly on that backhand wing, and as we saw, overplaying.
And we're talking to Ian Gibson last week out at Peppermint Grove, and just talking about his daughter, Talia Gibson, and Talia has just finished her ATAR, a very, very smart student, obviously a very, very talented tennis player, and has been courted by a lot of the Division 1 colleges in the States, but has chosen to go on the tour and be a professional tennis player. So we wish her the best. Very, very talented player.
Talia Gibson plays out at Peppermint Grove. She's been the #1 player in her age group since the age of 12. Tremendous talent, courted by Tennis Australia as part of the High Performance Academy as well. And
undefeated in State League.
Undefeated in State League for the best part of 3 seasons. Exceptional talent. Yes. Pure, clean ball striker. Would have seen that on the vision from last week's match against Hensman Park at Peppy Grove. Through Scotty's media. Nice return to serve. Beautiful off forehand. You can see that, the crowd just lifting as Scotty Jones just gives a nice little fist pump over to the teammates and to the crowd.
It's a tough shot to play, isn't it? That off forehand, flat off forehand.
Mid-court.
Yeah, tough shot to play. Did it well.
Timmy Gray just toweling off, taking a little bit of extra time. Starting to feel a little bit of pressure, certainly around the scoreboard. Hasn't got into the rhythm that he would have liked. Better point though. I do like that. He changed it around. He understood the moment, and then he needs to try something different to what he was doing before, because it just wasn't paying off.
Yeah, a little sneaky attack into the net there. Reminds me of the Sabre sneaky attack by Roger.
Indeed.
Yeah, Australian Open.
Yep.
2019.
He never did it in the big point. He always did it when he was a fair way up, though. You noticed that? Nothing to lose.
No. Wasn't terribly comfortable in that space, was he?
Talk to the great chip and charges in a moment after this first serve. Lovely chip over the top of the backhand. Oh, the hot dog and two from Timmy Gray. And another breaker serve there for Scotty Jones. Really starting to exert himself into this first set. Some of the great chip and charges. I mean, Paul Annacone was one of the greats.
Oh,
as we kick across to the second court. Sam English. Jay Fairclough, a third set super tiebreaker. Yeah, lovely play.
Never saw a lot of Paul Annacone though. He was, I think he was top 10, but he never got a lot of coverage. Never saw a lot of him play. I would like to think John McEnroe was probably pretty good at it.
Jimmy Collins, the odd chip and charge from time to time.
Yeah, but tough off a two-hander, wasn't it? Tough off a two-hander. Pat Rafter.
Jay Fairclough serving. Against Sam English, super tiebreaker, third set, first to 10 points with the advantage of 2 points.
Haven't been many Aussies since Pat Rafter have embraced chip charge, have there?
Serve and volley, no.
Most have all been big serves, big ground strokes, which seems to be the blueprint for most players now.
Well, the players post-Pat era, Leighton Hewitt came through at the end of his career.
Backcourt, yeah.
And a lot of players sort of followed in his suit. They thought that was the game style that they wanted to emulate.
Dimonor now, a clone of Leighton Hewitt. Well, and of course, we saw Scud, big serve. Kyrgios, big serve.
Bernie Todd was an interesting character.
Yes.
Sam English, big forehand. Again, out to the backhand wing, and looks like that is game, set and match. Another victory for Cottesloe Tennis Club in a super tiebreaker. Sam English defeating Jay Fairclough as we move across to the top court. Again, it's been very, very close out here in all matches today.
And that's the third
Super tiebreaker.
break, and Cottesloe won all of them.
Catching the top of the tape, just couldn't get there quick enough. You can see Timmy Gray just putting his hand up to apologise. Back on here, thanks to Scotty Walsh and Tomio Yamazaki. Court number 2.
And just to bring viewers back up to speed who missed the conclusion of the last singles game, the fourth singles game was between the 2 number 1s, Tim Grave, UWA, and Scotty Jones from Cottesloe Tennis Club. Comprehensive victory to the Cottesloe team. 6-2 in the first set, 6-love in the second set, and we saw a consummate performance from Scotty Jones, actual grass court masterclass. And the poor old Tim Gray couldn't find his way through it, couldn't find an answer to it. He was completely outclassed out there by a player who's the best player in the competition in State League here in WA. Still unbeaten, and but didn't matter what Tim tried, Scotty had an answer for. Found a way to chip and dink him, reminiscent of some of the best grass court players we've seen in the past, guys like, let me think, Kurt Robinson, Brett Patton, Darren Patton. We just saw some of these chips and dinks around the place. It was just got Tim out of position all the time, and even brought a wry smile to Scotty's face a few times towards the end of that second set, because you could see that Tim was getting increasingly frustrated, and you could see the point unfold in front of him, but was powerless to do anything about it. So congratulations to Scott, great result. So we've seen the first 4 singles rubbers. 3 of them went to match tiebreakers, all which Cottesloe won. And then, of course, that comprehensive victory, straight sets victory there. So Cottesloe have won 4 rubbers already, so the day's done and dusted. UWA cannot win it now, so now it's all about trying to minimise the damage that Cottesloe have done, and the boys will be trying to win both doubles matches. Boys are warming up on court 1 for the number 1 doubles pairing, and we're watching the second pair out there at the moment. And Cottesloe are doing it very, very well. We've got Max Weir and Brenton Bacon. Just saw Brenton sliding into a ball there. They're up 5-2. I think it might be 5-3 now, and doing it pretty well. So, but it could have been a completely different result if UWA had found their way to win 1 or 2 of those match tiebreakers. A similar sort of story, and I've talked about before, similar sort of story we saw last week at Peppermint Grove in that twilight match between Hensman and Peppy Grove. Peppy Grove had 5 matches go to match tiebreaks and couldn't win one of them. And if they'd won a couple of them, which you'd expect if you're paying the odds, 50-50 odds, if they were playing the odds, you'd expect them to maybe get a couple of them. But of course, they didn't get in, so they went down comprehensively. So we're just watching this match at the moment on court 2.
Trent Potter out here having a run. And Bradley, his father's just called into the commentary booth. One of the great players from Christchurch, Corinthian Park Tennis Club. Very talented family. Vicky Hamburg, the mother. We can see him in the backdrop there. There's Bradley, just saying good day to everyone on air at the moment. He likes to sneak around, gets around. One of the real movers and shakers around town. We might just bring him in. Come on in and sit closer to us, Brad. Tell us a little bit about Trent out here playing for UWA. His first season of State League. How's he enjoying it?
Yeah, no, I think he's having a good time. He's been coming in just for the doubles, which is his forte, being a serve volleyer. So, yeah, he seems to be holding his own at the moment.
Now, his mother, Vicky Hamburg, that's clearly where she's got the tennis talent from. She was a state champion, one of the best in her age group all the way through juniors and into the ladies. Still playing tennis, you and your lovely wife?
Yeah, we've been fortunate enough to start the mixed comp on a Sunday this year. It's been a bit interesting. We sort of had a good run, but yeah, hopefully next year we'll get a few more teams in and mix it up a little bit. But yeah.
We've got the Newcomb Awards, Industry Awards, coming up the next Friday night. You've got a member of Corinthian Park up for a Newcomb medal in the Volunteer of the Year, Denzel.
Denzel, yeah.
And what can you tell us about the work that Denzel does in and around Corinthian Park?
Oh, mate, he's been a good find, that one. He's gold. He's sort of done a lot for the club. He certainly hasn't been there that long, but what he's done is amazing. And our facilities now that we've got a sort of state-of-the-art sort of stuff now, and you know, he's probably saved the club 100, 200 grand in the process. So certainly well deserving of winning the state award, and certainly if he gets recognised on a national level, which his submission and his paperwork looks pretty impressive. So I'd say he's probably in with a good chance, I would say.
Certainly is. We'll be holding the WA version of the Newcomb medal up at the State Tennis Centre next Friday night. I know that there's a big contingent coming from Corinthian. Are you part of that contingent coming up to support the team, Denzel?
I'm still waiting for the invite, mate.
All right, we'll get on to Julia Sprizzelli. She's our events and sponsorship lead. No doubt she can support you getting a ticket. You don't need a ticket. You sort of just have the key to the city,
I
Bradley.
always walk in, mate. Just walk in. They should nod the head and then you go.
Have you enjoyed today's play? You've been here for a little while. The standard of play has been exceptional today. What have you thought about some of the matchups that have gone on today between UWA and Cottesloe?
I just saw the Scotty Jones match, and I think he was hitting the ball unbelievably well. You know, his sliced backhand, and I don't think Tim had any answer for that. You know, I remember playing against his dad many years ago, and he wasn't a bad player in his day either. But Scotty's certainly hitting the ball well, and I can see why no one's seemed to be able to crack him this year. But I did hear that Tim played him on the clay earlier, and it went to a super tiebreaker, so maybe the surface does make a big difference.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Listening to the wise words of Brad Potter, father of Trent Potter, out here playing the number 2 doubles alongside Jay Fairclough. What can you tell us about young Jay Fairclough, brother of Lily Fairclough, who's a top-line junior coming out of WA and a superstar out of Hensman Park? What do you know about Jay Fairclough?
I've got no idea. First time he was today.
There you go. Well, we'll take that as read. That's Brad Potter. First and last time we'll get him on air to talk about some of the players. Thank you, Bradley. As you go back to court number 2, watching some of the doubles. So we thank Scotty Walsh and Tomio Yamazaki. Very hard to get good help around here with some of the conversations we're having in and among some of the punchers coming and talk to us, Shane Smedley. You're drawing all sorts of players and people just wanting to come in and interrupt you while you're in full flow.
Well, you know, you'll ask a question without notice. If you don't know, well, they say if you don't know the answer, don't ask the question. Can't tell you anything. So Cottesloe's continuing to do well out there on the second court. Won the first set. Strong performance from the very strong Cottesloe team. You can see why they're on top of the ladder. Equal top of the ladder, I should say. Only by virtue of the fact that the match against Hensman, who are equal top of the ladder, they didn't complete that game. From what I remember, was a really, really hot day. And what time sunset? Sunset's around about 7 p.m. is it? I think somewhere around there. I think. Tommy Yamazaki will find that out for me right now. My assistant. Don't show me on a screen, Tommy. I've got no glasses on, so I can't see anything. What's that say? 7:16. There we go. So twilight light 7:16. So they will play through until 7:16 if needed. The idea being that they play the match tiebreaker so they don't get to that stage. But despite the match tiebreakers in the game at Hensman between Hensman and Cottesloe, they didn't finish. I think from memory it was 3 rubbers to 2 and incomplete. And no team had done enough to actually get a result. It was that close. I've been very impressed watching the players play, how strong their serves are. Every player I've been out there to see today so far has got tremendously strong serves. Technically, I think there's been some big improvements made from the players over the last 10, 15 years. They've got some massive change. Obviously, technology's improved, rackets have got better, stringing's got better, but they all seem to be hitting the ball so incredibly hard now. And again, it's that blueprint Brett and I were talking about early on about it's the big serves, the big 1-2, the big serve, step around, hit an open court forehand. And that's what we're seeing most players do. We're just seeing Tim Gray move back out onto court 1, getting ready for his doubles. He'll be a disappointed man, especially when we heard that he'd put up a much better performance on the clay court and was just unsuccessful, losing in a match tiebreaker to Scotty Jones last time. It's nice to see Brenton Bacon out there. Brenton was playing when both Brett and myself were playing, and doesn't seem to have lost too much. And cruising through the second set in 1-love, and have just broken on that last service game. think Cottesloe Tennis Club should be thrilled with the job they've done today. They've got a massive crowd here. Crowd's still here, eagerly looking forward to this doubles game. It's hard to make a case for Uni to win this doubles game given the strength of Scott Jones' doubles play. But being a home crowd favourite and being a home game, all the members are here. All the other courts are cleared off. There's a little bit of social tennis still going on. There's probably still 5-6 courts of social tennis. Cottesloe Tennis Club, one of the strongest clubs in the state, and got a rich tradition of tennis, and they need to be congratulated for the job they've done here today. A lot of people out here. The bar's open. A lot of people out here having a Chardonnay, a few bevies. I think Julia Speziali's just rocked up into the box. Julie, would you like to have a bit of a chat? I believe you just started at Tennis West in the sponsorship and events role.
Yes, Shane. So I started in August with Tennis West as the events and sponsorship lead. Brett poached me from Gavin Sullivan at host, much to Gavin's dismay.
Oh yeah, I heard Gavin was dirty about that. Gavin's here today. Is he talking to you,
he's
Julia?
still dirty about it. He still brings it up.
So are you enjoying the culture at Tennis West? I know the CEO, Brett Patton, has made some big cultural changes at Tennis West. And,
yes.
Are you enjoying working in that space?
Oh, I love it. We've got such a great culture. Last night we had our Christmas party at Henry. First we went to an escape room and then we went to Henry Summers after.
Is this going to be the X-rated version or the PG version?
Oh no, PG version.
Thank you. Just letting you know, there's no delay on this coverage.
It was such a good environment. Everyone just got along really well. Such a good culture. Yeah.
And Goods Property Services, one of the key sponsors at Tennis West, and certainly the key naming rights sponsor of State League. You were responsible for bringing them on board, I believe, so congratulations for that.
Thank you. So I first got them on board for sponsoring for the Industry Awards Night. So they sponsored Most Outstanding Australian Ranking Tournament. And they were so impressed with the night of the Industry Awards Night and what they received with their sponsorship. I received a phone call from them the following week saying they would like to sponsor further and be more involved with Tennis West. So Brett and I put together the naming rights for the State League and they've jumped on board and it's been fabulous having them on board.
And so you've been pretty successful in that space, managing to engage some sponsors to support Tennis West and their new initiatives. So congratulations on that, because it can't be easy trying to find money out there, and certainly in the environment today, especially through COVID. So you're to be congratulated on that. So well done.
Thank you.
So what are the next big things you're working on, being in that event space?
So as of next week, we've got Newcomb Medal. So we are doing a function at the State Tennis Centre in our Hopman Cup room. So we have finalists from Perth. So we are throwing a function for our finalists and they can invite some guests just to reward them, because itself is such a massive award itself to be as a finalist for Newcomb Medal. So
the Newcomb Medal is the industry awards key event of the year. It's like the Brownlow for tennis, and
yes.
it's in Melbourne. Where's it held in Melbourne?
So normally it is held at Crown,
yes.
Crown Melbourne, Crown Towers, where they held the Brownlow. But I believe with COVID this year, they're doing a live streaming, so it will be live streamed.
Okay. So, and the finalists that are attending who have been nominated are those who were the winners
yes.
of the State Awards night.
Yes.
And so they'll be present on Friday trying to win the national award.
Yes, that's correct. So we actually received packages for them for Friday night from the Newcomb Medal. So they've each got some party poppers and some confetti guns. So we're all ready to go if someone wins. I actually tested out a confetti gun in Brett's office on Friday morning, and safe to say he was not impressed. It looked like a fairy had been in his office.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can imagine what that would look like. Brett would be very hard to work with, I can imagine. What's Brett like to work with?
Oh, Brett's a great boss. And that's not because he's sitting right next to me. But no, Brett's a great boss. He's very approachable. He always has an open door policy, so you never see him with his door closed unless he's got a very big meeting. Well, that's what he tells us.
Because he's very busy, isn't he?
Oh, he's a very busy man. But no, he's a great boss. He's very supportive. Every Friday he puts time aside for all of his staff, and he does one-on-one coaching with them. So I look forward to my Friday coaching with Brett.
God help us all.
And I look forward to when we do our budget reviews and Friday coaching. So, it's great. I love it.
So everybody's terribly disappointed the ATP Cup's not going ahead this year in Perth, obviously because of COVID and the policy of the WA government won't allow people to come in without quarantining, so the players have chosen not to come across, or Tennis Australia made a decision not to host that event in Perth. So obviously a key event on the calendar, looking in the same time as what Hopman Cup used to be. And we certainly do bemoan the loss of Hopman Cup. Hopman Cup was a tremendous event. ATP Cup's here to replace it, and from what I've seen of it so far, looks like a great initiative. And so that you'd be very, very excited to be able to leverage that for your sponsors moving forward in 2022?
2023.
2023?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So I actually used to work for Hopman Cup back in 2011.
Must have been about 12.
Not quite, Shane. But I did events and sponsorship at Hopman Cup with Sam McManus as the GM. And I absolutely loved it. We had the New Year's Eve ball, which used to be the calendar night of the year, especially for New Year's Eve.
It did, didn't it? It was at the Crown Ballroom. I remember
Yes.
that. I remember going one year when Djokovic and Ivanovic were playing. I remember that.
So Brett and I, we actually would like to bring back the New Year's Eve ball for ATP Cup.
Yeah, well, Brett's hasn't got a lot to do, so just put another thing on his plate. But I think certainly there's a space for that, because whilst there are a few New Year's Eve events out there, that was probably the highlight of the New Year's Eve calendar, and it was certainly a quality event.
No, exactly right. And unfortunately, it is a great loss that we cannot have the ATP Cup 2022. However, it gives us more time to plan and do an absolute cracker for ATP Cup 2023.
Now,
bring more sponsors on board.
You talk as much as Rob Kennedy does. Can't get a word in edgeways. So, without notice, you're a tennis player of some note. I won't tell you what note it was, but you're a tennis player of some note. How you finding Stately? What have you thought of the talent out here demonstrated today?
Actually really good today. I come every week to help out with the live broadcasting, but today there was just something, the atmosphere, the great crowd that we've got. We've probably got over 100 people in the crowd watching this. It's terrific. But the level of tennis that is being played, even Darren Dawber, Managing Director of Goods Property Services, commented he did not realise the level of tennis that is being played here, and that says something for our homegrown talent.
Yeah, I think that's a key point, Julia. I think that a lot of people don't realise the quality of tennis. And I was talking to someone in the crowd a little bit earlier, and most people are of the opinion that unless you're a tennis nuffy and you're watching tennis all the time and you love tennis for every day of the week, most people don't associate this as tennis. They associate Nadal, Federer,
Yes.
Serena Williams as tennis, and of course we only get to see those players once a year maybe, and of course you used to see the women and the men through Hopman Cup. Now it's through the ATP Cup, and we've been starved the last couple of years because of what's happened with COVID. But there is some tremendous talent out here, and when I was talking to Tom before, we were talking about the rankings of these juniors, particularly how good they are on the national scale, and you are seeing some talented athletes who move really well, largely because of the work they do off court with people such as Len Cannell. And I think that people would be really surprised and pleasantly surprised at the quality of tennis they will see.
Oh, exactly. Tim Gray, who is out there playing doubles at the moment, I see him 3-4 days a week at the State Tennis Centre training.
You'd see Scott Jones out there as well, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I see Scotty Jones as well. I was actually very impressed on Wednesday, 40-degree day. Tim Gray's out on the court at lunchtime.
Brett Patten would have been in the pool, wouldn't he?
Brett was having his daily siesta.
Do you want a job next week?
So, not just Tim, but all of our juniors, they're just such hard-working juniors. They have a really good ethic to them, where I see them first thing in the morning at squads. I see them during the day. Ashwin Sharma, I see him every day at the State Tennis Centre. He's in the gym, he's on court, and he's currently, because Astra's back in Perth and she's training at the State Tennis Centre with Len. So Ashwin and Astra, every day I see them at the State Tennis Centre hitting balls at the gym, and it's really good to see.
I'll have to shut you up in a minute, otherwise you're going to do me out of a job the way you're going. Well, listen, we're going to put you on the spot and see how you go with live commentary.
Okay.
Don't be shy about it.
Well, Shane, I used to be a tennis player, so I'm sure it's not going to be as hard as it looks.
Oh, it's very hard, Julia. So we're back on court one. Men's number ones doubles have only just started. And the scoreboard's obviously not up to date yet, but we're at least 1-0 Cottesloe up. So go ahead, Julia.
Okay, so... Oh, great smash, Scotty Jones.
You know, that point then, that took me back to a point that I saw when Brett Patten played Darren Patten in doubles. Brett Patten slid forward to a ball, threw the ball up to Darren, and instead of Darren smashing to the open court, he smashed it at Brett on the court. And you saw Brett do a commando roll across the court. One of my favourite moments of State League, that was.
So they're just talking some tactics at the moment, and I'll pass you over to Brett Patten.
Meanwhile, back at the game.
They got you back.
Apologies for the interruption there. A few technical issues I had to take care of. Wonderfully handled by our events and sponsorship lead, Julia Spazzali.
She did a very good job.
She's doing a great job out there at Tennis West, bringing on new sponsors and bringing some real polish to the events around the State League. If you want to drop Julia a note to come on board as a sponsor, I'm sure she'd appreciate that.
Yeah, love to have a meeting with you.
0423 019 496.
Not sure.
Sounds like a telethon ad, doesn't it? Thank you for the kind donation. As we skip across to court number 2, Brenton Bacon and Max Weir currently leading by a set on serve in the second against Trent Potter and Jay Fairclough. Wonderful brand of doubles being played out on both these courts. You'll enjoy some of the doubles play from Brenton Bacon, a walk-up serve. Nice swinging lefty. He likes to move that ball left to right.
Left to right, yeah. He hasn't lost anything, has he?
No. Journeyman on the State League calendar as we speak. He's also one of Perth's finest coaches.
In his younger day, Brenton Bacon was a very sought-after hitting partner for Hopman Cup players.
Indeed. Indeed he was.
A lot of the top talent in WA were recruited to hit with the visiting players as warm-up partners for Hopman Cup, and obviously leading on to Kooyong, and then some of the events in Sydney, and then ultimately the Australian Open.
Such a great breeding ground was the Hopman Cup for beautiful little hands there at the net. Adam Kehane, left-hander, Scotty Jones. But interestingly enough, we spoke to Julie about the ATP Cup, and it isn't on this year. We did our very best to work with all the stakeholders, but unfortunately, given the circumstances, we just couldn't get the event up and running. But it will be back full flight for 2023. But the Hopman Cup, I mean, if you had a good Hopman Cup, that translated into having a good Australian summer. If you look over the 33 years that we had the Hopman Cup, beautiful high forehand volley from Scotty Jones, you'll actually find those better players that played great Hopman Cup actually went in and went deep into the Australian Open, or if not won the Australian Open.
Well, they got great match play, didn't they? And I think one of the ones I can remember the most was Belinda Bencic. Was really coming back from tennis, coming back from injury, was playing with Djokovic. And Djokovic, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was Federer. That's right. It was Roger Federer. And just coming back and was underdone by the time she got to the Hopman Cup. played a tremendous Hopman Cup, and then went on and did really well at the Australian Open, and probably had her best result at the Australian Open. And of course, since that time, she's been very competitive around the world. So, yeah, terrible loss for the game to lose that mixed teams format, because it was unique in the world.
Scotty Jones serving. Hopman Cup is owned by the ITF. It will be some talk that it's been touted to be played the week prior, or the week before I should say, the French Open. It's been managed by a French consortium. Good hands, beautiful just inside, and tried the Federer.
There's a haymaker, wasn't it?
Couldn't deliver on that Andre Agassi style run back smash from Scotty Jones. He's done everything right today. Probably thought he could have hit that too, the form he's in.
All the way, yeah, he hasn't missed anything all day. I tell you, I was very impressed with Adam Kehane's volleying skills there. Great hands.
Beautiful hands, nice left-hander, very sharp, Eastern Stater. Not a born and bred West Australian, sandgroper. Scotty Jones, closest to the net, defence. Beautiful hands, just speak about it from this angle. Just a lovely little touch cross court.
Little feather, wasn't it, across
That
the
is not
court,
an easy shot to be able to execute.
to take the speed off the ball like that.
Great hands, great touch. I'll be enjoying the broadcast through West Australian live streaming. Tomio Yamazaki and Scotty Walsh. Wonderful job in putting the production together. You've enjoyed today's broadcast, Shane Smedley?
I have very much, Brett Patton. Again, I've just continued to be pleasantly surprised, if not amazed, by the quality and depth of talent out here. It's, yeah, I mean, obviously I was in that space for a fair while with a lot of players that we both know, but I don't recall ever having this depth of talent, particularly at such a young age. You know, when we were playing, most of the players were at 25, 35 in that sort of area. But now we're looking at guys, and particularly more so in the women even. You know, the women are 14, 15 years of age and highly ranked nationally. And the boys, the young men, you know, they're 17, 18, and they're playing strong games. And really, they're underdone physically at that age, but they're just testament to the amount of work they do off court.
Tim Gray serving. Beautiful sliding first serve wide. He would have liked to have found that a little bit more in his singles match against Scotty Jones today. But I think you're right. It's a real testament to the work that Andrew Roberts and Len Cannell, Tom George, Emma Heyman from the State Tennis Centre High Performance Academy, and all the great coaches from around locally, the likes of Brad and Ash Dyer and James Connolly and John Thorpe and Reece McDougall. And there's so many great coaches in and around WA that producing this talent has just... It's almost been like a production line for the last 10 years.
Yeah, I think that's a shift that Tennis West have made. I don't know, I'm not privy to whether it was under the direction of Tennis Australia, but certainly what Tennis West have done. Earlier on, the move was to centralise everything, to centralise all coaching, and so all club coaches who had the relationship with their athletes were expected to bring their coaches to the tennis centre for training, and that caused a lot of problems for a lot of different reasons. And since Tennis West have decided to decentralise and to recognise that the relationships with their club coaches and their coaches they've had for many, many years, really Tennis West, the high performance group, is there just to support that development. And I think that's a wonderful model moving forward, because you don't want to undo the work that their club coach has done or the personal coach has done. And I think it's a fantastic process now. And as you said, we have a lot of high-quality coaches out there. You've already mentioned a few of them. And I think that we need to continue to support that.
Swinging serve again, wide from Timmy Gray. Unplayable from Adam Kehane, the left-hander. Standing in the juice court, Scotty Jones on the backhand court. Interesting to see, Shane. I'd be interested to take your perspective. You're a left-hander, and left-handers generally play on the backhand wing.
Yeah, that's changed a bit, hasn't it now, though? It has changed a bit.
Or, if you don't mind, again, flushed it, but the ball was a little long. They're shaking their head in disbelief how well Scotty Jones has been hitting the ball this afternoon. Jurie Terblanche just giving direction to Tim Gray. Lovely overhead.
Yeah, the overhead was great. The volley was serviceable, but I think if Scotty had had one or two chances of that volley, it would have been put away straight away. So you can just sort of see the difference in being comfortable.
Move across to the second court. Max Weir serving.
Sorry, going back to the question you're talking about, lefties playing on the back end court. What it allowed you to do is that you had forehands down the line, which is always great. But you see a bit of a change now. You see the lefties often playing in the forehand court now. So they had, what it does, it then puts forehands in the middle of the court. So it probably makes more sense when you think about it.
Max Weir serving. Gee, good hands from Jay Fairclough just to take that serve on the rise and move forward and force the error from Max Weir. Some talented kids out here. Trent Potter, he's heard his father Brad talk earlier, and great hockey family as well. Got
yes.
Very talented family. His mother, one of the state players, juniors, coming through for many years in tennis. And obviously, younger brother's a good hockey player, plays state hockey for WA, and so does Trent. Big serve again from Max Weir.
What disappoints me a little bit, we were talking before. I was talking before about being a traditionalist in the space of Test cricket versus T20, and as a traditionalist, I'd love to see. I would expect doubles to be played as a serve volley game.
Beautiful touch there.
And I don't think I've seen a doubles match yet this season where anybody has actually played consistently serve and volley off the serve. And I don't understand why, because you can hit a quality serve down, you can hit a quality serve, but it takes the pressure off the returner serve. It doesn't have to do anything, but it's a trend that's supported internationally.
Yeah, that's right. There's some talk that women like to get out 10,000 words a day, and I'm starting to see that with you, Shane Smedley, as Kehane serves deep. Good first volley. When you get home tonight, you'll be going straight to bed, Shane. I reckon you'll be all talked out. You've done a wonderful job carrying the commentary today. Bob Kennedy's gone home. He had to pull up stumps. He had a young baby he's got to take care of.
Thank you, Brett, for those kind words.
Kehane ready to serve again.
See, it looks like Adam's serving and volleying. What are your thoughts on doubles and serve and volleying, the evolution of the doubles game?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, traditionally, serve, run to your spot, hit the first volley. That's how we were taught the game.
Yeah.
Nowadays, you're trying a little bit more flair, a bit more variety. Kehane ready to serve again. Down the tee.
I guess it's largely to do with the quality of the returner serve. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to me if you hit a high quality first serve and the returner server just floats the return back when you normally nip it off. And it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I guess if the boys are wailing away, or any player's wailing away from the back of the court, and you're under pressure on your first volley, you're making a half volley, or you're at stretch on a volley, I can understand why. It is a change.
Jurie Terblanche serving closest to the camera from UWA. On serve, first set. There's that beautiful left-hander return. Lovely touch.
Double bounce.
Is it easier, Shane, as a left-hander to hit the off forehand from that juice side, like we just saw Adam Kehane then? That seemed, he just sort of blocked that ball and pushed that ball away to the incoming server. The advantage of that left-hander in the juice court?
Yeah, the problem if you play a juice court, though, as a lefty, you are really susceptible to the serve that the right-hander hits when it breaks out wide to the forehand court, because then you're at reach on a backhand, and obviously you haven't got the reach on your backhand. People, the two-handers don't have the reach on the backhand. So if you're out wide and if you're playing a single-handed backhand, you're then really forced to lob down the line, chip down the line. And there's been some tremendous left-handers who have played lovely chips down the line on off-returner serve. But it's quite a defensive tactic. So that's the biggest problem you have. And of course, you've got to, as a lefty, you've got to cover the breaking ball wide. So then it opens you up down the middle as well. That's why I think probably lefties used to always play backhand courts, because the angles are easy to cover.
Words of Shane Smedley, former over 55's number 2 doubles player in the world. He's just ticked over 10,000 words today. See if we can get him up to 12,500. The way he's going. Beautiful service motion there from Jurie Terblanche. Oh, hello. He's just querying. He thought he saw dust on that, Shane. You've got pretty good eyesight. You were never one to walk away from a dusty line call. Lovely hands. Just pushed it wide on serve here.
Missed it.
A little bit of niggle out here in this doubles, Shane. I think there might be a little bit of tension, a
Well,
bit of frustration.
As you know, Brett, not afraid of a little bit of niggle yourself. All it needs is a ball to be tubed at a guy at the net, or a volley put through the guy at the net, and it can change the temper of the match very, very quickly.
Like Nick Kyrgios said when he played Rafa at last year's Wimbledon, he said he thinks Rafa can take a ball to the chest. He's won a lot of matches, a lot of money. There's a bit of heat in that match between Kyrgios and Rafael Nadal. I have a question for you while you're on a roll. That Nick Kyrgios, he just generally tries to get into some contests, arguments, frustrations, niggle with Novak and with Rafa. What do you think he does that?
I think I was one of the biggest supporters of Kyrgios early on in his career, because I saw him as potential world number one. I thought he had all the game, had all the skills. He was unafraid of anybody, but I think he was underachieved, and he's getting towards the end of his career now by his own admission. He's talking about the fact that he doesn't want to play much longer, so he's going to be a major underachiever. Why he's taking in those boys? I think in his own mind he feels as though he's as good as those boys, and but of course he's not realising his potential. There's probably a lot of frustration there, and I think most people lost patience with him, which is unfortunate. So I think most people are now looking at the next generation of players coming up. You know, De Minaur, obviously, which he's been coached by Leighton Hewitt and doing very, very well. Alex Popperin is another one. Who are the other top boys coming up on board?
James Duckworth is the second-rate.
Well, James been around for a while, though,
He's more of a journeyman. He's had a standout year. But if you look at some of the great talent coming out of WA, I mean, Tristan Schoolgate, we're waiting for Tristan to really explode go deep in some of the ITFs and then move up into the main tour. He's currently 450 in the world, around that mark.
Your dad's working out at the State Tennis Centre, isn't he? Doing some work out there.
Tremendous young talent, great athlete. Well, we've got a very good mix of certainly the women in Australia are exceeding all expectations. 3 of the top 5 Australian players on the world stage at the moment, all West Australian girls.
Yes,
Astra
Storm
Sharma
and
Storm and Maddie Inglis. Here we see the I formation here. Adam Kehane, you can see just bobbing down, and you can see the hand signals that he's been giving. He's looking to go down the line. I think that was a sneaky duck. Oh, just beautiful lob there. All different hand signals. You can see from this particular camera angle, just have a look at the net player. He'll put his hand behind his back and it'll indicate where he would like the server to serve, either middle, body or wide, and then he gives another signal to say whether he's going to stay or move, Shane.
Yep, yeah, you're dead right. I think early on in tennis, we didn't see a lot of signals. It was very much intuitive. You serve where you wanted to serve and you relied on your net player to cut it off for you.
Here we go. We'll look for the hand signals. No, not here. They've already spoken about where they're going.
Sorry, just interrupt me. That's okay. I thought that since we've seen a lot of the players come back from college in the States,
there's
doubles is huge. So you see a lot of the players come back from the States, and because doubles is so important in NCAA AA competition, where they play the doubles first, and it gets the team off to a start or not, a lot of players have brought it back.
Just on to court number 2, watching Brenton Bacon close to the camera, only moments away from closing this match out here on the number 2 courts, serving a set and 5-4 up. Brenton Bacon for Cottesloe, swinging it wide.
Oh,
cheeky. Just
playing dirt out there.
The flair of Brenton Bacon, beautifully played.
There's a bit of dirt there, wasn't there? A bit of cheekiness, little sort of high forehand drop volley. And lucky to get away with it, but did.
Serving, you'll see the step up serve for Bacon. Beautiful swinging serve down the tee and playing that wide.
Caught it wide, and that's the match.
That's the match there, all done and dusted for Cottesloe. Weir and Bacon defeating young Trent Potter and Jay Fairclough in straight sets 6-3, 6-4, 5-love
5-0.
As it currently stands for Cottesloe.
Going to be a whitewash the way it's looking.
Could have been a lot closer than that. We saw 3 of the singles go to the super tiebreakers, so it could have been a lot closer, Shane.
We did. Now, was that I formation the squeeze by any chance? Tom George was talking about the squeeze the other day.
Beautiful serve down the middle. Yeah, the squeeze. There's a number of different variations. The squeeze.
What do you call that one? The toilet duck, didn't you?
The chuckles, the Dutch wink. There's a few different ones.
Yeah, a few of those I've heard of.
The I formation, of course, made famous by the Jensen brothers, Murphy and Luke Jensen,
Murphy and Luke
won the French
Jensen.
Open back in 1992 from memory, as they change ends.
That's first set.
First set to the Cottesloe boys, just as they sit down. They do sit down at the change of every set now. Take a 90-second break. Beautiful conditions out here at Cottesloe Tennis. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, brought to you by Scotty's Media, Tomio Yamazaki and Scotty Walsh. My name is Brett Patton, sitting alongside former ITF World Over 55 number 2 doubles player. Great insights from Shane Smedley, and of course we had head of participation Rob Kennedy join us for the first few hours of today's broadcast. Wonderful day's play, beautiful big crowd here, still sticking around at Cottesloe.
Well, they're loving a home court win, aren't they?
Certainly do.
And they've done a tremendous job here. Absolutely, Cottesloe have really rolled out a great job today, and a testament to the quality of the club and support that the members have for what Tennis West is trying to do. And I look forward to more clubs embracing these new initiatives, because what Tennis West is doing, when I was involved in Tennis West years ago, clubs were bemoaning the lack of support they used to get from Tennis West, and all of a sudden with Brett, with you coming on board, you put something in place here now. You know, thankful to the obviously Goods Property Services and their sponsorship of it. What we've done, we're now providing live streaming, which gives a massive opportunity for clubs to showcase their facility. It's an opportunity to recruit new members, and what Cottesloe have done here today has been exceptional.
Also want to give a shout out to Tyre Power, who've been igniting our high performance and all our tennis leagues right around this summer of tennis. So we give a big shout out to Tyre Power. Again, another great partnership that Julia Spazzelli and Mark De Silva and Concept Marketing better bring on board. It's not possible without great partnerships to ensure that we're enacting activations to get participation up.
Yeah, and I think of activations, I think if those clubs who are on the calendar to host a state league broadcast in the second half of the tennis season, do your best to provide an activation for your members, to get your members down here to support the state league. It's in everybody's best interest. We're all trying to grow the sport, and we need everybody on board. And certainly what we don't need is clubs to sort of not get behind it and it's a massive opportunity, and it's something that's fresh and new in this industry.
Words from Shane Smedley, former Competitions and Leagues coordinator at Tennis West for many years. You enjoyed your time working for Tennis West?
I did very much so. So yeah, it's quite a big portfolio when you're looking after league and tournaments. We try to make a few changes to, just like you have done, trying to sort of create greater involvement with our stakeholders and greater initiatives and build our numbers and build participation. For those who don't know, the Tennis West League competition services over 7,000 players, and it comes from over 70 clubs. 70 clubs are involved. It's the biggest league competition in Australia, and the model that we had in WA was to the envy of every other state association.
In fact,
and still is.
Still is, and they've changed the competitive blueprint for TA to showcase and simulate and pretty much match what we've been running over in WA for the best part of 30 odd years, Shane.
Yeah. And I think, speaking to some of the younger players, particularly the girls, we've showcased a few of the girls' matches, a few of the state league matches, and the younger girls are playing. There seems to be more and more younger women playing, because we're losing a lot of the women as they turn 17, 18 to go to college in the States, and then we're seeing them return after their college stint. But because we've got younger girls playing, they're finding they really enjoy the teams event. The teams format is something that's unique to league. So instead of being out there on your own in a singles match where it's a knockout event and you're out of the competition, you lose your first match. In a league event, you can still make a contribution in doubles. You can still get behind your team, and a lot of the girls really enjoy playing in that team's competition.
Change of ends, the UWA team. No, they're not. A bit of a head fake there to change ends. Timmy Gray serving to start this second set. Currently down 5-0 and lost the first set here. I've been very impressed by what I've seen with this young UWA side. Fairly new to the competition. Or just snatched that little double-hander. Tried to roll it over and didn't. Holding serve there for Timmy Gray as the boys change ends. Of course, it's sudden death juices now, where if it gets to juice, the returning team get to choose which side that they would like to be receiving from.
That's on the first time it gets to juice?
First time it gets to juice. And of course, the third set is a super tiebreaker, first to 10 points.
And usually you find in a doubles team, one player typically has a better return of serve, or you'll find that the server serves better to one side and the other side. It's a combination of both those reasons when you're making a choice, making a decision.
I was interested to see that Adam Kehane put his hand up to take the return of serve there at that juice. I thought Scotty Jones
took it away from Scotty Jones.
Has been hitting certainly a far better return of serve in this match, but like that, Scotty Jones just giving the confidence to his partner to say, no, this is your time.
Yeah.
And again, to serve first stages of the second set here, Adam Kehane, left-hander. Let first serve. Shaking the head. There we go. The tactics again, just talking about where they'd like to serve.
You know, I like the initiative of clubs having their club name on the back of their shirt. But I would like to see all clubs, and this is maybe something you can mandate through league next year, is that all players should have their name on the back of the shirt. Cottesloe have obviously done it today. You can see it through a broadcast that Cottesloe have got all their names of their players. It makes it really easy to identify them. If you're new in this space, you don't know who the players are, it's really nice to be able to identify somebody through that name, because there's nothing on the scoreboard that represents that. Thoughts, Brett?
Kehane serving, swinging wide. Oh, just catching the top of the tape. We're working with all clubs to ensure, one, they've got a club shirt. So all their league teams, the expectation is that they play in their club shirt, create that rivalry and that tribalism. Secondly, there's all the state league clubs generally either have their name of the club or their name of themselves. Alexander Park, Cottesloe, Dalkeith, UWA just got UWA TC on there. But it does give the fans and the spectators something to identify the players.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think every sport we're seeing now, it's all about fan engagement. Every single sport. I mean, you look at what they do in the T20. You look at the Australian Open. Everybody's now looking to engage fans. You know, AFL, AFLW. They're all looking to engage their fans. And I think that having a club name on the back is a start, but I think the player name is even better. And I think it allows people to start identifying with players.
Kehane serving. Here's the I formation we spoke to earlier.
I think it's the
Down the
squeeze.
tee. Moving back to the traditional, conventional starting position.
Never made a lot of sense to me, that.
The serve and stay back. You made mention of that.
No,
very
not the serve
play.
and stay back. We saw Scotty call the I formation on the first serve, but he moved back on a second serve when the player really needs more support on the second serve than the first serve. So I never understood why you take an offensive position on the first serve, you don't on the second serve, and really you're under pressure more on the second serve. So maybe try to put a bit extra pressure
again
on.
down the tee. Beautiful play, lovely soft hands by Scotty Jones, and again nicely held. Adam Kehane, one game apiece.
And of course, those I formations and whatever you want to call them, tandem, whatever you want to call it, squeeze, they're only as good as if you can hit the serve to that position.
Correct.
Yeah. So if you're playing I formation, you've told your partner you signal to serve down the middle, and you serve out wide, you're opening yourself up down the line.
Yep.
So
You got to hit your spots.
You've got to be able to hit your spots. So it only works for those who can actually hit a serve to a position.
Beautiful serve right into the body. Again, moving the left-hander away. He tried to hit the off forehand. We spoke to that the last change of ends. He just couldn't get onto, and certainly wasn't moving the weight through the shot. He was falling away, and hence he lost some control and some power. Jurie Terblanche serving from UWA. Beautiful flat and wide again.
And if you're a player that can't serve to position on a tennis court, get out on the practice court, put some markers out there, put some cones out there. I remember coaching for many, many years and putting cans of Coke out in the court. And if the players get a counter cut, they get to keep it. Put something out there, work your spots. And it's not just the two corners, it's short up the tram line as well. There's different spots on the court. There's a body serve as well.
Beautiful hands there from Timmy Gray, outstretched arm, go gadget, just dropping that short over the net.
You know, if you want to be a great doubles player rather than average doubles player, you've got to be able to serve to position. And if you can do that, you can generally hold serve as long as your partner can volley. You can generally hold serve most of the time if you can serve to position, because you can then pick a target out, pick the weak side out, and serve to that side.
If we have a look at this formation, this is the tandem.
Yeah.
Both players on the same side of the court.
So that's a tandem and a cross.
catching the line. Beautiful. Right on it. And you can see the little fist pump from Jurie. I mean, the tandem is probably not as used as the I formation and some of the other different combinations out here.
Yeah, so I think the what we saw then was tandem. So they're trying to get the return of serve to hit cross court.
Yeah.
So they're taking away down the line return. So they're trying to get it hit cross court. And so what Nick did, what Tim did at the net was he was then crossing. They were going to switch. He was going to try and intercept that volley. But to make a volley when you're on the move like that, it's a tough shot. So again, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. If you're going to hit a volley cross court, stand cross court and wait for the volley to come that way. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Because there's nothing harder to run laterally to make a volley.
Boys just coming back on the court. Adam Kehane. The voice of Shane Smedley. Just sliding his arm back into the sling. How is the arm holding up? The shoulder after the shoulder up, Shane?
Well, feeling my age, Brett Patton. I made a comeback to tennis. I was really excited about coming back. I was playing with a few of the boys I used to play with when we were younger. I was playing with Kurt Robbie and Evan Arnold and Greg McAlpine, Ryan Maxfield. Really looking forward to playing out at Kings Park, and started warming up and went through about 4 weeks of warming up.
And unfortunately, you blew the shoulder out. You've given yourself a couple of months to recover.
Correct, yeah. So
we're seeing Scotty Jones. Good to see. Scott Jones looking to serve. Lovely touch, round down. Oh, little flick cross court, just catching the top of the tape.
So if I'm a bit ponky, let me know, because it's very hard to put deodorant on when you can't lift your arms up above your shoulders. You ever noticed anything?
Oh, you could do with a mint. Question about that. It's been a long day on the chat with you, and you've done a wonderful job. Scotty Jones serving, swinging wide. Lovely play by Jurie Terblanche. Just a little bit of overcast.
Around, yeah.
The sunset rule was
7:16, I think.
today. We saw the sunset about 7:05 the day Hensman Park in Cottesloe Tide.
Yeah.
So days are getting longer.
Well, there won't be a problem today because we've already got a result. So conclusive victory to Cottesloe Tennis Club.
Whether it's 5-1 or 6-love will soon play out. You need to get as many wins as you can, because every win that you get 2 points on the scoreboard. So the winning team gets 8 points plus 2 points for every victory.
Yes, Scott Jones, you could just see that second serve, and he's really feeling it today. He's hit a second serve, not as big as his first serve. Hit a slice serve, which is a tough second serve to make, breaking down through the middle, and all Tim Gray could do was just shake his head and say, yeah, too good.
A few stars of the game. Dommy Bouchard came in to say good day to us earlier. Dommy was a great State League player, played over at college in the US for a number of years. He's here today, although he's...
Is he playing again now?
Residing on the East Coast. Mainly, we might try to get him in the booth here, have a quick chat to him about his career, what he's doing back in Perth, taking the opportunities. Chris Watson is still here. Yeah. Chris looks like he's been doing a bit of time on the bench, lifting heavy.
You've got the guns out.
The shorts are getting shorter and tighter. Adam Kehane and Scotty Jones in sync. A lot of high-fiving and a low slap.
Yeah, that's very much American college, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, he just went after that. You could see it in his eyes. Scotty Jones hasn't missed too many today. Rightfully so. He was thought he'd make that.
You'll recall when you played World 35s and you played America, you played the US, and their doubles pairing in the teams event was awesome. So formidable, and they were big servers, big volleys. You know, they'd jump up and high-five each other on the chest and all sorts of stuff, weren't they?
Certainly did. Lovely dipping shot. Lovely hands.
Lovely volley. One of the hardest volleys to make, that high backhand volley.
Beautifully
Lovely
received by the nice crowd here at Cottesloe Tennis Club. Yeah, the Americans, as you know, showing that very much in the team sports, going to college, terrific tennis programs all through the States. No matter what level of college you go to, the tennis program is, and the teamwork and the team camaraderie is second to none. And, you know, when they play these ITF, which is effectively Davis Cups for all the age groups, they come together and they partner up well and they support each other along the way. A lot of high-fiving and come-ons, and as you made mention, the chest pumps.
So you'd imagine that these two boys here from Cottesloe would be pretty competitive, pretty tough to beat on a grass court. They both return serve very well. You've got the natural flair of Kehane, and of course you've got Scotty's grass court play. So they'd be very, very tough to beat, I would think.
Not too sure how many matches they've played together this season. Generally, Scotty teams up with Willie Hahn. He's not playing today.
Oh, he's not playing today, no.
I think the best State League combination comes from Hensman Park. Austin Voss and Ethan Cook haven't yet lost. They've been winning all the doubles tournaments, and State League's at number one. They've combined very well, and they were up a set against Will Hahn and Scotty Jones last time they played against Cottesloe. So they're going to be the team to beat this year. No question about that. Cottesloe certainly find themselves thereabouts, but you need to be able to play quite deep to win a State League tie.
Well, Cottesloe will be a lot stronger with Will Hahn back in because he's their number 2, isn't he? So he certainly strengthens their team up because he pushes everybody else down and gives them extra strength in the doubles as well. So that'd be, both teams at full strength. It'd be a fantastic game.
We saw that only a couple of weeks ago at Hensman Park. Beautiful conditions, nice and warm, but the level of tennis, the intensity and the ball striking was simply exceptional. And of course, Ben Cousins, the Prince of Perth, he came down to watch.
Yeah, I saw that in the paper. Yeah, he came down to have a look. Looking mighty fine. Looks like he's. Well, let's hope he's turned the corner. I heard he was in very, very good shape.
Well, the little bit of a throw of the racket. Didn't like the return of serve there as they change ends. Back on serve.
He's lost a bit of focus.
Trailing 2 games to 3, yeah.
It was all going along pretty comfortably for him. He missed a couple of balls in that game, and he's just probably lost a bit of focus.
He's frustrated. He's just throwing the can of cool drink down. He's
really thinking about what he's going to do with his team later on tonight, I think.
How did you used to celebrate after a win with Alexander Park back in the mid-90s?
We were very lucky because we had a very active manager who would organise. We had good sponsorship. Do you remember the Racket Club?
I do.
The Racket Club was I guess it was named after tennis, but it was just in Leederville or Northbridge, was it? Northbridge, just early Northbridge, near where not golf box.
Is it the colourful part of town? The
Racket Club. It was. And we were all of the State League players were all inaugural members of that, and we were put up on an honour board, and we had drinks cards every Saturday. So we'd go out for dinner first to Uncle Dominic's or something in Northbridge, and then we go thereafter and have a few drinks and a few dances on a drinks card.
Of course, back in those days, we're getting the coverage and the media back on board and covering the local State League. There was a lot of coverage back in the late 80s, early 90s. I mean, how were you treated when you used to go out? You considered quite rock stars. The names of that generation of local tennis are very highly regarded as far as athletes in this state, alongside the football players at the time. So you would have been treated like rock stars at the time.
Well, I think the difference was that we were all a little bit older, so we're all adults. Whereas now, if you wanted to try and get your team into a nightclub, you wouldn't be able to get in. You're not old enough. So it's particularly in the women's game at the moment, it's changed. The men are a little bit older. A lot of them still wouldn't get in, or certainly have to show proof of ID. You were showing proof of ID till you were about 35, Brett.
I was.
You didn't have any whiskers at 35.
Asked for ID last night, funnily enough.
Really? Was that to a seniors club or something, or?
They thought I was too young.
Too young for a seniors club.
Part of the Tennis West Christmas party. I was walking in, minding my own, and a lovely young door lady, she said to me, "Need to see your ID."
Are you old enough, sir?
I said, "Thank you for
making my day."
Correct.
Ah, bless. Just need to be a little bit careful here, Cottesloe. They had a break. Now they're back on serve, and all the work was done. I think Scotty's already thinking that he's ready to shake hands and walk off the court. They're now back on serve. They wouldn't want to drop a service game here because then they'll find themselves in a tie-break game. So you saw Scott Jones tell Adam we're going to play I formation again. Scott takes a position pretty much just on the centre line there, but has to crouch down really low. And the challenge is when you crouch down so low, you've got to be able to get up to your feet and move quickly from side to side, depending on which way the return of serve goes. So you are relying that the serve is not going to ping you in the back of the head as well. But the value of the I formation is the returner serve is not sure which way the net player is going to move. So all of a sudden he's in doubt. Whereas if they play normal, just standard formation, he knows you can return the ball cross court. And if he hits the ball well enough, the net player's not going to be able to get to it. But if you've got an I formation, you're trying to guess which way they're going to go based on the serve that you get. Yeah, lovely example of offence versus defence there. 3 great defensive lobs from Gray and Kehane. 3 great smashes overhead. And that's often the only way you can deal with an I formation is to throw up a defensive lob off return of serve if you're not sure which way the ball's going to go. So if you're serving and you're in your I formation, you're relying that you're going to serve to a certain position and then your net player is going to cover that return of serve, which is the most likely return of serve. Having said that, you can look very, very silly if you serve to the wrong spot and you move the wrong way. Oh, lovely hands from Gray there. 3-3, 15 love, second set. Crowd still sitting around enjoying this game. Late in the afternoon, long shadows across the courts. Yeah, he's lost his way a little bit, Scotty Jones. Lost his focus now. He's been sublime all day, but just a little bit distracted now. He knows it. He's good enough to get it back. 30 love. Oh, lovely breaking serve wide. And that was the exact point we were talking about before when you've got the left-hander, well, there's 2 left-handers out there, but you've got the left-hander playing on the forehand court, very, very susceptible to the breaking serve by the right-hander out wide to the backhand, and you saw that then. Tim Gray signalling to serve the ball wide. So there's an example there where Tim's told the server to serve the ball wide and he served down the middle and they're out of position very, very quickly. (40-15). You can see the shadows lengthening over the court. Starts to make it a little bit more problematic now with the ball coming out of the sunlight into the shadows. Didn't go for the same breaking serve out wide, Jurie, that time. Went down the middle into his body. That's a great second serve. Big breaking second serve wide again out to the outstretched backhand from Kehane. And very, very tough position to return from out there. Really the only option you've got is a lob down the line over the net player. On serve, you just saw Jurie changing the scoreboard there. So with 3-4 on serve, Jones to serve. Looks like Dave Cully's daughter in the crowd out there. A lot of the other pennant teams are staying here, watching this last match, enjoying the quality of competition. Scott Jones serving at 3-4 I formation, been adopted again. So if you look at Adam, he gets down very, very low, but now he's moved back to a standard formation for the second serve. We just saw the toilet duck then. Still not sure what that signal means.
Shane, I heard it's your birthday today.
Well,
Are you back?
there you go. Happy birthday, Shane Spenley. We didn't know that.
No, when you get to my age, you start to try to keep them secret if you can.
Congratulations. Happy birthday.
Thank you, Julia.
61 years young, Shane?
Oh, Julia, what are you doing to me?
In fact, we've got Allan Wall here, one of the stalwarts for Cottesloe Tennis Club, not just a stalwart for Cottesloe Tennis Club, stalwart for WA Tennis, which is Scotty Jones. Welcome to the microphone, Allan Wall.
Oh, thank you, Brett. Thank you very much.
You've enjoyed the day's play out here at Cottesloe?
Sensational, sensational.
Now, your background in tennis is long. A lot of our listeners would know of your name for many years, former board member and champion of the game of tennis. What have you enjoyed over your journey throughout tennis for the many years that you've been involved?
Well, I've been very lucky, Brett. I started playing at Lidl when I was a young tacker. Then my early tennis days were at Alexander Park, which was then a fantastic tennis club and still is. And then I had the really good fortune of playing a lot of tennis with Andy Fenoris.
Yes.
And you'd remember Andy.
I do.
Very sadly we lost him, but that was just a fantastic time. And when you're growing up and you're playing with a friend, that's how you enjoy your tennis. That was good. And then I had a great few years at Kings Park. Great club. The bar at Kings Park was
Very good.
getting very attractive. And then when we shifted to Cottesloe, and the club here is just sensational.
It is, absolutely. You do a wonderful amount of work in and around this club for many years. Al, the time that you've spent in WA, some of the best players, some of the great champions of the game that you've seen over your time. Obviously, we lost the great Clive Wilderspin only a matter of a week or so, a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
But some of the champions that you remember for over the many years that you've been associated with tennis?
Well, if you go back to that era, you've got to remember the Clive Wilderspin and the Bruce Robinson and Arthur Marshall and all that Arthur did for tennis. Arthur not only was a good player, but he put so much into the game and he was a lot of fun. But so those early days were really good, but then you get a bit, you go back to the Tim Clayton.
Yep.
You remember Tim? Tim was a really great tennis player. Davis Cup squad, beat Newcombe in the junior boys at the West Australian Open. And then you come into my era, you can't go past Gary Pemberley, who's really been a great tennis player of our era. And I was very lucky to have played with Henry Lederman.
Yes.
My best man and one of my best friends.
Is that right? Yeah.
He was fantastic. And playing with your best friend is very good.
Absolutely.
Sadly, we lost Henry.
Mm.
But so they were good. But one of the times I did enjoy was when I was playing in Melbourne, playing tennis over there. The Melbourne comp is doubles in winter. Mm-hmm. And I was lucky to play in the same team as Mervyn Rose.
The great Mervyn Rose.
The great Mervyn Rose. And if you're playing with a champion, he carries you. And he's just a beautiful player to play with. Well, so that was a real treat.
I think you're talking yourself down a bit. You're a wonderful player in your own right, Al, there's no doubt about that. You would have seen the changes in technology over the years. Of course, you would have been brought up with the wooden rackets and the catgut strings, and technology has changed the game in a way that we see players now. Serve and volley's almost been lost to the game. The art of serve and volley is not there anymore because the frames are lighter, the strings allow you to rip the ball and hit it with great power and the ball just dips down. And do you like the way the game has evolved over the years, particularly with the technology?
Well, I enjoy it just as much these days as I did then. So what else can
That's a
you
yes.
say?
That's
so
a yes.
So, but it is. I don't know whether we were as fit as these young colts were. In fact, I'm sure we weren't. But
there's a lot more emphasis on the training off the court, not just on the court hitting balls and not just the techniques, but it's really around the core strength and the getting some miles into the legs.
I think the difference we find is the current players seem to hit all at the same speed, same pace. Whereas in our era, you tended to, and you're a great chip and volley man. You buried your pace. You hit one soft. You don't see that a lot.
No, you don't. It all seems to be one pace.
All one pace.
And we saw that today. You would have seen the match between Tim Gray and Scotty Jones. I mean, Scotty Jones was a bit of a throwback. He's serve and volley. He's got beautiful hands, chips the backhand, can hit it with pace as well. And his match against Timmy Gray, he really just found a way to unnerve and unrattle his opponent with those chips, with those change of paces.
Exactly right. And not enough. I don't think enough of the young kids will vary their game. They're too frightened to hit a short one or change the pace.
Yep. We're talking with Allan Wall, one of the great stalwarts of WA tennis, one of the great champions of WA tennis over the many years, enjoying today's play out here at Cottesloe. How many years have you been a member of Cottesloe, Al?
I remember Cottesloe 16 years. And one of the greatest things we've done here, of course, and the thrill was to be involved in the Davis Cup.
Yes.
And in 2014, when we put on these courts here, we set up 3 stands around there. You can remember that. Mm-hmm. And it was just fantastic to be involved in it from the inner circle.
Absolutely. I was lucky enough to do the broadcast for 91.3 Sport
what
FM.
A great broadcast you did.
Well, thank you very much, Al. It was wonderful to be part of that. It was a great coup for WA tennis, and Cottesloe did an exceptional job of putting that event together and having the best players, the likes of Leighton Hewitt, and I think Nick Kyrgios came along, and Sam Groth, the like. Todd Woodbridge, I know Todd Woodbridge was retired by then, but just a great coup for WA to get the Davis Cup here on grass. The traditional home of tennis, really, isn't the grass courts?
One of the really great days of that was on the Sunday before the Davis Cup. It happened to be Father's Day, and the Davis Cup team had a practice. And we had a barbecue down here for all the juniors, and all the juniors were within 10 feet of the kids practicing, and the players were just magic with the juniors.
Absolutely.
They really were.
Absolutely, as you see, the big serve for Adam Kehane. Beautiful return there by Jurie Terblanche, young 16-year-old from UWA, brought up on the clay, South African by birth. And what's your take on the Davis Cup? We were talking about the Davis Cup earlier in the broadcast. It's the way the format's changed now. It's played in one city across 2 weeks. It's lost a little bit of its history, a little bit of its soul, Al.
I think it's lost. I think it's lost a lot of soul. One of the great benefits of the Davis Cup was that it took it to regions. It took it outside the capital cities. It came here to Perth. We played here. You know, we'd go to Canberra, we'd go to Ballarat, go to Bendigo, went out to Queensland places. We're not going to see that anymore. And the same thing with well, maybe not the same thing with the Fed Cup. So I think in time it will lose its place. And you've got the ATP Cup, which is a poor relation of the Davis Cup, you know. And I think if you look at the number of top players not playing Davis Cup now and opting out, it's at the end of the year, end of the season. The players aren't as interested in it. So it's lost its lustre.
Yeah, over 100 years old, the Davis Cup competition. Of course, Australia, one of the nations that hold the most titles in Davis Cup alongside the US. Of course, that was dated back to the era that you spoke to with some of the great past champions. Australia used to really dominate team tennis, as we're seeing an extended rally here between Cottesloe and UWA. Beautiful deep forehand again from Timmy Gray. Nice little come on as well. It's been an interesting match today, Al. We've seen 3 of the 4 singles go to a super tiebreaker and could have gone either way. 2 versus 6 on the ladder, but the ladder ranking certainly didn't come into consideration here. Very tight matches today.
Yeah, they were tight. And what do you think of the super tiebreaker, Brett?
I enjoy the tiebreaker. I think it's... I'm a traditionalist with most things, but I do like the Super 8. I think it gives... Super tiebreaker, I should say. I think it just adds a little bit of cat and mouse, a little bit of Russian roulette. As a player, I wouldn't like it. I like the 3. I like to play the 3 sets, but as a spectator, I'm enjoying the super tiebreaker. As we're seeing Adam Kehane serving. Just misplaying. Jurie Terblanche just pushing that wide. Was that a loaded question, Al? Are you not enjoying the super
I think it's fantastic.
You love it?
You know, I think particularly when you got tight matches, and you know, if you didn't have those super tiebreak, we might be still playing the 3rd set.
Yes, indeed.
Certainly. The same set when the tiebreakers were walked
sunset
in,
today is 7:16, so we'll get through today's event. But although Cottesloe were involved in the sunset rule only a couple of weeks ago on hard court against Hensman Park, didn't get the match completed because the matches were all very long and hard fought. But today we certainly will get through, given that it's now 2 minutes to 6. Nice volley there by Scotty Jones. Oh, if you don't mind. And a big come on as well. Nice crowd here. The crowd really do start to come down here and pack out the stadium here at Cottesloe. They just love their state league tennis.
Well, we're very lucky because the way the club's situated, the clubhouse is a natural stadium. So you're sitting very close. I think the players enjoy playing here.
They do. I did. I enjoyed my time here immensely. Always.
Well, you were a great tennis player for Cottesloe. You know, you're one of the best, you know.
Well, thank you. It's nice of you to say that, Al. In fact, the last time that Cottesloe won the state league, I was part of that team. So,
well, you'll have to come back.
Well, they do say no premiership, no Patsy, no premiership. That's what they used to say, Al. But
that's right.
Getting a bit old to compete with these young fellas now. I'm enjoying doing the broadcasting for the West Australian Live media stream.
It's a fantastic initiative. It really is. I think it's good on you for doing it.
Yeah, thanks to Scotty Walsh and Tommy Yamazaki, big part of the production crew here. And we're getting a lot of focus back on local WA tennis, local champions, and making sure that they're right up there with the best athletes being publicised in WA. And this year we're getting some great success in publicising our state league.
No, it's fantastic. And I know the members here, the tennis is good standard, great
beautiful standard.
It's great standard. And, you know, we're very lucky having Scotty Jones, who has spent a lot of time been a good servant of the tennis club.
Has indeed.
Tim Weir, born and bred here, you know, so...
Absolutely.
You know, so it's really nice when you get the young kids coming up.
It is, yeah. And that's a big benefit of Cottesloe, such a strong coaching for over 20 years here with Dave Cully, and he's been able to bring through those juniors to go from juniors into the lower divisions and then up playing the Premier League events. Rather than moving clubs, they're actually being developed from within. So,
well, I think one of the strengths of the club is Dave Cully and his coaching team, and really they are just fantastic. And if you come down as president, come down here on a Saturday or Sunday morning, all the courts are full of little tackers.
Yep.
And on Friday night they're full of little tackers with all their mums having a drink on the sideline. So
enjoy it, don't they?
Just overflowing with juniors.
It really is, has always had a real country feel, this club. You know, the players, the juniors, the parents, they all gravitate to this club because it's a great community club. They come for the activities, not just the tennis, but they come for the real community feel and the social aspects, don't they?
Well, we're very lucky. We've really got a number of segments to the club because we've got the people you would have seen here today, and with all the courts that all was taken today, so that's fantastic. And then if you come tomorrow, all the juniors are here. If you look at Tuesday and Wednesday morning, the courts are almost full with the midweek. The night tennis is taking off, Brad. And when we did the extension to the 10 hard courts, it really is a great thing that's starting to happen because we're getting a different market.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about.
Tennis West have been really helpful, you know.
Good to hear.
Giving us lots of money.
Like to hear that.
I believe they're giving us more next year. Is that right?
Well, we're always willing to write a cheque out to the Cottesloe Club. There's no doubt about that. That's wonderful.
Put that on record?
I better go back and talk to my head of operations.
Look, Tennis West have been fantastic, and Loretta Hughes, who I know from ages, has always been a great person. That, as an old fella, I can go to Loretta and she'll always give me a word of wise and sometimes strong advice.
Yes.
But she's a really great servant of tennis.
Yep, well spoken. She has been a long-serving servant of tennis, particularly head of competitions and league. We got arguably the best league tennis across all states in the country, and proudly so. We've got the best Premier League. That's why we get a lot of players come across and want to be part of our leagues from the eastern states. And we're looking to the winners of State League. We're looking to make it a national club championships leading up to the Australian Open in the next couple of years. So we're just working on those formats at the moment, Al. Love to showcase.
That doesn't do any harm.
Not at all. As we've seen Jurie Terblanche serving.
When are we going to see Ash Barty here?
That's a good question. I'm working with Tennis Australia to try to get the rights to the Billie Jean King Cup first round in Perth just before Easter.
That would be fantastic.
Need to convince a few people, Alicia Molik being one of those people I need to convince, and Tennis Australia, but we're working closely with them. Given that we haven't had, obviously, the ATP Cup for the last 2 years, it'd be great to see either the Davis Cup or the Billie Jean King Cup here next year.
That'd be absolutely fantastic.
Don't know if we'll get it down on the grass courts, I think, but it'd be nice to have it on a real community field, wouldn't it? Play on a grass or one of the clubs.
Yeah, but if you put Ash Barty out there, the community will come.
Oh, they'll come. They'll fill out the stadium, the RAC Arena, there's no doubt about that.
Absolutely.
As we're just seeing the boys change over here. Seeing Allan Kehane in the white, left-hander.
He's a wonderful coach with David Cully, you know. He works really good with the young kids. young kids love him. And
Where's he from? Is he South Australian?
look, I'm not sure, but he's here a lot of the time, and I see him coaching the young kids in the morning. And it's quite strange to see him coaching the young tackers during the day, and he's out here hitting the ball like you used to.
Well, I used to call him tight. Allan Wall, we're talking to, one of the greats at WA tennis. We listed off a few of the great players during his generation. Had the privilege of playing with Mervyn Rose, a Grand Slam champion. Of course, you mentioned Gary Pemberthy, your generation. Catch up with Gary much?
Socially these days, you know, and a little bit playing golf, but Gary and Lorraine are really good friends. You know, and it was quite different in our era because we played a lot of junior tournaments, and the state grade players would play junior on the Sunday, as you know. So it was really terrific.
Beautiful hands, all players here at the net. Diving, forehand, reaching across. Lovely rally, good hands, and the big thumbs up from Scotty Jones. He's had it on a string today, Scott Jones. He's hardly put a foot wrong. And again out here with Adam Kehane, just showing the court craft and the ability that he has. And he's been a good contributor to Cottesloe for many years. He was here playing prior, going to the college, went to college for a good 3 years and came back. And now he's back at Cottesloe playing and trying to get a state league title for Cottesloe. In fact, the last one we won, I was playing alongside Scotty Jones just before he went to college. Alongside Joel played L and Mitchell played L as well. Andrew Roberts.
Your brother was a very good player.
He was.
What's Darren doing these days? Is he still playing good tennis?
He's not playing a lot of tennis. He's got a not-for-profit organisation called Milpilmara Connection. They look after all the Indigenous kids up in the Wiluna area. They give them opportunities to get educated. Lovely hands. Oh, nice run down from... just missing that, a little bit cheeky. Yeah, the big D's working with the Indigenous kids, as I made mention, up in the Wiluna area, the Mardu tribe, getting them into schools and getting them an education.
When Cottesloe ran the last Governor's Charity Tennis Day, they were
correct.
A major beneficiary.
They certainly were.
And Tennis Australia were very good in that. They donated a large number of hotshot kits to Darren.
Yep, they did.
And I don't know whether they're still in existence or whether they're getting refreshed or not. But
the hotshots, the ANZ hotshots, the sponsorship, the partnership with ANZ is coming to an end early next year.
Is it?
But we've just did a big road show handing out rackets all across Australia. And the aim was to give 200,000 rackets over the last 5 years to kids at school and preschool, and we've done that.
Fantastic.
And we had our last racket giveaway here only a matter of a couple of weeks ago. We did one out at Subiaco Primary School where Matty Ebden came along and he presented the rackets to the kids along with the mayor of Subiaco, and we interviewed Matty up there, spoke about his career in playing tennis, and the kids absolutely loved it.
Wouldn't Matty be the most successful performance-wise of all West Australian tennis players?
Men, he is.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, the highest ranked male outside of Chris Johnson. Chris Johnson held that mantle for many years. Top 80 in the world, Chris Johnson, for many of those years.
Still hold a higher rank than...
So Matty got to 39 in the world in singles,
and
currently sitting inside the top 60 in doubles, and is still playing, and he looks as
in
good a nick. Oh, he's playing very well, and he's training out there at the State Tennis Centre leading up to this Australian Summer of Tennis, and I can tell you he's an incredible athlete.
And do you have a hit with him?
No. No, I should get back out there, Al, but beautiful hands. And there it is, game, set and match. As we say thank you and goodbye to you, Al.
Thank you.
Looking forward to seeing you up in the bar a little bit later for a Shirley Temple.
Great service you fellas do. Well done.
Thanks, Allan Wall, one of the greats from WA Tennis, from an administration and from a playing days, as we welcome back Shane Smedley as we sort of round out today's play. Shane, we might just talk about some of the 6-love victory to Cottesloe. However, saying that, it was a lot closer than potentially the scoreboard would suggest, because 3 of those singles matches were super tiebreakers in the third set and could have gone either way.
Yeah, I was very impressed the way that Scotty fell off track for a while there in that second set. They were doing it pretty easy. They were setting a break up. Clearly the best player in the state at the moment, and looked $1 million, and just sort of... whether you say he got a bit bored or certainly lost focus, probably thinking about what he's going to do afterwards. And I think that he found his way back, which got him back on track, and they ended up winning in straight sets. But great result for Cottesloe. Certainly, from what I've seen so far this year, team to beat. Certainly at full strength, yeah. So missing Will Hahn today, put him back into the team, and it'd be a great match between they and Hensman.
Looking forward to more tennis throughout this Australian Summer of Play. Certainly Goods Property Services, thank you very much for coming on board. To Darren Dawber, we had a catch-up with Darren today, and he spoke about One, coming on board as the naming right partner with Tennis West, but also he's really impressed with the level of play that he saw out here at Cottesloe between the second-ranked Cottesloe Tennis Club and the sixth-ranked UWA. This will be the last broadcast before we kick into January, late January. We'll get back and we'll do more of the Goods Property Services State League competition, round 10. It's been a fascinating first 9 rounds. It has been exceptional play, both the men's and women's competition, but some of the thank yous that we'd like to give. Tom George, who's now heading up Northern Territory Tennis. Unfortunately, Tommy can't be with us because he is up in the top end. He's looking to make some big changes with tennis out of Northern Territory. Of course, Rob Kennedy. I want to say thank you for Rob Kennedy's participation in our broadcast. Head of Operations, doing a wonderful job out there at Tennis West. Of course, you, Shane Smedley. The golden tonsils of Shane Smedley. We've enjoyed having you across all the broadcasts and look forward to you coming into the back end of 2022 and closing out what's going to be a really sensational year and a very closely fought back end of this State League season for 21-22. From me, from Shane, from Tommy George, from Rob Kennedy, we want to thank also the great Scotty Walsh and Tomio Yamazaki for, without their support, without them toiling around, getting the cameras ready, doing the massive production, this certainly wouldn't be possible. And all those State League clubs, for all those tennis lovers out there, stay tuned. And the West Australian live stream, back end of 2022, straight after the Australian Open, we look to give you more tennis at end of January 2022. Bye for now.
Thank you and good night.